the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings
Welcome in, 8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. What's up? Good Time Gang is here, fired up for another week. We get it rolling. Today, it's a charity charge day at participating Buffalo Wild Wings, benefiting kids outdoors. So go have some great food, benefit a great charity that does great work. We spoke about Kids Outdoors last week. We'll mention them some more today, but today is Charity Charge on a President's Day as well. So I know a lot of the kiddos are out of school and parents going, now what do we do? Well, taking them to Buffalo Wild Wings, participating Buffalo Wild Wings, 10% of food sales goes to Kids Outdoors this month, today. We have a lot to update, very busy weekend, and a lot to look forward to this week. So without further ado, let's bring the Good Time Gang in. To my left is Greg Burgess. To my right is Michael Holmes.
What up?
What up, boy?
Gentlemen,
What's happening?
how are y'all?
Oh, good. It felt like we blinked and it was Friday, and today's a new week, but things are going well. As I said, today is President's Day. It is Charity Charge, and just within the show, personal lives and everything, I know we had a very, very busy weekend. Very active weekend. Some great news as well. If you follow Rick on social media, you saw Brody's big announcement and question when it comes to Camtastic. So congratulations to them. He'll discuss more. I'm sure that comes with stories. I want to say Hunter Bussey had a birthday this past weekend. Wow. So I know the Bussies probably had Marty Hunter the entire weekend. And speaking of Marty, isn't it Mardi Gras tomorrow? I think.
I know all that's going on.
Yeah, and I think they even had a shooting. Yeah, one dead.
Ain't a party that somebody fires a weapon.
I'm telling you. Did y'all see Austin, Texas? Did y'all? See, they just shut down the interstate. I mean, the intersection, intersection. And was just like peeling out and doing donuts.
Street racers. I was listening on the way in, and they said they defunded the police, like over $1 million.
Yeah.
When all that was popular,
right.
And they don't have enough police, and they had to lower their standards to hire people because nobody wants it. Right. And this is what you're getting.
Yeah. Let me just tell you.
Good luck defunding the police department. and again, you end up hiring people you normally wouldn't hire because nobody with any sense wants to deal with it.
Yeah. We'll play that during the main show today. Everything was just backed up at that intersection, and they were just, peeling out. It looked like it had a party in the middle. You know how they have to video in the middle of it all.
Oh, yeah.
And so they were doing that. But anyway, busy weekend is, I know personally I was flying all over the place, and here we are. Ready to go.
Yeah, I headed out Friday right after the show. We left and went to South Carolina with the Blazers. And good trip. We played both Furman and Wofford. Ran into several audience members that was interesting in different places. At a restaurant one time, and then at the tennis complex at Furman at one moment. And then yesterday I had didn't tell y'all this, didn't know it. I had an email. I didn't check my Rick and Bubba email that morning, but I had an email saying, hey, I know this is going to sound like we're being a bip, but it's very rare that you guys are up this way. Mm-hmm. Would it be a bip if me and my son came to the match and we met you? And I'm like,
yeah,
okay, that's a little much, but I didn't know they'd sent the email.
Come on.
So I look up. We're in the middle of the Wofford match. I look up and I see a Rick and Bubba hat in the distance.
Here it
and
comes.
I'm thinking, that's Rick and Bubba fans. I don't know about the email at this point. So I get over there to them, and you guess what? From courts away, guess what I hear, Greg Burgess? You ought to know what's being yelled from across the way.
They comment on your haircut.
Bullet head.
Well, of course, we got to have bullet head.
Hearing bullet
Here they
head,
come.
I'm kind of confused. I'm like, what are these guys doing? Who are these guys?
Well, it's stuck. At least it's
they
stuck.
Were super nice, and they said that they
bullet head.
They live about 25 or 30 minutes. They said it's very rare for any of us to be up that way, and they wanted to meet a member of the show, which I thought was fantastic.
That's
and
awesome.
Spent a little time with them, and but it was a good weekend for me. Got in late. Talking about you getting in late. It was. I think I pulled into my house last night at 11 o'clock and got in bed about 11:30.
Yeah.
So today's gonna be today will be a rough one,
How's
but we'll get through it.
It was Saturday. I met some folks down. It's funny how we just all spread out. Andalusia, Alabama, home of Fox 107, the great affiliate, and we appreciate them so much. They cover a lot of area. I was down there. JC played down Saturday, and a doubleheader started around 1. So, you add all that up and you get back. It was pretty late. And then Saturday, it was a planned rabbit hunt. And I've talked to y'all about
been on
this
one of them
before.
in a long time.
It's
something
been
I've never done, by the way.
I've
never been on a rabbit hunt.
No dogs.
Let me
boy,
tell
they
you
get to go.
something. They take it serious, and they love their dogs, and they're all about let's get out and have a good time. Now it's a long day, and so have your walking boots on. Hey, the Briars, and you got to be dressed for
Briar
it.
pants.
You got it, and I did, but you got to be ready for it. And I tried to get JC to care, and Tyson, one of his roommates, the Goolsbys around the Springville area. They're legendary up there. They invited us, and they had invited us on a dove hunt too, not too long ago. But we knew what was coming. All right, and that is get home real late.
Sure.
Saturday night from the little road trip. I got back way before the bus, of course, so I couldn't complain. But I am 54, and they're not. And I knew, hey, 4:45 alarm is coming Sunday morning, and so be ready for it. Hey guys, I'll be at your apartment at 6 a.m. They wanted to minimize the trucks and vehicles, so let's if you could, bring the Birmingham gang and just pick them up and meet us there. And we had a meeting point and we had a meeting time, and so I knew to be on time, I needed to pick them up at 6 a.m. And
early.
so, but hey, you know what? Kudos to them. They were ready. Pulled up. They'll come walking down the steps, and we pull up and meet Byron and Trey and boy, here come the dogs. Let me tell you something. Those things. And
Cutting up.
what's so amazing about them, and I'm really impressed. Is that they know their dogs by the bark.
Oh yeah.
They know the different kinds of barks. Oh, he's just messing around.
Who's cold?
Oh, he's got him something. And then they'll just scream names and because of barks and stuff. And it's just each dog has its own little personality. And Trey tried to get me to bring Coco home with me, and I'm not. But that was a dog that just wanted to sit.
Funny.
In other words, it doesn't want to work. It's kind of a pup.
He's just
We're
kinda
trying to
hanging
train
out.
it. It hadn't quite got the nose for it, but it might pick up something, and take off here in a minute. But it would go in about 20 yards and go, I'm gonna come back a little bit, and
let
it
them handle it.
it just wanted to be pet. It's just gonna sit
They
down.
all got different
Yeah,
personalities.
they do.
Some are all business. Some want to play.
Yeah, but man, we had a good time. A lot of walking, long day. It heated up. It's crazy in the state of Alabama or any southeastern state how cold it is in the morning and then how warm it can be in the afternoon. But you got to dress for the cold or you're freezing for the first 3 hours. And then we started shedding clothes, But it was a great time. A lot of fun. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. A lot to discuss today. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba.
We got you a free silver bar. Okay, we asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. There's no magic 8-ball that guarantees that, but gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years. For the next 14 days, new Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold you purchase. Your free silver bar offer expires in 14 days, so hurry. Visit LearBubba.com. Junk science, that's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements junk science because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables with very few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Feel better with more energy by taking Field of Greens. And folks, we got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba. That's fieldofgreens.com for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free. Or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply. Are you prepared for the unexpected? Now, it's only a matter of time before you're out of warranty vehicles in the shop costing thousands. You can be prepared like us with CarShield. CarShield offers protection plans to fit every budget and includes 24/7 roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car eligibility. Call CarShield now to save 20% on your plan, and you'll always be prepared for the unexpected. 1-800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba. You don't have to break the bank to make a big deal purchase like with Raycon earbuds, whether you're looking for a pair of everyday earbuds, low latency gaming headphones, or a speaker with a battery that will last all night at your next party. Raycons, they got you covered with premium audio at the perfect price point. Plus, they offer buy now, pay later options. Right now, you can get 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba.
Would you do everything it took to protect your family? Of course you would. That's why we recommend Simply Safe Home Security. They make it easy to protect every inch of your home or even your small business with advanced security tech powered by 24/7 professional monitoring. Customize the perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com. Claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Skip extra trips to the grocery store and spend more time doing the things you love with tasty HelloFresh recipes and fresh pre-portioned ingredients delivered right to the door. HelloFresh has 40 weekly recipes and over 70 seasonal and convenience items to choose from for more choices than ever before. Sign up today for 65% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other.
All right, 22 minutes past the hour, hearing from some rabbit hunters that are actually listening to the kickoff hour as they head out.
There you go.
So good luck. Get on them. It was funny because I call them the guides, but the hosts, the dog owners, they are great men and know their dogs and love their dogs, and so and safety is the number one thing. And I talked to the boys on the way there. Let's not shoot any dogs, please. And so nothing like that happened. Now the rabbits, we didn't get on them like we wanted to, but that would have added to the fun, but it was still a great afternoon. Great afternoon of just a lot of walking. I was looking to the guides, and if you've ever been on a cruise ship and had excursions and guides, or you've gone somewhere where somebody's in charge and you've paid them to be on, you always look to the guides. They're the experts, and you kind of follow their direction. So I would always look to the dog owners, the guides, the guys that do this for fun and recreation all the time, on when to go in and when not to. And the dogs would just barrel into some briars and all this. And I'm like, I looked at them and like, do we go in? Because I don't want to be a lazy hunter. I want to get in there and get after them. No, they'll circle around. The rabbits will circle back around, so let's spread out around here. Yeah. But I would always follow them because some of the hunters would barrel in there, and he's like, yeah, they're just, now you can just walk through it all, but just trust me. So anyway, good luck to everybody going out. I got an email, guys. I wanted to, you know how we talk about Edge Drive-In and Pascagoula and the chili cheeseburgers? You talk about you never know where, who's listening and where they are. I got an email this past weekend that said, I was in that area. I stopped and got a chili cheeseburger just because of what you said. And he said, I could have eaten more than 3, but I got 3. He said they were the best chili cheeseburgers. He was in the Pascagoula, Mississippi area. And have heard us talk about the chili cheeseburgers from Edge Drive-In for years.
Oh, I'd eat one right now if you had it.
They are.
Remember, we had a listener bring them one.
Oh yeah, I was down there. I don't know if y'all remember this. I was down there. Unfortunately, I had to go to a funeral, but on the way out, I stopped by and grabbed a few. And it's one of those situations where you go, I'm a stop at 3, but I could get a bag full.
Because they're not huge.
No, they're not. They're not.
They're good.
Old Bullet Head over here, Coach, I understand that you promised the team something if they achieved a certain goal, or hey guys, I tell you what,
I got caught up in something yesterday, and I would do this, and I thought the minute I said it, I thought if the guys ever get this wind of this,
please tell me to shave your head or something.
So. We've got a really good start to the season. Okay,
look at me, I got high eyebrows,
and so not sure what that even means.
I'm telling you,
but we've gotten a good start to the season, and so a little bit of cart before the horse discussion started in the van on the way home last night. And we were toning that down.
It's like, whoa,
hey guys, a lot of work to be done.
Right.
You've done an excellent job up until this point.
Right.
You've actually done some things that we really didn't expect up until this point. But let's tap the brakes. Calm down.
Did you tell them you were the difference?
Too early. And so we're sitting there, and all of a sudden I hear some talk about there's some guys on the team that have tattoos. And they got to talking about a couple of the seniors, one of them from the Czech Republic. They were looking at different UAB logos and possibly talking about, as they're wrapping up their final year, I may add a dragon tattoo or a UAB blazer tattoo or whatever. There's a lot of tattoo talk.
Mm-hmm.
And I just openly said it. I said, I tell you what, man, y'all win the conference this year, I'll get a tattoo.
Oh, my goodness.
And I said it, and Coach DeSanto looked at me, and he goes, "You realize what you just said?" And I said, "I do."
Did he say,
and I said,
"Bullet Head"?
And I said, "I will. I promise." I said, "I will. Y'all win the conference. I'll be the first in line." Like I even doubled. I doubled down.
Put it on your neck.
And
if he could have a dragon
and
on his neck.
And so
blaze on his neck.
And guys, I would, because this would be a very, very tall task.
Did we talk size?
No,
location?
we didn't talk size, and we didn't talk
matter?
location.
Okay.
No, it'd be my choice. That was said. It would be your choice, that kind of thing. And I wouldn't go crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But I would do it if they could pull that off.
If they said, Coach, you can have it anywhere you want. What part of the body?
It's a good question. I don't know. I was after I had said this, and now that it's getting late and the miles are just clicking on, and everybody's calmed down, and I'm sitting there thinking to myself, just tell the guys you get you a tattoo, they win the conference. So then I started thinking, is it forearm? Is it ankle? Is
forearm?
Is it here? Is it I didn't know. So I don't know.
If you could have a
I'll
big
say
old
this.
dragon on your forearm.
I will say this. I hope I have to deal with that.
Put it on your back.
That would be something nice to have to deal with.
Center of your back.
So, but some of them got to talking about their different. There's one guy on the team that has a just gigantic tattoo.
Okay.
And very noticeable. It's on his leg, and then there's other guys that have tattoos, but we never see them. And so they got to talk. And they said something last night, and I thought, and I'll tell you in the break what it is. one of the other Czech guys said, "Yeah, I've got a tattoo of this, this, and this," and I thought he was kidding. I thought, and Justin looked at me and he goes, "He's not kidding. He actually does have that." And I thought, "No, he does not." And he said, "Oh yeah," and it's the same guy that wears that hat that I tell y'all about.
Oh, goodness.
Same guy. Goodness, I don't know what we're gonna do with him. But yeah, so I voluntarily said, "Hey, look, y'all win the conference, I'll get a tattoo."
Yeah.
I've just never had. I'm not.
Hadn't either,
I'm not
Greg.
anti, but I've just never seen something go. I'd like that be on my skin for the rest of my life.
That's
I
right.
just never seen it.
Same way.
Yeah.
Same
You know,
way. That's it.
If you want to be, I mean, today we take them a little far. I'll be
Yeah.
honest. When you look like a sideshow act and you got a
Right.
normal job, that's what's funny. I'm a normal job doing a normal thing, and I got a neck tattoo.
Right.
It's just
Yeah.
weird.
If I could see it wrapped around his stomach and around his back,
Oh, yeah.
like a big old long dragon.
That'd
I
be
think
good.
I went
Golly,
as
if I could
far.
see that.
No, I did. I went as far to say I'll be the first in line, and we can do it live on the air.
Oh wow!
If y'all-
So you're
yeah. That's what I'd say. I
so
mean,
were you hallucinating? And,
Well, it was a long drive, Speedy.
I was
We
about
were
to say, I mean,
we
were
were
you-
hour
were you
3 and a
out of
half
it?
of 4 and a half, and I was.
So we're gonna have a tattoo artist sitting right in here.
Well, I mean, if we win the conference, anything's possible.
Oh boy.
oh my goodness. Yeah, you can just go inside of the wrist right here.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I
Do
even thought
that.
about comboing a wedding band, a blazer wedding band.
Oh my goodness, he's out of control.
It looks better.
Really
than
thought
an
about
antler
it.
guy.
Hey,
Hey,
Coach.
long way to go. Season's long.
Pump the brakes, Coach.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. 2 words, junk science. That's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements junk science because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables, and they have few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Each ingredient in Field of Greens was scientifically chosen to support vital organs like heart, lungs, and kidney health. Others support the immune system, blood pressure, metabolism, and a healthy weight loss. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that the next time we get a physical, the doctor says, whatever you're doing, just keep on doing it. Now, this wonderful product is powered by a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. Join us and take Field of Greens too. Now, if you want to get started, we've got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order, and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends. So when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know that every week over 50 million job seekers check on LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at LinkedIn.com/Bubba. That's LinkedIn.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
25 minutes until top of the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. Kickoff hours live. Thank you so much for tuning in. It's Charity Charge Day at participating Buffalo Wild Wings, benefiting Kids Outdoors. Go have some great food, a great charity with Kids Outdoors. We'll tell you more about that today, but that's at participating Buffalo Wild Wings. It is Charity Charge Day on this President's Day. And so a lot of things are open and closed, and basically it's banks are closed. We know that, right? Banks are closed, federal holiday, federal offices and services will be closed to observe the holiday.
All of the places that I need to go today are closed.
Yeah.
Makes no sense to me.
Mail's not going to be delivered, stuff like that.
Sure.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Won Daytona 500 yesterday. I saw probably maybe the last 40 laps, maybe.
I saw the
I don't
beginning and some in the middle, and then I saw the end.
Yeah.
I did see. I know they had a few crashes. I missed that.
Right. And so he held off Joey Logano there at the end. And they had
They were in overtime.
Yeah, they had
kept
overtime,
crashing,
and they kept crashing, and so then on they get everything, they restarted 1 lap. Here we go, 1 lap, and I'd be dadgum if they don't crash again. So the yellow came out, and Ricky was in the lead whenever that yellow came out. So anyway, congratulations to him. It's been a long time. I didn't know this, but it's been a long time since he's won.
Yeah, and it's a single car team. Mm-hmm. It's like a guy and his wife, and then Brad Daugherty they own it.
Yeah.
So it's not like, one of the mega teams with all these 5-6 cars.
Yeah.
I mean, they got one car.
Yeah. And on Fox, Tony Stewart's part of it, and he did a good job. It was good seeing him. Hadn't heard from old Tony.
Smoke?
Yep. No Smoke.
I loved Smoke.
Yeah.
He was one of my guys back in the day.
You say you liked him?
Yes.
Oh,
really? Yeah. You got that Home Depot car coming around. You didn't think I got fired up.
Oh, I did too. I liked him.
I wouldn't even go to Lowe's for a long time.
Kevin Harvick's last.
I wouldn't.
Was it his last?
It's his last Daytona 500. He's retiring.
Didn't he get caught up in that last one?
I'm sure. Everybody wrecked.
Good night, man. But I will say this, the technology that has entered NASCAR, and NASCAR's always had, but now the cameras, did you see how small the cameras are now? that are on the helmet.
Yeah.
They were, and I'm not gonna lie here. The top of this pin here that you push down, right here, that's the size of one of the cameras, and it's just right here. It sits right here on, and so now they can bring you into all the action. It's like you're a driver. It's really cool what they've been able to do. That's pretty neat.
And it had a sellout crowd. So, they and Jimmy Johnson was back. He's back as an owner, and he's going to drive limited. He teamed up with Petty.
Yeah.
And
it's funny you said that because I heard his name and I went, what? I didn't know.
Yeah, he teamed up with Richard Petty, and they own, of course, the 43, which was the Guns N' Roses car. Yesterday there was a Guns N' Roses car. And they did a commercial during the thing for their world tour coming up.
Yeah.
So they put, anyway, it's a good-looking car. But, Eric Jones drives it. I guess it was probably just for the one race. I don't know. Nowadays they do that. They do multiple sponsors throughout the season. But anyway, it was, I like NASCAR.
Yeah.
I'm not as into it as I used to be.
Right.
I don't know as much about it, but
I know that
I gave it a look.
I know pandemic and all that. I mean, and then a little bit of when the economy did what it did. NASCAR had to kind of restructure a lot of things on these big tracks, and I know Talladega did that. When they had to kind of revamp how do we want to like tear down some of the stands and make this to where it's really useful, and on the back stretch they kind of redid some stuff. But it was really good to see at Daytona. It was really good to see that the fans just, totally packed.
I said 150,000.
Yeah, that's strong. That's really strong. So I saw a little bit of that. College baseball started, so I'm all about that. So I was flipping around a little bit. JC has a lot of friends that play for different schools, so I was flipping around on ESPN Plus to kind of see some of the games that were available. So I had that. Then you had the Genesis golf tournament that Tiger Woods golf tournament that was on. So we came in, mid-afternoon off the rabbit hunt, took a shower, and kind of just flipped around the TV a little bit. But I focused in on NASCAR and the Daytona 500.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
What is this thing with Tiger Woods are talking about, this feminine product joke,
all right,
joke he pulled?
On hole 9,
why is everybody making a big deal
Justin
about it?
Thomas and Tiger, are really, really good friends. Like they hang out together, play together a lot, and are friends away from the course. And so Rory and Justin Thomas and Tiger were paired together at the Genesis, and I think on hole 9, Tiger outdrove Justin, and he had a tampon in his pocket. And when they walked off the tee box, he kind of went to his pocket and kind of handed him almost like it was cupped in his hand, like he was giving Justin something. So he gives Justin something.
Something we would do. By the way.
Justin gets it, okay, and then looks down. He didn't know what he's handing him, and now they're walking at the time, and he looks at it and then drops it, okay, and then they keep walking. It was a practical joke because Tiger outdrove him. All right. Well, oh my gosh.
USA. We got to make everything.
USA Today wrote an article. How dare Tiger do that? He's got a 14, 15-year-old daughter. What is he telling his daughter? Why is he belittling women?
Belittling women.
And it's sexist and all this kind of stuff. So it's to the point where Tiger, after the round, actually had to comment on it and said, look, I'm sorry if it offended anybody, but
How are you offended by it?
We play practical jokes on each other a lot. And between the two of us, it was just us having fun. It had nothing to do with anybody. And
y'all are looking a little too deep at it.
And Justin started laughing, actually. He dropped it, looked back, and started, they were cackling. Okay. And he said, look, we mess with each other all the time. And I've never seen a round of golf with the two of them mic'd up, but they say the trash talking between the two of them is a lot of fun between friends, but they go at each other.
Yeah.
And so the fact that Tiger outdrove him, it was just him having fun with him.
But of course, now we got to make a big deal.
The only thing I can think about is that Tiger walked around with that in his pocket.
So he thought ahead of time and said, "Okay, when first opportunity I get."
Yeah, he was finally waiting for the moment, and he did. And Tiger was lucky actually because he finished, I think, +1, and the cut was at even or something. And then by the end of the day, there were some scores, whatever. So the cut line was +1, so he actually made the weekend and was able to finish out. And I think he finished -1, I think, and Rahm ended up winning the whole thing. But that was the highlight, and he actually had in the press conference actually had to talk about it because of the USA Today article.
Isn't that crazy?
How dare you? What are you telling women? You and what are you telling your daughter? You know that you would do that, and it's like, what?
Good night.
Can we not just? I don't know.
That's the world we live in today. Everybody's looking to be offended.
It's unreal.
I got to be offended,
Right.
and I must point somebody out for doing something wrong.
Yeah,
Look at me.
it really is something else.
Joy killers.
They
Come on.
there's a lot of folks that were on social media that finally were standing up and going, really? Come on. I mean, what are we doing
Things
here?
that you should be offended by.
Right. And it wasn't like he got it out of his pocket and waved it at the crowd and said, look what I'm doing. It was almost like he kind of cupped it in his hand like, hey, take this. But Justin didn't want nothing to do with it. When he saw what it was, he threw it on the ground like, what did you just hand me? And of course, outdrove him. But anyway.
Whatever.
Yeah. There was a lot of other things that happened in sports this past weekend that we can talk about, but this one thing that has entered college baseball, Helmsy, is that the batters can't step out of the box, and if they do, they'll be issued a strike. And that I know Jacksonville State beat Georgia in Game 1 of their 3-game series over at Georgia, and there was one pivotal moment late in the game where Georgia's batting and they're down. Or it was tied at the time. I can't remember. Anyway, the guy stepped out, and the umpire said, strike 2. Whatever.
Wow.
And the guy looked like, what? And then like a pitch or two later, he was pitched soft away, swung through it, or whatever. So that was strike 3. But really, it was because strike 2 was him stepping out. Yeah. And I saw that a number of times.
Yeah, well, just muscle memory.
Yeah, I know, of them just trying to speed the game up. But a couple of the times, you were like, really? That's a strike, But that's going to be a big part of it. That's going to be a big deal all year long until the players get accustomed to it.
It's mindset,
Wow, so I can't delay.
I got to step out and readjust my gloves.
Right. Nope, sorry. Strike 1, strike 2. Could be strike 3. You're out. What?
I love it. I think we ought to, like I say,
I'd like to see the Major League Baseball dive into that a little bit too.
Yeah. I did see where
4 fouls, you're out.
The international tiebreaker where they put a runner on second in extra innings.
I like that too.
They adopted that. That's going to be permanent.
I like
Major
that.
League Baseball did. They experimented with it a little bit,
I
but that voted in.
Good rule.
Yeah. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. 15 minutes till top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
It's time to think about your tax refund. And Jackson Hewitt wants you to think biggest. As in, we guarantee you'll get your biggest refund or your money back plus $100. Who offers that? Come to think of it, nobody. It's one of the biggest guarantees out there and why you can't just file with anybody. For your guaranteed biggest refund, go to Jackson Hewitt today. Your wallet will thank you. When every dollar matters, it matters who does your taxes.
Chris, this needs to go to Parkville by 3.
Joy to the holiday packages that keep coming at Jimenez Couriers.
It's coming your way, but the drop-off location is changing.
She needs delivery drivers with the gift of punctuality.
Anyone looking to pick up some overtime? Anyone?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed, you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
I'll second guest dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancrelipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know that every week over 50 million job seekers check on LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply. 2 words, junk science. That's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements junk science because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables, and they have few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Each ingredient in Field of Greens was scientifically chosen to support vital organs like heart, lungs, and kidney health. Others support the immune system, blood pressure, metabolism, and a healthy weight loss. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that the next time we get a physical, the doctor says, whatever you're doing, just keep on doing it. Now, this wonderful product is powered by a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. Join us and take Field of Greens, too. Now, if you want to get started, we've got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other.
All right, 10 minutes, about 9 minutes now until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. And I know we're getting cranked up for 2023, but let me kind of talk to all the business owners right now in the audience, or maybe someone that manages a business, charge of advertising, and you're interested in maybe helping get the word out on what you do and what you specialize in. And with everything happening in the world, our national sales team and SSI has asked to remind you that you can use the power of this audience and another popular program they syndicate to help you accomplish your goals, reaching the loyal listeners and viewers of this show to have a successful impact on your business. We enjoy creating success and looking to strengthen your business, reaching our your customers and our listeners and viewers each and every day. So create a network partnership with our national sales team, with SSI. Our experience, have a lot of it, nearly 30 years with this program, and they have another popular syndicated program. So don't just think, terrestrial radio Even though we do have over 50 network radio affiliates, we also have the YouTube, Blaze TV feeds, the 24/7 TuneIn digital radio channel, all the social media platforms, podcast, online showcasing opportunities at rickandbubba.com. It's all there for you. So check them out. You can email them directly if you would just like some information back on what's it about, how does this work. Rick and Bubba, spell out and, at syndicatedsolutions.com or 203-431-0790. And if you are local and you're like, I don't need a national audience, I just need a local audience in the market that you have the business in, email us as well, any of the staff members, and we'll get you in touch with the local sales rep in the market that you want to be in, because our radio sales teams around the country at different affiliates, they do a great job, and they can help you get the word out too. All right, so as we come on back, we're out living life. We come back and report it. We've talked a lot about what we did over the weekend and where we were going. But, Helms, you said you saw something Saturday morning?
Yeah,
when you were out and about?
No one can get anybody to do their job or even show up for their job.
Not very motivated.
No, it's tough.
So we were staying at a pretty nice hotel in Greenville, South Carolina, and they had inside the hotel, they had their little breakfast options and probably some lunch and options too. It wasn't a buffet type thing. It was a cook to order. It was a cook to order kind of thing.
Okay.
And they also had a Starbucks menu. And I got, one of the things that I'll do when I go on these trips is I still get up, not the time we get up during the week, but I still get up pretty early. And I always find out, hey, what time's coffee ready? And I go down there and get my laptop out, and I do some catch up on some things, and it's kind of my time that I'm away from everybody. So I'm doing that. Find out I think they started serving at 6:30, 7 o'clock, and that's about the time I was down there. And I overheard a conversation. There's two people at the front desk where you would check in, and I heard them talking about so and so hadn't shown up yet. What are we going to do about breakfast? Evidently the cook was there, but the person that kind of runs the whole putting in the orders and making the coffees and stuff like that had not showed up. And the lady that was there, I was proud of her, actually. She stood up and said, look, I don't know anything about it, but it can't be too hard. I heard her say, how hard is it to make a latte? That kind of thing. That was her line. And I thought, okay, this is about to get really interesting because there's going to be a lot of people. And that's one of the things that I do when I'm down there catching up. I'm people watching. Love to people watch, like to see what's going on in people's lives. And it's just an interesting time for me. And so the first couple of people roll through. We get about 6 orders deep. She ain't got anything right yet. Not one thing. But I'm going to tell you something. The way she was doing it and her kindness and apologetic, I mean, just everything about her was winning people over. Even though she was messing up the orders. I mean, at a high rate. I even at one point ordered a white chocolate mocha, and I got a caramel macchiato.
I don't even know what that is.
And she was so sweet to me, I didn't have the heart to tell her that she was wrong. I just enjoyed it.
Yeah.
But it. I don't know. For like an hour, I sat there and thought, so people still are kind.
Yeah.
Because
they're
she
rare,
messed every single thing. I don't know that she has gotten anything right now to this day. And they were still so kind about it. And I thought, either she's a really good salesman in the way she's selling her kindness and an apologetic way.
Keep people off of
or these people are really nice people. I mean, she was constantly like orders. I mean, because here's what the deal. They wouldn't say anything to her. They'd go back to their table, and I could hear them say things like this. Of course, I said no onions. There's no onions all in it. You'd hear things like that. This coffee tastes weird, and what's wrong with this? This is not vanilla. This is, and my gosh, I don't have my bacon, and my eggs are, and there was just but she was killing everybody with kindness, and they didn't have the heart to tell her it was wrong.
Brilliant on her part.
Yeah,
it was.
Yeah. But it's funny because you were talking about how short-staffed everybody is. So if one person can't make it,
big handle for them.
Hey, what are we going to do?
Big handle.
Saw something at Academy Sports and Outdoors. I guess it was Friday night. I was thinking ahead to the rabbit hunt Sunday because I knew what my Saturday was, and I'm like, really, if it's not done now, it's not going to get done. And we needed something last minute, so I ran there. So talking about how we just are observing and we see things. Well, I see that the gun counter back there is just, I mean, it's just piled up. People are like there, and there's nobody behind the counter.
Yeah.
So you hear, so-and-so, please report to the, and so this guy comes over and he maybe runs that department or something, or the manager, and somebody had car trouble that runs that counter, and you have to be certified to run, have gun, control the guns and all that. So he's like, man, I'm so sorry. We don't have anybody to work back here. The guy that does this, he had car trouble, and I'm so sorry. And the manager was extremely apologetic. I mean, you could hear him really sincerely sorry. But that was all. I was there for maybe 15, 20 minutes, and he was constantly getting called back there because people were showing up at the counter. But that one person, because where we are on staffing now, one person couldn't make it, had car trouble, shut down that whole area. I mean, it's just tough.
Fine.
And there was one moment I had ordered like a water and when I first got there, water, coffee, and then something to eat. And I didn't look at my receipt until I sat down. And there were several people behind me. And
she wrote, "I think you're cute." On
no, Speedy, it's not. I didn't see that part of it. If she did,
I like your haircut.
But what I did see was it was like $7 more than it was supposed to be.
Whoa,
$7.
Good. I let a couple go.
And
thank goodness you're rolling.
So I sat there and thought to myself, I'm going to have her correct this when there's not as big of a crowd, like when everything calms down. I'm going to be here. I'm not in a hurry. I'll go do it. It was such a crazy morning. I didn't have the heart to go up there and ask her for the money.
Oh boy, she really played, y'all.
Yeah, she did.
She even got an extra $7.
Because that's how they get you, Greg.
Yeah, that's how they get you. Huh? Oh, she's so nice. I can't complain. Oh, she can have it.
She had so much thrown at her. I did not have. And who knows? I mean, the way she was going, she may have charged me $7 more.
That's a good point. Yeah, don't give me your card again.
Yeah, you're careful. Whoa. Oh, man. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come right back. Rick and Bubba are here. Adler is here. Everybody's fired up.
The whole gang is here.
Full staff. We're ready.
Yeah.
President's Day Charity Charge edition here of the Rick and Bubba Show. We'll take a break. We'll come right back, and the main show will start. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You're right.
Especially when talking about Elton John.
Seriously, that takes it to a whole nother level.
But anyway, Elton, you have a catalog that is gigantic. And I understand that a lot of us out there want to hear certain songs. I got it. But if you're unable to sing them, it really is uncomfortable. It's not fun for us.
Yeah.
And so he's got this tour he's done.
So they just do an arrangement where he didn't have to go that high, right?
Yeah,
I mean, he just starts in
right,
the lower key, or he goes up and goes down, or whatever.
Well, he stays. I don't know. Maybe this is Elton with his attitude. I don't know. Could some of the singers? Could we not have a singer that could do some of the parts in there? Like they could do Benny. You can't, but they could.
Almost like background singers stepping in.
Benny. And I'm like, that's not it. That's not it. It's a Benny. And I'm so
Rick, go join him.
I'm a rocket man. Burning at the fuse out here alone. And you're like, you're not in the right key.
Michael Douglas?
Yeah. You don't know me, but I'm your brother. So anyway, I'm like, just don't do those songs. Don't do the ones where it's so painful that it's not there.
Now, is he performing in the ceremony or after the the get together? What's the plan?
It just says he performs at the wedding. What does that mean? I guess he'll do a song like when they go to, what do they like? What do the Royals do? Do they
have a unity candle or whatever?
Yeah.
I mean, what do you do with that? It's been a while
you're
since.
dumping sand.
I remember seeing some of Princess Diana's wedding, but that was a long time ago.
Oh yeah,
I mean, there was a lot of carriages and horses and big hats and things.
I tell you what he's going to do.
I do. Don't.
It's a very special moment.
Hey,
I would be quiet.
Greg, he's going to take the squalling because he's going to sing "Candle in the Wind" about Princess Diana because it's Harry's mama. That's what's going to happen. And he's going to take the squalling too.
Yeah, he's going to get the sniffling.
Seems to me. Ricky's not Michael McDonald, buddy.
I know what you're doing now.
You remember we showed the footage when he invited everybody on stage
Yeah,
it's
walked
crazy.
off. That same tour.
And they got to doing their
The $1 million
arm.
piano
And
tour.
for some reason, that offended him, and he got up and stammered off.
It was on Access Channel, and
Grabbing at
and he came out, and there's the band. Greg, the band's jamming, and here he comes out. You know, he's like a little penguin when he comes out. And now he can play the fool out of that piano. Now, let's don't get on Elton about his piano playing because he can go. He's classically trained, and he knows it.
Yes,
but he's got a bit of an attitude, and I'm thinking, is he the kind of person that says, I'm either going to sing it an octave down, or we're going to drop a step. I'm going to do that before I'm going to let somebody else do the high parts. Do you think that's it?
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, he's like I said, he can be set off pretty easy. I mean, he's 71. He's 71. Is he 71? Is that what you said he was?
You know, when he does,
he's set in his ways. I mean, you know, he's going to want to do it his way or no.
Packed my bag last night, pre-flight.
But you know,
and I'm sure he's going to have just a wonderful outfit on.
Can't somebody up there in the singing go, Rocket Man?
You would think.
And all he does, I'm a rocket man. And you're like, where's that part?
I know.
And it's not there. And then the musician's uncomfortable, just kind of play where he should be going, and
I wish you had his
and then he comes back and goes, I'm a rocket man.
He really
How'd
thought
you do
this
it,
out.
Rick? Well, Greg, I made the mistake of watching it. You know how I am with that kind of stuff. That kind of stuff, I can't turn away from it.
I know it.
I was so thankful we were going somewhere. I'd have watched the whole thing.
Then you'd really been mad.
And then I'd be talking about several songs. But he came right out of the gate, which is funny, considering all things. His opening song is "The Bee Is Back."
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
How'd he sound on it?
He's not going to sing that in the wedding, is he?
Mm-hmm. The band, got Nigel Olsen back on the drums, which I enjoy him.
Prayer with his headset on.
Can we not let him sing it? Can he not either? And then, of course, that long-haired guy that looks kind of funny, that's a great
Blonde
guitar
guy
player.
that's
Yeah.
Rick, do you want to hear the
He did
the
all the
2000 and was it 17 version
Don't
of
do this.
Rocket Man?
Don't
What?
do this.
Okay,
I
you
don't
want that?
I don't want to hear that.
Okay.
Please don't play.
She packed my bags last night, pre-flight.
All right, that sounds pretty good right there.
0 hour, 9 a.m.
That can't be, because that sounds
That
actually
sounds
really
too
good.
young, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's not
This
it.
is Diamonds Deluxe 2017.
No.
You think they just remastered
That is not
them?
it. Because if he'd have done that, I'd be celebrating.
That has to be remastered, right?
That's what he
Because
would
he
do.
put that out as an album in 2017.
Yeah, that's not
that's
it.
just remastered
That's not
stuff.
it.
Has to be.
That's the way it's supposed to sound.
Yeah. Good night.
Because that little part he
How's
did
he
there,
sound now, though?
I'm a rocket man. Rocket man. Rocket man.
Surely he
Oh,
didn't
wait a
try,
minute,
did
wait
he?
a minute.
Yeah.
I got Benny and the Jets 2018 version.
Well, now you've already messed up once. I can't let you.
Dadgummit. No, I got it now. I got it.
Kill the fatted calf tonight.
No, that's wrong too. You got this right.
Speedy, it wouldn't hurt to check that out.
Look for the $1 million piano tour. That's what you need to try to find.
Rick and Bubba.
The royal wedding. By the way, watching on TV right now, they're trying to compare
Will he wear a funny hat, you think?
Meghan, whatever her last name is, Markle, to Princess Di.
Well, you're going to have that just
But-
because you're
but you
going into the
shouldn't.
royal family.
Right.
You know,
Princess
all
Di
that
was
stuff.
never on Suits.
No, no, she never had to deal with Harvey Specter.
Right. Her daddy didn't. Her none of her brothers came out and said that she'd be a terrible wife.
Yeah.
But
And her daddy faked a heart attack.
right, and has been banned from the wedding.
Can you imagine just the pressure, though, of being put in that spotlight? I mean, even if you were a Hollywood star or whatever, having to live in that environment where everything you do has to be predicated on the protocol of the royals and the history and the pomp and circumstance of that. And, hey, I have to stand this way, I have to curtsy that way. I can do this, I can't do that. I mean,
You got to live with more haunted estates they have. You
yeah,
know they're
I mean,
haunted.
you know, the
I was about
funk,
to say, now, do I still get all the houses and all that stuff?
the funk of 40,000 years, you know what I mean?
Exactly. All right, so Speedy,
Rick, this is this year's version of this.
we're just talking about Elton John playing.
I know.
And I shouldn't have brought this up.
This is somebody recording this.
6 minutes past the hour. Howdy. A brand new hour on a brand new week. Happy President's Day to you. If that's a big deal to you. You'll take a day off, though, won't you, if you got it? All right, let's start this hour with the national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour, brand new hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we are ready for another one. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsley have already given you a kickoff hour on all the Rick and Bubba platforms. Eddie Van Adler, ready for the YouTube experience as he settles in. Many ways to get the Rick and Bubba Show live and or archived. All those ways can be found at Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. The gang is all here. We are missing one, better known as the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates everywhere, it is a new week and time to get started with Rick and Bubba.
Another day living, yeah, I just want to celebrate another day of life.
Yeah, about it.
Hand on the dollar bill.
Yeah, about it.
Bubba, I want to say welcome back.
And happy President's Day to everybody.
Yeah,
We celebrate presidents.
you know, there's that liberty loving side of me that goes, President's Day today. I mean,
Well, didn't it originally was Washington's birthday and Lincoln's birthday, and then they just rolled it all into presidents.
y'all aren't kings. Every day's President's Day. You know?
Yeah,
but you know what? If you pick up a federal holiday today, or your kids don't have to go to school, and you got a 3-day weekend, enjoy it.
Yeah.
You know, when I was representing February, because it didn't have as many days as the others.
Oh, yeah.
Two of my witnesses, one was Abe Lincoln and one was George Washington.
I remember that.
Called them up.
I remember that. You were quite the little lawyer.
Yes, I was.
So we have a lot to talk about today. We had quite the little weekend. Some things that happened in our of course our personal lives. So you know, Hunter Buss had a big birthday celebration this weekend.
Yeah, I want to say happy birthday to Hunter. We were having a discussion at the house. I thought we had talked about this on the air, but I don't think I officially wished him a happy 25th birthday,
25,
which was over the weekend. Wow. And wow, it's been a long time.
Yeah,
that flew by.
That doesn't seem right.
Yeah, gosh, man.
It seemed like just yesterday you were at the hospital impersonating a doctor.
I know. And you know, but clearly had the name tag with the cartoon on it, so I couldn't be arrested.
Right.
But that was, you know, and then we told the story many years of how I wouldn't let it go even after it was over. There's a certain power that comes with it.
Oh yeah, yeah, best parking spots and everything.
Yeah, and then I commented on the guy's sciatic nerve, but then I told him to get a second opinion, which I did say get a second opinion.
Right. Well, that was wise.
Well,
sure.
And you remember that's when I did that self-examination. Why didn't I just simply say I'm here visiting a friend?
Right.
Why did I continue to behave as a doctor?
Yeah, because you were in the clear.
I was in the clear. It was over. I mean, we're celebrating Hunter Buss's birth, and I get in the elevator, and a guy comes in and says, "Hey, can I ask you something?" I said, "Sure." He said, "I'm having this back pain," and all of a sudden, instead of me just saying, "Well, you know, I'm just here seeing a buddy, I'm dressed up," all of a sudden I go, "You having some numbness in the back part of your leg?" And he said, "Yeah, a little bit." I said, "Probably sciatic nerve, but I get a second opinion. That's not my field."
Yeah.
You know,
So you
don't have a field.
Right, by the way.
You don't have a field, Rick.
You know that first time that you get to be a dad, it's it's kind of nerve wracking. I mean, you're confident. You know that there's a lot of people been born, but you know, hey, it's our time, and hey, here we go.
Well, and you think to yourself, why would anybody put me in this situation? You know, so am I qualified to be anybody's dad?
Right.
But then you realize nobody really was to begin with.
But I remember walking him down the hall to the nursery. Betty said, "Do not let go of him till they put that tag on his foot."
Yes. Well, let me tell you what's wild about that, and with the other announcements we got, and Hunter's another example of this. as people are trying to make it clear to us, and I guess it's hard for me to wrap my mind around it because they've been in our lives, obviously, because we're their parents. But when people say this is all so weird for us, the audience, because we can literally remember them being toddlers and being newborns, and now they're doing all these adult things, and they have facial hair and they're men and women now. It's just it's weird to them. And I mean, to us,
it's weird to us.
It is, but I never really thought about that. It's also thinking about we've been at this a long time.
Yeah.
A long time.
Thank you, Lord.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, we'll unpack some others. We had the big marriage proposal over the weekend. You talk about trying to keep that secret.
Yeah.
I had somebody ask me yesterday at church, and they said, "So you didn't even tell the guys on the show?" I said, "You can't tell those ladies." I said, "You talk about a bunch of ladies.
Yeah.
You tell the guys on the show. You talk about blab.
Well,
they can't keep a secret."
I think I could keep the secret, but I don't want to be told because I don't want to be looked at if it slipped out as I could have been the source.
I wouldn't tell this bunch
I just
of
stay
secret.
Clear of it.
I wouldn't tell this bunch of secret. No way, no how.
So we'll have to break that down. I don't know if you saw President. Speaking of presidents, Biden showed up in Ukraine. We knew it was going to Poland, but he last minute they pulled talking about keeping a secret and went right to Kiev. So. That was kind of big. We'll break down. Don Lemon is off again today.
Saw that.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, saw where even the press secretary turned on him now. She's mad at him.
Yeah.
Jean Pierre.
Bubba, and I guess you saw with President Carter that is in hospice.
I hate that for him. He's 98 years old, and we wish nothing but thoughts and prayers with him in that stage of his life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have nothing against the man. I wasn't a fan of his politics.
I'll tell you what,
I don't.
You send him your prayers, but I wouldn't send him your thoughts.
Well, I do. I hope
just send him his prayers.
I hope he
right, because I know your thoughts about him.
Well, politically, I don't hold a grudge personally.
You know what? I saw somebody do a nice balance on this yesterday, and the person was brutally honest.
Yeah,
and they talked about, like any of us in any stage of life, they said as a president, disaster.
Yeah,
but later in his life, he did some good things for people, and it's how you finish your life, not what's happening to you at the beginning or in the middle of your life.
Yeah, and I mean, he had said some things even then I don't agree with.
No,
but that's
probably wouldn't be my pick
now.
for Sunday school teacher.
Not right. That's not the point now.
Right.
And we don't wish bad things on anybody at this stage of their life.
On anybody?
No, not really.
Hitler.
Well,
Rick. I mean, I'm talking about. I'm just saying we can't say anybody.
Right. I think we all hope that even he had a conversion last minute.
Oh yeah,
but
right.
I can't speak to that.
No, I can't. And then we'll talk about that.
We are told we're going to be surprised. Some people made it, so there you go. That would be a surprise.
If Hitler's there, I'll be really surprised.
Yeah, that would be a shock.
But let me go back.
Surprise some people didn't make it.
Right. Yeah. Well, let me tell you, some people will be surprised they're going to see us. So let me. I promise you. But back to this. Some were suggesting that the way we got Biden finally to Ukraine was because Trump said he was going, and they couldn't let that happen.
That may be it. That's
yes. So anyway,
XFL kicked off, and Rick, we got to ask this question. Seems like we're having a lot of railroad derailments, chemical plant burnings, substations being. Are we under attack right now? Some people have asked me, and I said, we may have to ask that question.
Yeah, it's a legitimate question. So we'll run that down, too. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You don't have to break the bank to make a big deal.
Is this the tone you're talking about?
Now look, he can still play up here.
Oh, yeah. Just let it go. Hey, don't you turn this down.
0 hour, 9 a.m.
0 hour, 9 a.m. Listen.
Kind of bailed out.
Yeah, he's way lower.
There's a kite.
I miss the girl so much. I'm missing my wife.
But this is the part you'll hate when he's supposed to go up right here. Listen right here. Here it comes. Here it comes.
I'm such a time. Let's fly.
Yeah, you gotta make it work.
Boy, he can play that thing.
Yeah, he can. I wish I'd learned to play piano and guitar. I'd almost be unstoppable. The touchdown brings me around again to find I'm not the man that think of him at all. Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, the backup singers came in. Oh, Gary likes to sing this, too.
Mars ain't the kind of place to raise your kids.
Hey, let me ask you this: if you're Prince
matter of
Harry,
fact, hey, it's cold as hell. Ain't nobody there to raise them. I mean, even if you had it, you can't even have nobody raise your kids. You can't have nothing here on Mars.
do you think if you're Prince Harry, you would go, love mom? We had, we've had the big funeral here. She was an icon. All that, but can we move on to our life here? We don't want to sing a tribute to her. Do you think he would say that?
Who would say that?
Harry.
No.
The groom.
No.
Do you think the bride-to-be might say that?
Yes. A woman will say that, but that man ain't gonna say it. I don't know why we always got to hear about Diana. Now I could hear that.
Well, you're not trying to tarnish, but this is a wedding. This is them moving forward. I mean,
no, mom though.
Yeah.
Huh? Yeah, but that's such a sad thing,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, he can't say it though. Then he gets heat from his brother. It's not, you can't go there. Yeah.
I mean, the Queen can say it,
and probably has.
Yeah. No tribute. This is about Harry moving forward. Now, I could see her saying.
Let me tell you something. The Queen was no fan of PD.
Yeah. Oh, I know, but I could see her saying that.
Oh yeah, because she's the Queen. You can say whatever you want.
Yeah. Who's going to question?
Who's going to say that? You don't like it? I'm the Queen.
There's nobody in that big house going to question.
How you like that house you live in? I'll move you right out. Okay, well, I guess we won't do it then. "21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number." So, all right, so we've got a lot to cover on the program today. And
Rick, don't miss this over here, this threading process going on.
What are they? Is this
Every time I look over there, it's worse.
Well, so this is the thing, these little things that hold the microphones. We said the little strings are getting old. Or
Yeah,
they
the
getting
shock
stretched.
mount.
The
Yeah.
shock mount's getting stretched. We need to replace those probably. Because they've gotten old. So Greg is working on one over there. The good news is, should we mention it? And I think we're beyond that now. That we are thankful. We hope that it holds, but it looks like that after 13 months of the No Name Studio,
popping and cracking,
that the popping and cracking, we think they have finally resolved it.
Yeah, they have an alpha version of the firmware they've created, which is
right.
one before beta, by the
Right.
way.
Well,
and so it'll have to be incorporated into the final product. But
right.
I think we're the experiment on this, and it seems like it's worked.
Well, it sounds like to me the company that there's a time where you don't want to say, y'all come on out, they got us, it's on us.
Yeah.
And I think finally the company that provides that, is it firmware, is that the right category?
Right. The firmware was where the adjustment was.
That provided that finally had to say it may be on us. Now, it took 13 months for that, but I'm thankful that we finally did get there. And now let me be clear for some of you out there that I know, and I could name your names. There's 10 of you. They're the terrible 10. And y'all are going to be critical of everything that ever happens on this show, and you're going to question everything, and you're always going to say, I don't know why, this. So you're going to still hear popping in commercials that were recorded during the
prior
popping.
to that.
Yeah, and you're going to hear popping in old Bible study archives, in old show archives. There's going to be popping in the old stuff. We think the
now it'll be some best of bits.
Yeah, best of bits will have popping. So, but going forward, from about when, as far as archives and stuff?
Last Wednesday,
because Wednesday's Bible study had no popping. So Thursday show, Friday show, no popping.
Right.
And hopefully today's show, no popping.
Right.
But anything prior to that,
it's clearly a lot better than it was. I think the whole noise floor and everything of it sounds good. We hadn't run a proof on it that I know of, but it sounds good.
But remember, it's brand new. So anything that's archived before last Thursday's show and before last Wednesday's Bible study will feature popping.
All right.
Okay. Commercials are going to feature popping.
Yeah.
And as we update them, the popping should go away on those too.
All right.
So it's
but to get to the problem, which we thought was unachievable, really.
Yeah. And so the next thing we need is to get these replaced. What are they called? Shock
mounts.
Yeah, they're a little strange.
Well, they
they got to get old. How long we had these?
They're losing their.
But sometimes they just get knocked off the track. I mean, it doesn't mean they're bad.
But these are losing their.
They're losing their elasticity.
We had
I sent young
We used to have stacks of them at the old place because we used to swap them out.
Yeah, so we may just be out.
But
there's like that one.
The fresh string. They've lost their tension because they've been just stretched out so long.
It happens. I mean, they ain't gonna last forever, Bubba. No. You know that, master engineer.
I know.
Yep. So you're gonna know that.
Won't last forever.
All right. So we have things to cover on the program today that we will cover. I did not know that the NBA All-Star Game was even going on. I didn't realize it was that time of year until we got a text from Helmsy. And could I read the text? I mean,
I think so. Because that's exactly.
I think it's still funny.
Yeah.
And it was an active weekend.
And I caught it by accident. We came in late from a match. I was in Greenville, South Carolina, and we just flipped the TV on, and I thought, what is going on?
This was Saturday, about 9:16 p.m. From Helmsy.
Yes.
From Helmsy. A nerdy white kid is dominating the NBA slam dunk contest tonight. Put it on the stack for Monday. Okay? So there's a nerdy white kid.
Yeah,
look at him. He don't look like he.
McClung. He's got a great
what's his
story.
name? Mac McClung?
Yeah, he's got a great story. He didn't even have an NBA contract till a couple of weeks ago, I think.
I've never even heard of it.
He was with the G League.
I've never even heard of Mac
And he does look
McClung.
nerdy, too.
He does. He absolutely
The guys
does.
He can ball.
Does he got? He has hops.
Oh my goodness,
Yeah.
Rick! That was
a nerdy
stole
white kid.
the show.
What's funny to watch.
That's what
reactions.
ended it right there. That was his final dunk that got him the trophy.
You know, the dunk doesn't reflect the look of him walking.
You have to see him dunk.
Oh, but he was doing
but the other stuff he did
like
was
there's
unbelievable.
guys. Every dunk that he did was amazing.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
he's only 6'2".
Yeah.
So
Oh,
I
wow.
mean, he's got major
he
hops.
can really leap.
Yeah. The one and
6'2".
Adler's about to show is that the guy they put another dude up. Look right here on the.
You know, this used
guy's
to be
shoulders.
something we used to look forward to was the dunk contest.
Yeah,
and then the guy on the
when
shoulders
Dominique was
held the ball on the back of his neck, and then he just jumps up and then jumps over both of them.
Yeah, we're looking at.
Please
this
look
now.
how high.
Well,
watch
that
what
is.
he does with the basketball too.
Can I do audio now? No,
Rick, don't miss it.
Okay. Here.
I love that. That's a 50.
Look at him.
Now, go back. I don't know if you can go back and watch
He's
it.
got springs, doesn't he?
He
Wow.
actually hit the backboard with the ball as well. So you don't. It's hard to see that.
Okay.
But they replay it, and you can actually see. I don't know if he's got this in this particular footage.
But
it's one thing that he's jumped over those two guys.
Yeah.
Okay?
True.
But what he does with the basketball.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Grabs it. Back
Y'all,
forward,
look
then
and
backwards
down.
dunks it.
That's pretty good.
Y'all, I'm 6'2", and you got to leap.
Look at his
to go
head
over
is
like
nearly
that.
hitting the rim.
Good night.
You guys, look how high he can jump. Watch his feet.
Wow.
Look how high off the ground he is.
Kenny's funny. That's a 50.
Yeah, a couple of the whole commentary, by the way, of that panel was excellent.
I bet it was. Were they having fun with the nerdy white kid like you were?
Were they ever, Rick?
Yeah, okay, all right.
Yeah.
And then
Look at this one. Was that the one? That was the first. That was the last one. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Before the game, they're always kind of tinkering with the format on this, and they went to, they don't do East and West anymore. They had the two top vote getters be captains and pick teams.
Oh, okay.
And it drug out a little longer than it should. I watched a little bit of it. Hunter's a big NBA fan, so we watched a little bit of it. And then they played, and Rick, the scoring is just ridiculous because nobody plays defense.
Oh, no.
I mean, the score, what was the final score? Like 180-something to
184, 175?
Yeah, I mean, it's just nuts. But there was some funny moments in it, and one of them was when they were actually picking the teams, and the microphones were hot on Barkley and Shaq, and they didn't know it. And they're louder than them actually what they're doing on stage.
Yeah.
And they get to talking to each other, and it's bad, but it's funny. It's bad but funny.
So, Nerdy White Kid wins the dunk contest. How about that? You don't see that every day.
I don't know if we have a clip of that audio, but you need to hear it.
I do?
You need to hear it.
On the air?
I don't know about that, but you need to hear it.
Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big's the number. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There they are, the Bee Gees. Jive talking.
Boy, they were just about to launch it right there,
Oh,
too. They had
baby.
no idea what was coming.
Think about this. There are not a few, a lot of people that are saying, what does that mean, jive talking? Jive? What is that?
What's jive?
So somebody's talking like jive? What does that mean? They have no idea what it means.
Yeah.
I
Well,
mean,
I don't want somebody
You know
to
what it
talk to jive talk me.
Right. You realize the word
Don't be
jive.
trying to sell me that
don't jive me. That's
right.
over. I mean, no one. There's a lot of people right
Well,
now
let's
going.
bring it back.
I don't understand the title of that song. What does
You're
it mean?
jiving.
Let's bring back the word jive.
Yeah. You could really take Tom Petty's jamming me and call it stop
Jiving
jiving
me.
me.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm just trying to jive me.
And let me tell you something. There's a lot of jiving going on these days.
Oh, boy.
Jive, hey, jive is
The jive talking is overflowing like a volcano on Hawaii.
and an absolute shocker. And an absolute shocker. I started getting all the emails that we got a deathbed confession. A guy claims he's D.B. Cooper, and Bubba didn't know about it.
No,
No, I didn't know about it. No, I sure didn't.
a guy claims
sure
he
didn't.
knew a guy that was DB.
Is that what it was?
I think that guy. I think.
Somebody said it when they were dying. They know who.
Well, no, I
DB
think this guy. I may be wrong. I
Great.
think they have some recordings of him talking with. I've seen two different headlines.
Yeah, all right.
It isn't the old Rackshaw though. But
That's
we all
the
thought
part.
it was Rackshaw.
But think about this. If I am D.B. Cooper
He's
and
back.
I have a guy who looks like me physically, I may know, whatever, don't I convince him into a deathbed confession and tell him I'm going to give some money to his living relatives, take care of them, and then that closes the book.
Well,
they quit looking
We'll
for
do
me.
a D.B. Cooper update because I love what one of the headlines says. D.B. Cooper identified again, meaning somebody else now says this. No, it's not Rickshaw. It's this other guy. So
Now, was Rickshaw the one they thought did it, or the one that got falsely accused of being him?
They said
There was a theory that you
Theory.
have these different people who have theories on who they think. They've done their own investigation.
Yes.
One thinks it's Rickshaw.
Rackshaw, who knows?
Also, Rick,
One
the
of them
sea
Shaws.
creature, the octopus, is in the news
Saw
today.
that? Yeah.
The plural of that would be what?
You can't say it.
If you have
Octopi.
Yeah, just say that.
You wish it was.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with that.
Don't say that. Let's just stay with it.
There is a story today that has a theory I think is interesting that the Earth was seeded with these by aliens at some point in time in our history. That they're not really native to our planet. I'll tell you this.
Well, they got a raw deal. You know what I'm saying? That's their existence. They got to go around the bottom of the ocean all the time.
When you see video of an octopus that has been pulled up on a boat and how it can get out of whatever you put it in by just almost turning to liquid and sliding out through it. I mean, is there a more foreign-looking thing on the planet that we know of than that?
Well, look, the squid's no party.
Well, yeah, I put
that whole group.
I put the squid in the same thing.
Giraffe's an odd-looking thing.
Well, you know, at least it's got like 2 eyes and a nose and a mouth and 4 legs.
The giant squid, to me, and your big octopus, they to me are responsible for all the legend of sea monsters.
Oh yeah. Well, you've seen those videos where they'll have them on the deck and they go. I mean, they just like turn to fluid and get through things. And you go, there's no way that head's going through that, and then boop, there it goes. You know,
there he goes.
Oh boy.
So, anyway, interesting theory there.
So we'll see. We got a DB Cooper update. We always enjoy those, and we've got that. Your phone calls today. We've got, like Bubba said, we got to look at the world of an octopus and where they came from and their discomfort. We also, didn't know this. Oh man, this mugshot of this woman who had a DUI and killed people, and she's smiling like she's taking a glamour shot in her mugshot. Yeah, that looks good.
Did you see the story too? And it actually happened in Alabama. The senior who was missing her graduation because she was in the hospital. And they actually had a robot fill in for her.
Yes, I did see that.
And the robot had a live video of her in the hospital.
Where his face would be?
Yeah, it was like an iPad was there, and it rolled around on stage, and it was her face. I mean, it was pretty incredible. I mean, you hate for the young lady to be sick like that and not be able to attend, but the technology that they rolled out for this was unbelievable.
Who went and got that?
I mean, who was the person I saw that, and I'm screaming, "Oh my God!"
Who was the person that said, "Hey, I got an idea. Don't worry about it.
I got this covered.
Tell you what we're gonna do." And somebody said, "What do you mean you're gonna bring the guy? We're gonna get her on live video, taking her diploma in the hospital bed." Oh no, I'm thinking about getting a robot putting her face on,
and she can see, and she gets to watch it while it's happening.
Right.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
I think did they put the cap and gown on it and everything?
Yeah. Look at it.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. That's unbelievable.
And she could see what the robot was seeing.
35 minutes past the hour. Jewel did the national anthem last night. Also, not just a nerdy white kid winning the NBA slam dunk contest, but an earthy white girl sang the national anthem.
You know, they did something too. It's kind of weird. They had the national anthem, and you know, you think the game's about to begin, and then they have a concert.
Really?
Post Malone.
Okay.
Which is I don't think I've really ever seen him perform live.
I've missed it.
He's kind of a bird.
Yep. So he's that's not really, you know, that's one of those artists that kind of shows my age a little bit.
I'm not really.
But but you were talking about that she did the national anthem. And I started to open the show with it, but I knew that Brad Gray would miss it. So so I little inside joke with one of our buddies. I hope he's listening. You ever have that happen, Greg? What happened was, you remember the Chris Stapleton thing? Everybody went crazy over the Super Bowl. Yeah. Unless that's not your style, then you probably didn't like it at all.
Yeah, exactly.
But anyway, I liked it.
You're not a fan. I thought it was good.
I liked it. But anyway, Brad Gray undoubtedly was just on fire for it. It's just a buddy of ours. You may know Brad.
Yeah.
But anyway, but he
and he's high intensity.
Yeah.
So he was on fire for that.
And he's high intensity on everything.
Yeah.
So if it
was good.
If he could get Chris Stapleton to play at a Trump rally, it would be
that'd be the greatest day of his life.
The greatest day of his life. But anyway,
he might go into orbit like a Falcon 9.
but anyway, so you know how it is. So we played it the day after the Super Bowl. We came back and it was the first. Yeah. So the next day he's texting us, "Hey guys, y'all gonna play? Y'all need to play that Chris Stapleton national anthem." We go.
You talking about daylight?
You talking about yesterday? And then we started the thanks for listening. What frequency we're on?
Told him tune in. He might like the show.
So he had an inside scoop. Thought he'd share it with you.
There you go, Scoop.
By the way,
Thanks.
why does anybody want to be our friend? Anybody?
I don't know.
LinkedIn.
They really don't.
LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Right now, if you're out there and you're a small business owner or maybe just a business owner in general, I don't know how big or small it is, I'll tell you this, LinkedIn.com/Bubba can help you because there's nothing worse than you interviewing some idiot and you're like, why did I waste time? Here we are trying to run a business and I've got some Nimrod in here that doesn't have the basic skills that we need for this job. Well, LinkedIn.com/Bubba helps you weed all that out and we'll get you a job post for free. We call it the Speedy Special. It's a freebie. And you can put your opportunity out in front of nearly 50 million job seekers that visit the site every week. Post your job for free at LinkedIn.com/Bubba, and with their screening tools, like some screening questions, and you can prioritize only the most qualified candidates. So everybody you interview, you're now picking from the best of the best, being efficient with your time, because the next hire at your company is either going to be a detriment or an asset. Let's make sure it's an asset. Go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com right there under the sponsors button. Believe it or not, Bubba, everybody's favorite press secretary, Jean Pierre, whatever, all of her different names, she was asked about Don Lemon. Don Lemon can't even get the people on the left to love him anymore. Wow. Don Lemon has really stepped in it this time. Yeah. And here's the bad thing is Don Lemon has said the unspeakable, and he said it at a time that he didn't have leverage. Anytime somebody's trying to get rid of you, don't give them an opportunity.
Yeah. Well, I think he said things a lot worse than this.
Oh, yeah.
It's just he stepped in the bucket, like you said, at the wrong time.
Yeah, well, and one of the left, this is one of their little things they coddle.
Yeah.
And that is, this the plight of women in our country. And see, CNN was in a bind because he wasn't the trifecta because he is a man, but he's a gay man who is black. So you can't. Now, you could fire him quicker than you could a female gay black person. They're untouchable. Yeah. But as far as he's still a male. Now, he's a black male. That helps him. He's gay. That helps him more. But you apparently can step in this, and maybe you've upset something that might I hate to use this word with left, trump you. Mm-hmm. So here is now even Karine Jean-Pierre, everybody's favorite press secretary, and she is being asked about the conversation that CNN's Don Lemon sparked, and here she is.
On a topic that you brought up with John Kirby earlier, when you said that neither you or he have hit your prime yet. Does the president have anything to say about this national conversation that was sparked after a claim that was seemingly made in defense of the president that Nikki Haley is not in her prime because women hit their prime in their 20s, 30s, and 40s?
I'm not going to comment directly to that. That is something clearly that needs to be addressed by.
Right, I only bring it up because you brought it up.
I'm going to say something. Just give me a second. I have something to say.
Figure it out.
Let me figure out how I can say this.
When you look at this president's administration, and we have talked about the numbers before, there are more women in his senior advisor and his senior staff role than men. And I think when you think about that, you see a president that truly takes pride and takes deep consideration into making sure, and meaningful consideration into making sure there are diverse voices around him, and I think that's important. And so what I want to say is just watch his actions, watch what he's done. You just asked me about Julie Sue, and I laid out what the president has done in having the most diverse administration. And so I think all you have to do is look at the numbers, look at the people around him, look what he's been able to do, look how he's lifted up different communities, including women. And I'm just going to leave it there. It is clearly, truly a priority for him, and I'll just leave it there.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow,
that was painful.
I went to sleep about halfway through that.
Master communicator. Keep in mind, her job is communicating.
I know.
Yeah. So I want all of you, America. I want you to know something. Okay?
America, have you heard?
America, you got to understand.
Brand new dance.
All of us are looking at the perilous times, and now we which live. I mean, I would describe them as perilous, and we've had perilous times throughout the history of the world, but we're in one now. This is the kind of stuff they're spending time on. This is what they think is important.
Yeah.
Diverse and voices,
checking
boxes, and the whole world is falling apart. Our country is falling apart. We are in perilous times of uncertainty. We some people think we're on the brink of nuclear war because of Putin has completely gone bonkers. Okay,
Yep.
China is flying spy stuff. We got this. They've already proven that if a virus can sweep through the world and shut the whole country down, and this administration wants you to know, have no fear, because they have diverse voices. Have no fear. And the plight of this and the plight of that.
I'd rather have excellent voices.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to this.
Whoever they are.
All right, in the current liberal playoff, I do want to ask y'all this because I'm gray on this, and I think I know the answer, but I need y'all's help. Does a trans person now outrank just a straight up gay person?
It's getting close, but I would say no.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
I would say about 40-50.
So if I am female, minority, or person of color, and gay, that's still better than trans female minority?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say that's
close.
But it's getting close. It used to be like 80-20. I'd say it's maybe 60-40.
Okay.
now.
Okay.
That'd be my guess.
Yeah, thank you. That's
Not totally non-scientific.
Real close.
Okay. Well, Adler, I see you have something to say. Hang on just a minute.
Dead heat. Is it dead heat?
Right, yeah. Okay, I got you. What if I'm not
down the stretch they go?
Do we say when we say trans, we mean any of that, right? Non-binary. Does that all? If I'm gender neutral or gender fluid, or changing gender, are they all the same category?
You know what's happened here,
It's very
Rick?
confusing.
There's different levels, I think.
Okay.
You know what I think has happened, and
It's hard to keep score.
You have to stay with me on this. I think there was obviously some push for females, and then it seemed like that died off a little bit, and LGBTQ, all that, come up. But now that you have people making transitions to women seem to have kicked up again. You know what I mean? It's like it built on the first movement of the female.
So currently, there's mobs outside my building. Okay,
it's like Leah Thomas, for instance. She's just getting all this attention.
Right.
She's more important than regular females.
That's
in
what
the swimming world.
Now I'm getting to that. Yeah. So right now I'm in my building, and that just represents I'm
in athletics. I think trans has overcome.
Yeah.
Just straight gay.
All right, so
Is that a word? Straight gay?
Yeah, no,
straight gay.
Normal
straight
gay.
up.
Completely.
Yeah. So outside my
regular
building,
gay is kind of boring to them.
Right now, outside my building, and I'm the kind of people that wave with I'm a reed in the wind. So I bend to whatever mob I'm most afraid of. And out, of course, I'm not that way, but I'm saying, let's say you are that way. So out in the parking lot right now, the mobs are forming. I've got the LGBTQ mob. I've got the people of color mob, and I've got women's mob. Which mob am I catering to if I'm a reed that bends in the wind?
It's tough. I think it really depends on the topic. If it's sports, I think the trans
LGBTQ
wins
plus.
that.
Yeah, okay.
And it's I don't know. It gets real complicated. I think it's by topic.
Okay.
It really
is.
It's
if it's summer 2020, then the black mob would be.
Right.
Y'all, we had white people putting like handcuffs and chains on themselves and like posturing around.
Yeah.
That was a weird time.
Nothing more uncomfortable.
I hate to say it. It appears that there's some white people trying to steal the black movement.
Always. They're always
here they come.
Just like men stealing the women's movement.
Yeah, that's it.
It's a weird time, y'all.
It is. Of course, we got diversity.
Rick and Bubba.
We'll be back. Here's what we have. We've got a publisher that is going to publish D.B. Cooper and me, a criminal, a spy, my best friend. So this is now what they're claiming today. It will be another person who says, no, I can tell you exactly who D.B. Cooper was. The reason why I'm not saying is they said while the publisher did not disclose whether this man was still alive, they went on obituaries and they found a man with the identical name who lived in Michigan. They said died in 2014 at the age of 80. The publisher of this book and his friend, who the deathbed confession involves a friend of who they say is D.B. Cooper, and the man says, "Look, I spent time with him. I know that he's the one who did it, and on my deathbed, I'm telling you that D.B. Cooper was this man." And it says the man's name is what's the name? Walter. Is it Recca? R-E-C-A?
Yeah, we'll go with that. Recca.
Walter Recca. And at the news conference, they are producing almost daily discussions on tape, 14 years worth of them, 3+ hours of audio featuring the skyjacker. This was the best friend that passed away on his deathbed. It was also analyzed by a certified fraud examiner and a forensic linguist, which, by the way, played a big role in the Unabomber. Yes. The publisher said in a news release the audio recordings created in 2008 include Recca discussing skyjacking details that are not known to the public prior to the FBI's information being released in 2015. So he says, yes, these facts came out in 2015, but these recordings were done in 2008. They had not been released then. And it says that the friend claims these were actual recordings of Walter Recca speaking about the heist. One of the people who looked at it is a self-proclaimed skeptic. At the start of the investigation, he said after hearing these recordings that the evidence is overwhelming. That Walt Recca from Michigan, in his opinion, based on this overwhelming evidence, is likely D.B. Cooper.
And Rick, for his credentials in this, he was a paratrooper and was a member of a parachute team.
Correct.
So he was well versed in jumping out of planes. Yeah.
Yep. They said that he did air shows with them, and even the members of the team that are still alive said that he was the type of guy, kind of a thrill seeker, that this would have been in his personality wheelhouse to have done something like this or desire to do something like this.
Well, now, and these audio tapes that they have actually has this Recca guy on it talking about the crime, talking about how he did it, and he is given details that were not made public at the time.
Correct.
Now, there's also something fishy going on with this because if I'm understanding this right, they're saying that the FBI intentionally put out some incorrect information on this, like they were almost trying to hide the identity of who did it.
Would you like to know why? Did you see this little thing?
Well, they think he may be in the CIA.
Right.
They're
saying after the hijacking, Walter Recca became a high-level covert intelligence operative, according to this published company, which would be why the FBI what they're saying is this investigation may not have been as difficult as it was portrayed to be.
Yes.
That they knew exactly who did it, but he became someone that they said, look, you're really good.
You have skills that we need.
Right.
We'll bring you in, and we're going to cover up the identity of the crime if you'll come to work for us. And according to this guy, that's kind of what happened, right?
Well, now we know Catch Me If You Can.
Yeah.
We know,
absolutely.
We know Catch Me If You Can. They put him to work working for the good guys.
Yeah. Tom Hanks sure did.
Say, look, you're so good. You need to help us.
Yeah.
Go against others who try to do what you did so well. You'll be able to help us.
So it's an interesting twist.
It's interesting, Bubba. It's not.
Bubba, where are you at? Are you buying this?
The other guy, what was his name?
Rackshaw.
Rackshaw.
Yeah.
He was the one that everybody kept pointing a finger at, but they never could prove it. And then with some almost DNA type testing, didn't they find that he had they had some evidence left over from the hijacking, and they traced the suit or some of the clothing, I forgot what it was he'd left behind, that he was wearing when he hijacked it to it had some kind of rocket fuel on it, and Rickshaw actually worked at like a Boeing rocket plant somewhere in the Northwest.
Nine minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. And our first phone troll of the week. And we would love for you to join us. All 10 lines are available. The real Greg Burgess takes the helm. And you can fire him up. No time to visit with Gregory. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We want to get you lined up, ready to go. Comments, questions, bringing information to the table on this President's Day edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. At the end of 30 seconds, buzzer sounds. Your time on the program is done. We'll go to the next caller. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions. This is about, hey, you're programming, you're running the show. There, we got to go. So bring them in here. While you are lining up, a couple of things going on. Thursday night, we rescheduled it from last week, from themanchurch.com, Hopetown Church, 100.3 The River, Huntsville, Alabama. This church is only about 10 months old, and actually one of the members of our Team Man Church, Pastor Tim Ashley, planted this church, Hopetown, in Huntsville, and they'll be kicking off the men's discipleship strategy, plugging you in to one of our curriculum Thursday night, and Blake Prime will be your speaker Thursday night there in Huntsville at Hopetown. So if you want to be there, men, go out and be part of that. It's free. They just need to know that you're coming. Also, the Man Church Conference coming up this weekend in Oxford, Alabama. Men coming from all over the country. We could not be more excited. I'll tell you a little more about that as the week moves forward. But we look forward to welcoming all of you to my hometown, Oxford, Alabama, for that conference, and excited to see all of you. Our theme will be transformed. Have you been transformed by Christ? And that'll be our theme throughout the entire weekend. And we'll be announcing a new curriculum that we have coming out and a new resource for you as an individual. All that coming up this weekend. Then on the 26th, on Sunday night, a Man Church in Warrior, Alabama at Crossroads Church, where they have been doing the men's discipleship strategy for quite a while. And then on March 3rd, Andy Blanks and I from Team Man Church will head up to Pottsville, Arkansas, right near Russellville, and we'll be at First Baptist Church. They'll do a Man Church one day with two of our speakers, kind of a one-day conference, and we'll be there for that on March the 3rd. Find that information at themanchurch.com. Also on the 3rd, West Point Church in Opp, Alabama. They've been in the strategy. Brian Gunn will be their next Man Church speaker. So all that's at themanchurch.com, and you can find it under, just click on events there. So let's start with Patrick in Sweet Home, Alabama. Patrick, you got 30 seconds on Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Hey. There is a conflict between the trans and the gays and the lesbians, because if you're trans, recognizing as the opposite sex, then you're telling the gays and the lesbians that they must love you because of what you recognize as, not who you truly are. And the package is everything.
Boy, that was an inconvenient buzzer there, wasn't it? I mean,
you remember the Lady Gaga thing,
Mm-hmm.
I was born this way, and then you've got people that are switching, so obviously they were not born that way, so you can see where there's a natural conflict.
But we've brought this up. We're really at a crossroads because they want a genderless society. So can there be gays if everybody's genderless?
No.
That's actually a really good question.
No, there isn't.
I'm confused.
And there can't be a women's movement either.
I know.
There can be no historic women.
Right.
And there really can be no gay.
Right.
Because there is no gender, so it's just all. But you're just picking other human beings.
You will see
that have no gender.
You'll see the administration point out historical points for females, but then turn right around and act like we have a genderless society.
Correct.
You can't have it.
Can you have it both ways,
Totally
Bubba?
I don't think.
I don't think you can. Tyler,
I think they're mutually exclusive.
Tyler in Alabama, I tell you what it is chaos. Let me tell you who doesn't like chaos.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Tyler, go ahead. Let me tell you who loves it.
Yeah.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I was going to ask you, who do y'all think your XFL team is you're going to pull for this year? I mean, St. Louis is doing pretty good because he's got a quarterback on there, real chat.
Yeah, it kicked off this weekend. I'm a little bit out of the loop on the XFL.
I am too. It's almost like I can't take on so many leagues. Y'all got me to buy in on the USFL because we have a Birmingham team and they won it all. So I had a little buy-in there.
And we like Skip Holtz. We had him on the show.
And then you asked me with not much time for me to recover it all to embrace another league in the spring, and I just can't do it.
I'm going to go Orlando because Terrell Buckley's the head coach. So I'm going to go Orlando.
Yeah. Let's go.
You used to play high school with him, right?
Yeah.
Todd in Alabama. Todd, go ahead.
If you call him up, will he remember you?
No.
That's honest right there. Todd, go ahead. Todd?
Yeah, Todd.
Yeah, Todd Rooski.
Todd Bird.
Yeah, Todd.
Roll it up, kid.
Let's go to Caleb. Caleb, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning. So the Pinnacle of Motorsports Formula One, it looks like America's trying to join under General Motors now. I want to talk about the top 5 sponsors for the team. Number 5, Dollar General. Number 4, Edslat. Number 3, PBR. Number 2, Rogaine for Men. And number 1 sponsor for the American Formula One team, the Walmart.
The Walmart.
The Walmart.
Wish your phone was better. I think you had a semi-good bit going there, but
Just
broke up.
We got to do something.
I know.
with these
It's all
cell
radio's
calls.
over. I'm just telling you.
It's just
tough.
Let's go to Paulette.
Can't we go to encrypted app or something that gives us better audio?
Paulette, 30 seconds.
Like
Go ahead.
FaceTime? So.
Paulette.
Paulette.
A lot of this happening too. Paulette.
Hello?
There's the I can't understand you. Then there's no response at all.
Right.
And those two things are dominating.
What could Paulette's
We call
name
that
be? If
dead
it's
in the
maybe,
water.
Maybe it's not Paulette.
Charlotte.
Paula.
Charlotte.
Claudette.
What's her?
What about Claudette?
What's her?
Claudette.
What's her topic, Rick?
Father's rights.
Loretta.
Person.
That's good.
Okay.
And go.
That was. I don't know that I could have given more grace to a caller ever.
No.
You know, and we tried every way in the world to get that to work.
We stayed with that one for a while.
Well, I think what's happening is we have a hard time understanding them, which would only have me come to the conclusion that they probably have a hard time hearing us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right?
There's that.
Yeah.
Speedy, your audio's plugged into the board, right? Aren't you plugged
Yeah,
in?
it is. Yeah.
Maybe we ought to have people FaceTime Speedy. I think that would be better.
Can I tell you? You know what? Honestly,
I'd like to hear what it sounds like.
Plus, we could see them.
Yeah, honestly,
great.
that may be a better way to go. Remember when we first tried that? I forgot what it
We
was
did that
called.
when
It
we
was
had- when
called
our phone
something.
lines
It was
were
called something.
Oh, yeah, you did.
Yeah, what was it called?
Oh,
I can't remember. But anyway, and another thing that I had somebody suggest last Friday during the show, they said since the caller quality is so bad, why don't y'all just get a mic and ask the people in the Golden Ticket seats if they have a comment?
Yeah. Well, we've done mic trolls before,
right,
and I think we probably need to bring that back.
Yeah, right. And then somebody suggested a mic out in the parking lot.
Yeah.
And we've done that before.
Call it the golden mic.
Yeah.
And just step up.
Top of the hour.
What do you want?
866 We Be Big is the number. We'll come back. We'll do some stories from the weekend. We may get more of your phone calls before the day is done and other stories from around the country. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So they'd kind of made the connection with that hey, this has to be the guy, because the guy that was on the plane had this chemical on his suit, and this rickshaw guy worked at the rocket plant.
Well, not according to this publisher in the Deathbed Confession.
That may have been the FBI covering it up. You know.
Well, they said also they found one of his diaries. They said they thought it had a bunch of empty pages, but they used some technology and realized he'd wrote a bunch of dirty jokes in it. But anyway,
and Frank.
And little Annie.
Little Annie has the humorous side.
Little Annie had a little spice in there, didn't she? A little blue. But anyway,
but this is a very interesting.
Well, it's also probably let's not look at the obvious here. We got a book coming out.
Sure.
Yeah,
sure.
we won't sell some books.
And again, this
that'll
was not the guy who was D.B. Cooper who had the deathbed confession. It was
his best
friend
who now produced all these recordings. Correct.
But he does have recordings of this guy in his own voice talking about the crime, how he did it, why he did it, what he did with the money, and how he got away with it. And these investigators who have been, chasing this story for 40, 50 years now, or longer, I guess, really, 60 years, they say he has told details that were never made public.
Right.
So that's interesting.
Yeah, well, they weren't made public at the time he recorded them.
Right.
Some of them came out like 7 years later. Yeah.
Right.
So, anyway, the people who knew him said it would fit his MO. Throwing in this little deal of he went covert would tell you that possibly maybe the FBI didn't want to point this guy's way because they're using him working for them now. I don't know. It's interesting.
It is.
Look, we love the D.B. Cooper updates. We can't get enough of them.
Well, let me tell you what would make this thing fly if we had a past retired FBI agent that said we absolutely threw people off the trail. That would point to this guy immediately. Even the sketch may be slightly altered to keep them from picking up on who he was.
Yeah, I looked at the sketch. I mean, He's got a mustache on now, and he's older, so it's hard to tell.
And
but
sketches, come on.
You know, one of the funniest things,
the chin and the eye shape and the eyebrows are right on.
You know, one of the things I always get tickled about, and I don't know why I did it. It was just funny that day because Helms does not look like D.B. Cooper. But you remember I put, when Helms had got one of those fresh, low-cut haircuts, put him side by side with that drawing, and it was one of the funniest things to me. I don't know why, but it sure was.
You could be D.B. Cooper.
I'll get one of those fresh cuts today, Bubba.
Yeah, I'm about to do one too. Warmed up. Time to get that summer cut.
All right, we'll be back. Bubba, this you mentioned it, so I want to be sure I have this right. There's a theory. There's people out there claiming that the animal, the octopus, because I'm like you, I will not attempt to say the plural of that.
No.
The animal, the octopus, is really an animal that was planted here, brought here by aliens. Is that correct?
There's a theory on that, and their theory is based on the fact that they can edit their own internal RNA, DNA sequence. Now, biologists are scratching their head over this. Right. Evolution usually doesn't work in that way. It's supposed to be spurred by a genetic mutation, a change in the DNA that proves to be beneficial to the host. Right. And we've seen species do micro evolution to adapt to their environment. But this is such an oddity as they have studied octopus and their cousins, squids, things in that family. Mm-hmm. They said, and this is fairly new, they said like in April of last year, researchers discovered this ability that they regularly change their RNA strand. Now, RNA is a simplified DNA. Right. It's a one-strand molecule. DNA is a two-strand molecule. Even some people think RNA existed before DNA, and DNA is an upgrade to RNA, whatever. But we all have both. Right. Well, they're saying I don't fully understand the story. I'll just have to trust them on this. That they edit their own DNA. They change their DNA to make changes in their body to fit their environment. So they are the only creature we have found so far on planet Earth that can do this.
Now, again, my key of listening to this was the first thing you said. It sounds like to me you got a bunch of evolutionists and Darwinists that say the octopus is messing up their theory.
They basically say, with what we know now, that we've got a problem.
Right,
Houston, you can't have these creatures evolving like every other thing on the planet, because they are able to change their own DNA apparently at will.
Almost like they were made the way they were made. But
the fact that they have the ability to change at a rate that none of the rest of us can do.
Well, also this falls in line with the great bit about the platypus. You know, evolutionists do not care for the platypus either, because I'm a mammal, but I lay eggs.
Yeah, it's straddling the line. Right, it gives them a problem.
Right, and so wait a minute. What are you, a mammal? Yeah, do you lay eggs? I do. I do lay eggs. But anyway, So
anyway, to work around this and to go, look, we have a scenario here of how everything on Earth is supposed to work and evolve and all this. The octopus and the squid's giving us a real handle here, so let's think outside the box. Maybe they came from somewhere else. Maybe they were seeded here from a civilization of space travelers many, many years ago.
We're back 6 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, and then welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
So in the break,
night.
We needed to fix the printer, so we've illuminated the studio with all the lights that are available, and hey, baby, it's bright in here.
Well,
I
what it is,
I
Rick,
mean,
the
hey,
hall lights and the studio lights are all on the same circuit. So,
Right.
You know, we keep the normal office lights off, and we have the TV lights on in here.
Right.
And so we cut them on so you could see, because honestly, back where our offices are is a bit like a cave.
Right.
And
I love the hall being dark, though.
I was actually abducted in there for a brief. Actually, I was held captive for 3 straight hours.
I thought for a minute we were trying to light Bryant-Denny Stadium.
This right here is ridiculous.
Goodness gracious.
Hey, I can really see y'all.
Yeah,
I like this.
You like
It's
this?
so
Yeah,
bright.
it wakes you up.
So bright.
It's so bright.
I need a little mood light.
What about the tubers? Do y'all like us lit like this? Do y'all like this better?
We are lit.
They said we're lit already.
I
You
will
probably
s-
can't tell a big difference.
I had to adjust
can
all my
with one
cameras
person.
during the break.
Look, let's see. Everybody looks good. I mean,
Speedy.
Wow, Speedy, you're red.
Wow.
All right. That's hilarious.
Everybody look normal.
Did you get a little sun this weekend?
All right, what's up with that? What's up with that camera? What'd you do with that camera?
Speedy, you look normal.
My goodness,
By
he's
the way,
glowing.
if my boys could see this, because they're already on me for ball
Oh, yeah, I
jokes.
think I fixed it. There we
Hey.
go. Got you.
Oh, my
I can't
goodness.
see.
Hey, look, that's on in Adler for some reason.
He's red as a beet.
Hey, let me fix you.
Send the boys this little segment
That
right
is-
here.
Well, that rabbit hunt got away from me, didn't
Wow,
it?
bro. Must have been a little hot.
Y'all not wear hats when you're out there?
It did get hot it did get hot over the weekend.
There we go.
Nice.
There, you look more normal. There we
Yeah,
go.
it's
buddy.
tough in Alabama. You're talking about
it's
getting hot in
funny.
the afternoon. In the mornings, it's cold. I mean, it's real cold.
Oh, yeah.
It was in we went rabbit hunting yesterday. It was in the 30s early, and it got so hot in the afternoon.
Oh, yeah.
Am I? Is it better now or not?
I fixed it. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, now you
Yeah,
blue.
now
Now you
you
like a
look-
Smurf.
Y'all having a good time? Hey, that owns Adler.
He loves it.
He loves it.
It's too bright.
I didn't realize
I'm
making
sorry.
Speedy various colors hit Adler so good as it
I'm
did.
sorry. Nobody thinks that's as funny as I do. I'm so sorry.
Greg's
going
gonna
to
claim this hurts his eyes now. You remember
It's-
that?
remember when we
right,
had them
guys.
stupid
Oh, you were mad at the
LED things?
You were mad at him.
God, it was horrible.
So Bubba, how do you like this?
It's so
It
bright.
wakes you up. It wakes you up.
It's
I kind of like that mood lighting myself.
It does. It's a lovely day, lovely day, lovely day, lovely day. But you were talking about in our state. Now, keep in mind, this is the last week of February, okay?
Yeah.
So in our state, so obviously with the conference coming up this weekend, I was trying to reach out to Spence.
Love
And, you know, one thing you don't want if you got a conference is any sort of winter weather or severe weather, whatever. And his quote was, and it was one of the guys, I didn't reach out to him, but one of the guys said, he said, let me tell you not how to worry about.
No.
You ain't got to worry about winter weather.
No.
He said, how do you like on Friday? It's going to be about 83,
Sure.
84.
Yeah.
And I said, okay. So I saw him refer to it as a blowtorch of heat is coming into to Alabama this week.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, what's
all
so
over the
crazy
road.
is that it's like a little up north. It's just supposed to be like this blizzard, crazy stuff, and then down south it's going to be, to your point, Rick,
Well,
in
like-
the 80s.
So guys,
The
if you're
problem
coming, pack short sleeves. It's gonna be hot. It's gonna be hot this weekend.
Well, you never know. And that's the thing. I mean, in the car now, I've got like coats.
Yeah.
I got one coat
Absolutely.
with gloves in
Right.
it.
Yeah.
And then I got a pair of shorts. You just never know what you're going to need.
no,
you know?
yesterday, to y'all's point, so we went to church cold, came out of church hot,
Right.
stayed hot till the sun started going down the afternoon.
Then
They got
froze
cold again. You know, and we're like, okay.
Yeah.
So,
Man, I like this. I can
you're-
actually see the copy again.
yeah, now I can't
All
see
It's
right.
growing on me, by the way. I'll just admit it. It's growing on me. And I know Greg doesn't like
I need
it.
sunglasses.
But
this
I
is
like it.
crazy.
Too,
But
I
it is.
can't see.
It
What?
is.
This is crazy
Let
talk.
me tell you where
don't like it at all.
Let me tell you where I'm up. Let me tell you where I'm upset. What's going to happen now is I'm going to feel weird when y'all turn it back the way it was.
Yes,
Y'all should have never
absolutely.
brought me into this world.
No.
You should have never
Well, I
brought
tell you
me
what,
into this
you can
world.
see the dust in here now.
So,
Good
yeah.
night.
yeah, so I wonder.
Why don't we do like the 6 o'clock hour with the lights on to get us woke up,
Yeah.
and then we go back to the.
do you think the tubers can the tubers even tell a difference?
My up close shots are a little more.
Do you want me to turn them
lit,
off?
Which I do
in the
like.
middle of the segment,
yeah,
so,
turn 'em
so
off.
you can see
Why
the
not?
difference.
Why not?
Yeah, it's right there.
Once he
Right there by
adjusts
the door.
cameras,
Right
the
there by the
cameras
door.
probably can't tell a big difference.
Yeah.
See, I'm gonna have to crank up the gain.
no. See, I'm with Bubba. I'm starting to like all the lights.
Yeah.
See,
I
mean,
can
I
see
feel like
better.
we're in the dark.
I like
can't-
it.
I know.
Dark.
Look, I
Hey,
like
that's
a little
good.
kid.
That's
good.
That face that went with it.
Yeah. Well, I will say this: there's no struggle reading everything.
Yeah, you can see
No,
it.
I mean,
yeah.
it's
You know what?
It's
Wow, so we've been keeping it kind of dark in here.
we have.
Well, that's on you, really.
It is.
Yeah, you pretty much made us do it.
Right, you
It's
did.
a TV mood.
Greg, you love it, right?
No, I hate it
Why do you hate it?
because I just like it a little dark.
Why?
I don't know. I like the other studio.
Look at Big Boy right now and say that again.
Yeah,
Look,
I just.
look, he's
I feel like
illuminated.
we're not
He's
on the
shiny.
air.
Look how
He's
shiny.
shiny.
I feel like this is when you're off air. This is what it's supposed to look. Not
Really?
on there. I don't know
Yes, I agree.
What about this?
why. You know, like when they hit the house lights at a concert and it's over.
Yes, yes.
Oh, I see what you're
Agree,
saying.
What if we
agree.
go
Well,
up
thanks for
and
planting that seed.
what if we go up and like spin some of these fluorescents to where they're
ain't
not
worth all
on like
that.
every other one? And would that be like
Yeah, it ain't worth
okay?
the
That was a
effort.
dumb idea. Okay.
No, it's not stupid.
It's just not
Greg,
worth the
Greg
effort.
looked at me like it was.
I do
Boy, ain't
like,
that big a
I
deal.
do
He
might
like
as well just say you're stupid.
back in the hall that you can
really
see
should.
now.
He keeps
I mean,
wide.
it's like a cave back there.
It is.
I like that hallway being dark.
I go back there to
you really?
relax.
I do too.
Matter of fact, the late Mike Leach would have put what's his name's boy in there.
Yeah,
Oh,
for his
hey.
concussion.
Yeah.
You could have just come up with.
Well, I bring that up.
Why not bring it up? I mean, you think Coach Leach is going to haunt me tonight because of that?
No, wasn't really on
How about
that.
he stood by it? He was glad he did
He
it.
did.
What was the guy's name? That
Craig James.
Craig James' son.
Yeah, he got
If you'd
mad.
had that, it'd have been perfect.
It was kind of the name of end of Craig James' broadcast career, wasn't it?
And he tried a politician. He got like 4 votes. Remember that?
Oh, I
He
forgot.
ran for some kind of
Right.
Congress.
I
or
liked
something.
Craig James.
Oh, I did too.
Calm down.
Fast.
I used to confuse him and Herb Street, by the way.
Well, I was going to say, didn't Herb Street kind of take his
he
role?
was Herb Street before Herb Street.
Yeah.
To me, at one time, they were the same person. Now, I know they're not. And I understand
But
that.
it's easy. I
But
can
you're
I
right,
see
I
where
know.
you
No,
see
Rick,
it.
they're not.
I know that, but at one time they were. It was,
surprised you ain't
hey,
got him dead.
Greg, one time it was a little confusing.
It was.
Now, Craig James has passed away, hasn't he?
So I knew
No,
it.
so
There
I
he goes.
I knew it.
Rick.
I'm just kidding with y'all.
Probably got
Good
family
gracious.
listen.
No, I was just kidding. Yeah, it was a joke on me on why I do things
Greg's
like
got his
this.
family
It was
listening.
self-deprecating. That was a self-deprecating joke.
It was a
It
joke
was.
on Rick.
It was.
Bubba, you
Still
can
alive
go
and he's
back to wearing
62.
your shades inside like you would do sometimes.
know.
That was
That's
always confusing me.
Yeah.
Well, listen, puffy eyes in the morning, tough.
Is that why you did it?
Oh yeah.
It spread to
Or
your
did you
face.
think
it
you were
looks like.
sharp?
Rick, let's get out. The show's over. Rick.
It's spreading across your body.
Oh my God!
Okay.
Yep, I'm
sorry.
fat. Shocking news. Hadn't heard that one in 30 years.
Remember we used to say that everybody would do a fat joke on us, and we're like, yeah, we've never heard that.
That all you got?
Trust me, every fat person's heard every fat joke.
Oh, Bubba, your delivery's great.
You know, a lot of morning show people wear sunglasses.
A lot
Just
of
'cause
morning
it's-
During the
A
show,
lot.
Yeah,
Several.
Stern always has.
well, but
You're comparing yourself.
but he's trying to be cool.
I'm not comparing myself. I'm saying we both work the same time of day.
Yeah, but he's trying to be cool.
His studio's really dark.
I got the like the American.
But Greg's back on the studio dark again, Jim. He thought he found some way to
Well,
make the studio dark again.
Rick, you know what it says right now? All right, guys, show's over. Let's get in and clean this place up.
No, you're right.
That's the way it looks. All right, let's
you
get
for
the
that,
chairs,
Rick.
move them out.
Oh, yeah.
It's lit like an office building.
Hey,
It
hey,
is. It is.
Hey,
Okay, y'all have ruined this
hey,
whole thing for me.
back in the day,
I liked
if
it.
we
Where's
were
my
leaving a
cubicle?
club, this would be called a buzzkill.
Yeah, oh, yeah, on
Yes.
your way out. Turn the lights on. What's wrong?
Man, I mean,
we've
I
had a
might-
fire.
I might as well hear.
You can see the
Yes,
office
I
so
can
well.
see better.
I might as well hear folding chairs being
All right,
put
now
up.
it's hurting my eyes.
Hurting your eyes.
It's so bright.
Put on sunglasses if it's hurting your eyes.
But if Greg likes it, we can stick with it. I think. There we go.
Greg, as long as you're in, we're fine.
Yeah, look, I vote dark, but I'm one vote. No, I'm not even there.
But is that dark or is this just bright? And is the other normal?
Yes.
I think this is
I
normal.
think you're
actually.
onto something.
This is normal.
We'll be
This
right
is
back.
bright.
Stay close.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To see how they would survive on this planet. That's the bottom line. It's a stretch, I give you that, but
Oh yes,
they,
yes it
they,
is, Bubba.
They had to come up with something,
Yeah,
And they are weird. Yeah, look, we've talked about. You've seen the documentaries, and in the water, they're weird enough. But you throw them up on the deck of a boat, and then try to and see how they can get out of a cage. It's unbelievable.
But let me
I
tell
mean, they
you.
almost turn to liquid and go through the holes and then come back together. It's like, what
Well, I'm
was
gonna tell
that?
you what, though. I mean, they are weird, no question. They're a weird animal. They're a weird looking animal. All that's correct. But buddy, when they take, before we couldn't get down to the depths of the sea because of people would die, and when they developed that little camera they could drop down there and look around to where humans can't survive and see some of those creatures?
Oh yeah, and they're living and thriving.
Have you seen that bunch?
Oh,
you
Rick.
talk about looking like a bunch of aliens.
And Rick, at places that there is absolutely no light to speak of.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they're able to survive and see and do what they do because they have other sensors. And the pressure at some of those depths that would crush our military submarines, turn it into like wadded up paper, and they swim around fine. That's amazing.
Have you ever seen what they look like?
Oh, Rick, they are. Now, they are. I'll give you this. Some of the things that come out of the ocean are the most alien-looking things you can find.
What about that?
I'll give you that.
What about that one that dangles a fake light out in front of him, and all of a sudden everything comes in?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's got his own built-in light bulb. That's something.
Isn't that odd?
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah. I want to be your friend. You remember that in Finding Nemo? I use a little thing to pull them in. I don't know what it is, but I feel I want to be its friend. But anyway,
you know what I do think would be interesting, because we're on the DNA level for them to be able to look at how they're changing their DNA. And again, I don't know how that. How do we know? I mean, to me, I'm sure the experts, but I wouldn't know if an octopus had changed its DNA or not. Right. You know, I wouldn't see the change because I don't see them enough. But if they can, maybe there's a clue here in how we can fix damage DNA that has mutated, or the cause of cancer, or a lot of other problems we deal with today. So,
yeah,
you know, I've always thought the answers are there. We just got to find it. So maybe this is a step forward.
Well, you know, Frank Peretti made the statement in remember the book he wrote when we had him on, Monster?
Yeah.
He said the problem that we find with evolutionists, too, is that we can't seem to find any positive mutations. You know,
when something that we can document.
Yeah, something right now, anything that mutates, it mutates bad.
Yeah, well,
you know, it's never a positive.
Well, we have that in some of our science too, Rick. I mean, in thermodynamics, you don't have accidents that actually get better.
Right.
You know, accidents always make something worse. A mutation in a gene can cause cancerous growth. Right. And that's not positive. There's nobody that said, "Hey, I got cancer, and now I can jump over a building."
Little curveball
It doesn't improve. Nobody has had cancer of the spleen and go, "Man, my spleen puts out twice as much as it used to."
Mutation.
You know, it doesn't appear to work that way.
So that's kind of a curveball in the old Darwin world too. What we know about mutation is not positive. It wouldn't lead to you improving.
Right.
It would actually lead to you going backward.
Right. Yes. But it appears, according to this story, and again, it's deep in scientific term, way out of my pay grade, but it points to the fact that they can change their RNA, thus DNA, to adapt to a situation like a change in temperature, change in pressure, all that kind of stuff. So, you know, if we can figure out how they're doing that certainly would open up some interesting potential for humans.
Maybe so. Maybe that's why it's here, not their other theory.
Yep.
21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thanks for being with us today. You can reach us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up a little bit later on in the program. Rick and Bubba, Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge today, benefiting kids outdoors. They provide outdoor experiences, hunting, fishing, dreams come true at no expense to the family for children who are either terminally ill, have special needs, and are they? And they want one of these dreams to come true. A lot of the Make-A-Wish foundations don't do that anymore. So they come through. So you're helping them with all participating Buffalo Wild Wings today. All of these in Sweet Home, Alabama. So go out and enjoy that if you have a participating location near you. Well, the weekend. We had a lot going on this weekend. Nothing worse than for you to be given a secret. Do you hate having to keep a secret?
Oh, I mean, yeah, Rick. And I've told you, I don't want to know secrets because I don't want to ever be accused of the one that blew it. So just don't tell me.
Well, so those of you over the years that have been listening, you've watched and listened to all the different Rick and Bubba kids all growing up and all the different stages of life. So in March of 2022, Boomer got engaged to Priscilla Curtis, and we have that wedding coming up. Scylla. Coming up, wonderful family, wonderful lady, and we're all excited about that. We got to go to New York for that one.
Oh, boy.
Coming up on Labor Day weekend because Boomer is on tour, so when he gets back from the tour, they're going to get married, and we'll be going there. So we have young Broderick, and he has been dating Camtastic. Cameron Thompson,
which is a great nickname. By the way, I love that.
Well, she's just Camtastic, and so they've been dating, for about 4 years, and both of them are very similar. Brody absolutely made this decision, and Brody says, "I'm just not going to have a girlfriend unless it's somebody that I think is a potential wife." And he never has. And so once he got serious about her, we thought, okay. Well, he sees her as a potential wife, or he wouldn't be her boyfriend, and she wouldn't be his girlfriend. That's his commitment, and I respect that, and I think that's I'm not saying that's the way everybody should do it, but that's certainly the way he was going to do it, and I respect that, and think it's got some wisdom. So anyway, so we knew that was pretty serious, but they were very young. So I remember the first time that Sherry asked. Young Broderick, the Tasmo, so when are you going to marry Cameron? He goes, well, when I'm older than 19, because at the time they were 19, and so anyway.
Give me a second.
Right. So he's in his field. He's certainly can be a good provider already, and she is finishing up school, and so he came to us and said, I'm about to ask Cameron to marry me. And we were like, hey, that's great. And he went out and got him a ring. And
crazy
of course,
kids.
we got to be involved in all that. And then there came the game plan of how he was going to do it. And, of course, now I'm like, and he's like, Dad, the show's very dangerous. Everything's dangerous. You're going to have to watch. Our lives we live out in front of everybody. Y'all got hours to fill. Please don't burn me on this.
Right.
And I'm like, oh, my gosh. And
the pressure.
And I was like, so then I messed it up immediately. Y'all didn't even know it. So the plan was Sherry and I, our anniversary was on the 10th. And we have Big Love's birthday on the 7th, and my dad's birthday is on the 26th of January. And a lot of times we'll just gather everybody together and try to have some sort of, here's Big Love's birthday, here's Pop's birthday, here's our anniversary. And so that's pretty common. Well, Sherry and I, as y'all know, unfortunately because of my stupid big mouth, we went ahead and went on our anniversary date on our anniversary because it fell on a Friday.
Right.
And so what I was supposed to do is not say that, because the plan was that we had invited he and Cameron and to join us for a dinner at one of our favorite restaurants, and that's how he was going to get her dressed and get her to get her nails done, and we're going to have this big settle, and Brooks is coming to town, and we're going to do all this big family thing, and I want you to go with me. That was the plan, to get her to where she needed to be for him to propose. Well, stupid me, I come on the air Monday after our anniversary, and that right in the middle of the sentence, I was like, yes, sure. And I caught myself. If you notice, I never mentioned where we ate. I never didn't talk about, I didn't say our favorite restaurant. Because if Cameron is listening, she's like, well, your dad just said that he and your mom have already been on it. What are we talking about? And so I almost blew it. Okay. And she said one of the biggest signs that something was up was all of her girlfriends that are always asking when he's going to ask her to marry him, stop asking.
Oh.
She goes, they went real quiet. They weren't saying anything now. So she didn't fully know when it was going to happen, but she knew something was coming. So we all were waiting on them. They met at where we were all going to church where we went for over 20 years. That's where they met each other, and that they both went to church together and started running in the same circles and started dating. So he took her back there under the guise, which is very plausible, that he needed to stop because he was borrowing some camera equipment from the media guy there.
Oh, that's good.
And then as he stopped by to pick it up, because they are doing, she works with him a lot of times when he puts a crew together to do movies and do projects, and she's kind of like craft services person,
Right.
and also, by the way, makes the fake blood if they need it.
Oh,
but anyway, so special effects. So anyway, found that out. But anyway, so they were going to stop by on the way to the dinner, which is why they were dressed up. Of course, Brody's version of dressed up was not what Mom was looking for. Okay. He had tennis shoes on. Okay, and so anyway,
but he did have a button down on. Right?
Yeah, he did. So they went up through the back way to up in front of the stained glass window, which you saw in the picture of him proposing, which is a beautiful shot.
Yeah.
And that was an idea of a family friend that said he needs to get her in front of the that stained glass window. And they had some flowers out there, and there were 2 Bibles there. And Sherry had already got her a Bible that had Cameron Burgess on it, which was really cool.
Nice.
And so he asked her to marry him there. And then we were all waiting downstairs for the little bit of a congratulations.
Look at that.
Yeah, and all that.
What a great moment.
And they are hilarious. If you would like to find out who they are, think of Jim and Pam on The Office.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Who needed that? That's funny.
Right. That's kind of who they are. But they are devout followers of Christ, both of them. And they wanted to handle all of this what they thought was God honoring, and have done that the whole way. So and the way this was handled, and we don't have a date yet, but I don't look for this to be a very long engagement.
Okay.
I see them probably trying to get a date on the calendar here sooner than later, but we will see. But that's totally up to them.
Great.
Yeah, and very proud of how he has handled himself, and and thankful for her that she's that lady that if you have sons that you're praying for, that she's in that category.
Yeah.
And so we are very thankful for that. She will definitely be a blessing to him and
who
to our
took the
family.
pictures of them?
That was some of her.
You got to have that now. You got to have somebody hiding out
background.
to do the pictures.
That's some of her her girlfriends. They were hid, and of course Brody being a guy who makes movies and shoot stuff, and he had a hidden camera, which they have not let us see that yet. So he had a hidden camera.
Is it on his forehead?
I thought that was awkward.
It's like a helmet cam?
Yeah, I got my GoPro on.
But I actually thought that her friends took great pictures.
Yeah,
they did a
Some
really
great
good
moments
job.
there.
That's good.
Yes.
I would love to talk to him about. So he parks and he walks.
Oh,
and he
yeah.
starts to walk. How nervous he was starting to get.
yeah.
Because he knew.
Yeah.
Can we interview him today, Rick?
Yeah. Well, we could try. But
Because you know, I mean, you have it planned in your mind, and then all of a sudden, it's time,
real,
and
man.
everything has to work out.
It's real.
yeah, he was nervous.
It's real.
When I saw him yesterday, buddy, he was
Sweating. Was he sweating a little bit?
It was just like everything been lifted from him.
Oh,
We'll
yeah.
be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Bubba,
Hey, glad to be here.
Bubba, are you ready to set your clock to watch the royal wedding?
You know, I was watching a little of the warm-up activity, some of the run-through, and Rick, the pomp and circumstance of it all will be second to none.
Oh, boy.
There's been this controversy about who's going to walk her down the aisle. We've heard it was her dad, and her dad apparently, who had some heart issues, the stress of all of this got worse. He had to have some procedure done. He's recovering at home. He will not be there.
He's a handle.
There was a word that her mother may do it. Official word coming out today, Prince Charles will walk Meghan down the aisle.
Prince Charles is going to walk this man's daughter in the royal wedding to marry his son.
Yes, that is correct.
Well, but I hope it's not a windy day with Charles and them ears. It'll take him forever to get down that aisle. Still waiting.
Now,
A little wind resistance here.
You know, the mom is supposed to meet the queen today, I think. She's met most of the other royal family. And I thought this was interesting, too, at least the story I'm reading. Of course, all this could change on a moment's notice.
Drop the hat.
But she will not have a maid of honor because she did not want to have to pick between her closest friends.
Oh, wow.
Which is a nice way of saying, look, guys, I know that she's some star and celebrity, but at the end of the day, so was Tanya Harding. Okay, this is a bunch of rednecks. This is a bunch of necks, and Harry got out there and hooked up with some neck, and their family's a bunch of handfuls, and there's halves and partials, and they're all having bad things to say about each other. And the thing with the Queen, I told Bubba, first of all, no offense to our seasoned citizens, but I don't know how many have ever been around a woman who reaches a certain age. You can't do anything with her.
No,
I mean, and so she's got
it's like all of our grandmoms at some point if they live that long.
Yeah, first of all, she's
tell Nana that.
No, she's lived long enough that she's going to do whatever she wants to do, and there's nothing you can do about it. Well, picture if your mother, if she's reached a certain age, or your grandmother also was queen. I mean, what a double whammy. I mean,
and
you
Rick
can't do
been
it.
queen for a long time.
You can't tell them anything. So what she said is, we're not going to do that. Charles is going to walk her down there. I can see my grandmother.
Yeah.
She's in glory right now. When we arrived, my grandmother told everybody what to do, and there was no discussion.
Yeah, you could have a plan, but she could override it in a moment's notice.
What if my grandmother would have been queen?
No,
you couldn't have done anything. I mean, my grandmother said, "You're going to sit there." Meanwhile, I'm 40. Sit right there. I want you. Why am I still at the kid table? Sit where I told you to sit. And then you sit over here, Bill, the man that we all feared. Bill, take your hat off. I mean, his hat's jerking off, and she's ordering my daddy around, and I'm just like, okay, so if my grandmother had been queen, that's what we have. The queen is telling everybody what to do. First of all, she said, "Tell you what we're not going to do. She's not going to bring any of her white trash girlfriends up here, and they're not going to be in the wedding." And I tell you who we're not going to have is this crazy dad. I heard what he said. He's been a handful. He's been selling photos like necks do. Necks don't have any class. I mean, you bring us into the royal family. Of course, all we can think of is I can get pictures and sell them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you got him doing all that. You got her half brothers and partial brothers. They're saying she's no good and she'll make a terrible wife. The queen got on them. Now they're talking about how great she is. Okay, so they're lucky that any of the family's getting to come. And I don't know that they are. What I loved is when it showed them, was it Hamza who said it? Somebody said the other day it showed all them getting off the plane, even though they can't come to the wedding.
Yeah. A bunch of them are going to be in the neighborhood.
They're not invited.
But you know what that is? See, that means, you know what that means? The necks can't come to the wedding, but you know what they're going to be doing? Tailgating.
Yeah.
They're going to be tailgating. I mean, they got their grills out. They're going to be part of it. They're going to be shouting, "Hey!" I mean, this is what's going to happen.
So let me
all
ask
of this
you
is the queen saying, we're going to do this, we're not going to do that.
Now, when she marries in, does she become an English citizen? How does that work?
I think so.
Because if you married into the U.S., you would become a U.S. citizen, right?
Yeah, well, they've married Americans before.
Right.
And but it's.
But do you keep your American citizenship? Are you dual citizenship? What? How does that work?
I got to go dual. Who was the? What's that place? I never know. I never really know where it is, but people talk about it a lot. Remember, we had an actress back in the 50s or whatever that married a prince.
Monaco.
That was it.
Princess Grace.
Yeah, Princess Grace. And then she just became full-blown, whatever that was.
Yeah.
And kept a dual citizenship.
Grace Kelly.
Grace Kelly, Greg. Thank you.
I tell you what.
Let me tell you what.
I feel like Adler
I knew all that.
If I had an obscure reference at an Andy Griffith character that was on one series, I would have expected that.
I know.
I didn't know the royal family.
You coming up with Monaco and Grace Kelly was phenomenal.
I think her husband was Prince.
Oh, stop, Greg. You're ahead. You just stop.
I'll stop.
Okay.
Look,
Adler, what have you
guess
got?
William or Edward? You're pretty close.
$35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. So I've reached out to young Broderick to see if there's any shot that he could call the show today. I don't know whether he's off today. Would a business that he works for take President's Day? I don't know. Anyway, so I don't know. I know he's got a movie that he's working on as well, because I got pulled into that yesterday. So it would be funny.
You an extra, Rick?
Let me tell you something I told Bubba in the break. So when you have an aspiring filmmaker, and young Broderick has been making full-length motion pictures since he was 8. You remember the first, what was that little GoPro? Not GoPro. It looked like a package of something that had a little lens, and they were their first little cameras. What were they called, Adler? What were they called? Flip phone.
Yeah.
A flip camera.
Flip camera.
Oh, yeah. So we got him a flip camera. Looking back at that, we didn't know what that was going to do to our lives.
Yep.
And Dad, we got to go to the farm. I'm shooting a movie today. I'm like, son, what? Come on, Val. And he's at you're 8, and every single movie that my son has ever cast me in, he kills me in it. I'm killed in every movie.
Really?
And
so are you good at dying? Is that it?
I guess.
Or you just end up cut out of the whole thing?
And so yesterday, you never know this is going to happen. So yesterday he goes, "Hey, Dad," and it comes out of nowhere. Hey, Dad. It comes out of nowhere. Hey, Dad. What are you and your mom doing this afternoon? I said, apparently going to a movie set. And he goes, "Hey, can y'all come down there today?" I said, "What are we doing now?" And he tells me what he wants us to do. I said, "Let me guess." He goes, "Oh yeah, you get killed." And I said, "Can
You're good at it, Rick.
Give me some lines, man. Let me. You're holding me back."
Yeah.
And so he killed me again.
Do you do that? Do you do the?
Yeah. No, this time I went from. This time I can't. I don't want to give away the plot.
Okay.
But I don't. If you see me in that movie, if you ever see it, I don't fare well. So and then he took his mom out.
Rick, your scene of you dying never makes the film?
No, I make it. I just never live through a film.
His character doesn't make it.
I'm almost like the black guy in a horror movie. I don't make it very long.
Yeah, first guy out.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So anyway, I don't know if he's working today, meaning he would be up right now.
Let him sleep in.
He's
Good
not.
night.
He's not overly responsive. He's our not overly responsive child.
Yeah.
It's hard to get a text back from him or a call back.
Well, they're out shooting so late.
Right.
I call that going dark. I tell my boy, please don't go dark on me.
Yeah, the one thing that you can say about that one is he does not obsess over his phone. I'd like to see him be more devoted to it. Have you ever said that about a kid? I want more phone from you.
Right.
I don't even know that he even had. Does he even keep it around? Do you ever make a call?
I don't know.
I ask people sometimes. You ever talk to Brody? You ever?
Yeah. How's he doing?
And so I don't know if we'll get him or not, but we'll try to. Yeah. But you had so I've got the first request in. You were telling me earlier in the program. But by the way, I'm thinking to myself, it's very plausible that I could have 2 weddings coming up before the end of this year. The end of this year.
I'm looking at a fall.
And the good
one
news, you don't have to pay for either one of them.
Well, yeah, there's the rehearsal dinner.
Well,
Yeah, you got a little bit
yeah,
of expense.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
nothing like the
And
bride.
going to New York for Boomer's wedding, that's going to run up. That'll run the cost up a little bit.
Rehearsal dinners, those are.
No, I'll take those all day long over weddings.
Oh, for sure.
I got 2 girls. Y'all just keep talking.
Oh yeah.
Oh, so
Get
much
ready
money
for that.
So much money. So anyway, Bubba, you asked the
Get a
question
4th job.
Earlier. It almost it's not to this level, but I'm gonna use this. I don't know how you can do it.
I really don't either.
I don't. Probably won't.
Yeah. But I was gonna ask this. I'm not gonna. I know when I say 9/11, people. But you remember when we were on the air and we started thinking to ourselves. Now it happened a lot quicker than this is happening. We started thinking to ourselves, something's going on.
Yeah, something ain't right
Are we
here.
under attack?
Right.
Does it feel that way a little bit out there?
I've had some people ask me over the weekend. They said, does it feel like every day in the news we have a truck, a train, a plant, something that is set on fire?
Yes.
And I said, I think it's just the normal stuff. We have a lot of railroad problems. We were looking at those numbers the other day. I said, I think it's just being amplified right now, maybe a little bit. And then I started looking at it, and I thought, wow, there's a lot of coincidences out there right now. Everything dealing with toxic chemicals.
Yeah,
and we got UFOs flying.
And it does bring the question. I mean, is there? And maybe some of these people are copycat folks. I don't know. I still don't get these people who shoot up the power substations.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about.
Oakland got knocked out this weekend with a bunch of stuff. Mm-hmm. You've got train derailments. You've got trucks turning over, all hazardous chemicals. You've got a plastics factory in Kissimmee, Florida, burning. All of them are going to cause terrible, environmental issues around where they're happening.
Yeah,
and it does seem like we're having a lot of those.
Has Greta made it to Ohio yet?
I don't know. Is she going up there to
Thunberg? I just didn't know if
we used to float over in a boat.
She's
and
so
ride
worried about the climate and stuff. Is she coming to check that out?
She's got to wait till the wind's just right to get her sailboat in there.
Yeah.
Okay,
and
then we got to
getting to Ohio is going to be a trouble from the Atlantic.
Right,
she's going to be there in 8 months. She'll let them know.
Right. So.
But I mean, it's
Buttigieg wanted to tell us, even though it's a pretty big deal when the place becomes toxic. Well, trains derail all the time. Quit making such a big deal about it.
Let me ask you this too:
large balls of fire in Mill City.
And Rick,
that's every day.
I have no expertise in this at all, so I'm totally talking out of school. But when the train derailed, we were afraid it was going to catch fire and burn, so we set it on fire.
We blew it up.
You know what I'm saying? It seems like.
It's like, let's just get it over with.
I know what a controlled burn is for the woods, but
guys, that's a big ball of fire.
It's going to be the same result either way, right? So shouldn't you just maybe try to foam it down and hope that it doesn't?
Well, now I got some emails from people who seem to have some knowledge on this, and they claim that's normal protocol.
Right.
That you go ahead and just burn it off. And,
but if you have all that toxic chemical in that area, I mean, at least you could wall it off and go, okay, this is dangerous here. But now you've put it up in this plume that's spreading it all over the place. It doesn't make sense, you know.
I think that probably, or the lack of communication to the community there around, maybe should have said, "Hey, we're doing this."
Yeah, because when you're in your town and you see this huge ball of fire, it looks like a mushroom cloud.
Yeah,
you're kind of like, well,
you're like, what's up with this?
That's kind of bad.
But like you're saying,
shouldn't you have got everybody out before you lit it on fire?
Yeah. Well, and plus, it just seems like I'm seeing more and more of this. Like every time I turn around, there's a truck blowing up or there's a train blowing up.
I mean, how many truck derailments did we have Friday? We had another train or something somewhere?
Yeah. And I know now we're covering all of them, but it does seem like, this is.
Are there saboteurs among us?
Well, there's no question. You got a bunch of weirdos out there that, if you're going to. Why do people never say, like, and we'll talk about this in a little bit on this other topic, but rarely do you see people say, hey, over here I see people behaving themselves. They're not bothering anybody. They're being responsible. They're paying their bills. They're working hard. I think I'll copy them.
Yeah,
I mean,
you never have a lot copycats going up the chain.
Right.
It's like the law of thermodynamics. Chaos only goes down the chain.
Yeah,
which kind of throws a wrench in that evolution thing too.
Can we ever get like copycats saying, "I'm going to copy excellence"?
Yeah,
I mean, does that ever happen? Say, I tell you, we got a lot of copycatting going out there. People are becoming excellent.
They're working very hard and showing up.
I think this is a copycat.
Yeah. Whispering Ben, I think I'm gonna go to college and become a doctor.
Yeah.
The substation things just amaze me. I mean, do people from San Francisco go over and put Oakland in the dark? I mean, because if you're from Oakland putting Oakland in the dark, I don't really see where you're gaining anything
at all. What I mean? No, you're punishing yourself.
Hey, we're going down to Oakland tonight and take out a substation.
Right. Well, yeah, wouldn't that make your lights be out too? Yeah, it'd be out, but I'm making a point.
Mm-hmm.
How about?
I don't get that one at all.
Yeah. So, son, what's going on? You know what? I saw some people doing excellent. I think I'm going to copy it. Okay, that'd be great. So
showing up on time.
I mean,
working hard.
You end up killing people. I mean, hospitals and stuff. Yeah. I mean, they have generator backup, and you hope they work, but they're only there for a matter of time. And just playing the numbers, some of them are not going to crank and work.
Yeah. Well,
you notice though we've stopped talking about classified documents, and some other things too.
I know.
Now we're shooting their balloon.
I know you've been watching Tucker.
Well, we have confirmed it was a ham radio balloon that they shot down over the Yukon up there.
So. You see Babylon B? Science students upset their project was shot down by a fighter jet.
Yeah.
But Rick, this is what I don't get. All of these things, especially these balloon projects the hams put up, they have a telemetry beacon on them. They have an automatic reporting position thing, and it's not secret technology. It's pretty standard stuff. Yeah. I mean, you could pull it up on the internet right now and see where everybody that's reporting into the APRS system is.
Yeah.
And so
everybody knows that, right?
So our defense system doesn't know to look at that?
I know. I did think
even a fighter jet doesn't have some way to look for a beacon that something's transmitting before it shoots
Let's not
it down?
shoot this one. It's a science project. I mean, it's hams.
Yeah.
All right, 15 minutes to the top. I have got something back from Brody, by the way.
Here we go.
Oh, boy.
Here we go.
But he's asking a question. We'll talk about it in the break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rainier, maybe is that it?
You were talking about Meghan Markle, or Markle? Is it Markle or Merkel? Markle. I read an article.
Which rhymes with sparkle.
Yanny.
Okay.
Yanny.
Rhymes sparkle. That helps. I was reading an article saying that...
About Marticle?
About Marticle.
You wrote an article about it?
I personally wrote an article, and I did a painting with it, too.
Right.
No, I didn't do that. But this her being a U.S. citizen is going to be causing some weird issues, some financial transparency issues for the royal family. They kind of keep that under wraps. They don't really talk about it very much. They're not really clear.
You know why?
Because
the Queen won't let them.
They don't have to.
Right.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, they don't want everybody to know how much they got.
Exactly. And with her being a U.S. citizen still, if she gets any kind of compensation, the United
She'll
States...
owe tax on it.
There you go. Exactly. The United States is one of the few countries that have laws regarding if you even live in another country, you still, as long as you remain a U.S. citizen, you still have to pay U.S. taxes.
Imagine that.
So it's causing some mega problems, and dissolving her citizenship could actually take a few years as well.
Takes 2 years.
There you go.
Yeah.
So it's,
I'm familiar with that one.
There you go.
I looked into it.
Did you?
Wow. 2 years in the books.
Better known as we thought Hillary was going to win. But anyway,
we were all just looking around.
Right.
So there's just a lot of weird stuff happening there. We may find out exactly how much change the Queen has in her coin purse.
What was that?
Well, you know,
Thank you, Adler.
It doesn't matter where she's from. I doubt the Queen will be sharing any information for an IRS tax form. Ain't gonna happen.
I'm a Queen of England. I ain't got to do anything.
No, heck
I'm
no.
gonna wear my
No,
hat.
I actually had some relatives that expatriated, and they were telling me about the process. It was a dandy too.
I bet it was.
Where
Where do
the
they live
U.S.
now?
still gets half on your way out. Everything you take
Is
with
that
you.
the Cayman Island bunch?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
I don't go into too many details.
Well, what was that matter?
It's
They
out
did
somewhere. I
everything.
don't
They
know.
did everything legally.
I don't
What's
know.
the big deal?
Maybe they don't.
You don't want people to know where you
I
live?
don't know.
Huh?
Somewhere out there.
Well, I'll tell you who does. I'll tell you who knows where you live. The government.
Well, not if you're a citizen no more.
Well, I mean, talking about
They know where you went when you left.
Well, that's what I mean. You had to tell them, right?
Hey, they still get a cut, and then they hold that 2 years so they can audit your taxes.
You can't even change your citizenship.
I mean, if you move somewhere else, you can't carry your bank account with you. Isn't that something they hold on to it?
What?
Yeah, can't carry it with you.
Well, you mean you can transfer that money to your new place, can't they? Can't have all your money.
They take half when you leave.
Well, that's bad.
Well, what if when I leave I don't have a lot?
I thought you were
They
saying
take
I had,
half and not a lot.
That's what I'm saying.
I thought you were saying
What
I
if
had, I had to leave all my money in America. I
Well,
couldn't
no,
leave with it.
you can't get it till 2 years.
What?
They lock you up. It's all part of expatriating. Something that you get to carry some with you.
Okay.
But you can't close it out. They keep enough to make sure you have to pay your taxes.
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't go that far into it.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Carshield.com. You know, if you're driving an automobile right now, and it is no longer under warranty, if that baby has a breakdown, guess who it's going to be on? It's going to be on you. So if you would like a protection plan to kind of help you with that, got some good feedback over the weekend. Somebody said, hey, I called, I got mine. It was a lot less expensive than I thought. But it's let me tell you, if it's a covered repair, they're going to pay the ASC certified mechanic of your choice, whether that be the dealership or somebody you know, directly, and you get 24/7 roadside assistance. You get rental car eligibility. So it really takes the concern and the anxiety out of driving an automobile that no longer has warranty. So go to carshield.com/Bubba, carshield.com/Bubba. We'll get you 20% off the plan that you select. And that way you can be prepared for the unexpected. You can call them too, 1-800-451-7776. So, Bubba, we've done it. Young Broderick is on the phones. He is in his automobile, and he's heard us lambast the quality of cell calls. So he says that makes him nervous. Son, you're on the show. Hello, Brody.
What's up?
All right.
Congratulations, Brody.
Yeah, congratulations.
Wow. Thank you.
Yeah, we
took the plunge.
We've showed the pictures. Can you take us back to how terrifying this was?
There goes the sale.
This
is what we were worried about.
He has a legitimate concern, and he knew it, and we knew better.
He told you.
Is he gone completely? I can't see, or is he still there?
He's still there.
Okay.
Wow.
Hey, Brody, can you hear us?
Sure, I am. Clear?
Yeah, I think I know, man. Well, you remember back when talk radio could actually take phone calls?
Yeah.
It made our show so much more easy.
Yeah,
right.
So give me a test now, bro.
Hello.
There you go. Okay. Yeah. Can you?
I'm going through Clanton right now, so maybe the service isn't great, but that's all right.
Where are you?
That's perfect.
Where are you?
Clanton.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're in trouble.
You're going to see Gary, he said.
Yeah, I don't know about this.
Yeah.
But can you hear me? Test 1, 2.
Yeah,
we got you right now.
We got you right now. So yeah.
Fantastic.
Did you?
If I cut out, just fill the space. You guys are professionals. I believe in you.
We can do it. So, did you think that the show was going to blow it for you?
I think so. I definitely. Well, I was actually more worried about Mom. Honestly, she's a little too excited.
Well, she is excited, isn't she?
I was afraid that was where we were gonna lose it for sure.
Yes.
But I think she kept calm. I don't think Cameron was knotted up. Do you know?
Mm-hmm.
No, Mom never. She did a great job. Mom did not let the cat out of the bag. I did have one whoopsie on the air when I almost talked about that Mom and I had already gone out to eat for our anniversary, and I caught myself about mid-sentence, and I didn't give a lot of details. And I think I even awkwardly said, and we plan on going out again next weekend with the family. So sorry about that.
Great.
Yeah, but
that's all right.
But everybody around you in the family has got to act normal, like it's just another day.
Yeah.
And I would think that would be the most nerve-wracking, that they don't act weird to where she goes, "Hey, what's up?" But I mean, you get out of the car at the church and you're walking in, and it's time.
Yeah.
How nervous were you?
Yeah. Well, I'm I'm like barely a person. Like, honestly, we were driving over there, and she was trying to make light conversation, and I was unable. I was straight up unable to say actual words. And I think that might have given something away.
Right.
She claims that she kind of knew.
Okay.
Yeah, she claims it was like a little sweet spot where it's like she didn't fully know this was happening,
right?
But she also didn't completely not know this was happening.
Right. It was potential.
So I think that's okay. But no, I step out of the car, walking into shade, and I think I blacked out. I barely even remember.
Then you were back in the car.
Yeah.
And it is strange because you feel fairly confident they're going to say yes, but there's something about it.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
I know that I was trying to figure that out because she was like, I was fairly certain she was gonna say yes, and I went into the thing where I talked to her dad and asked her dad for her hand, and even dad took years off my life.
Yeah.
And he's the nicest guy ever. Like, I knew it was gonna be amazing, but for some reason you're just like I said, you're barely a person. Barely functioning.
Yeah. He told me last, her dad, he told me that you even said, I got to tell you, I'm real nervous right now.
I'm not okay. Like I pulled off into a parking lot and just like took a second. I was like, okay, it's fine. We're good. We're good.
So
That's basically it.
it's none of we weren't there for the actual ask. Knowing you two, was it unique? What did you actually say, Rick?
Well, I honestly I don't know what I said. I have no idea. Like,
Just
I got
words.
Yeah,
yeah,
bunch of words.
I gave her a story. So I write a lot, as I think you know, Dad.
Yes, I do.
And so I gave her a story that I wrote about one of our first dates. Like I wrote it back like 4 years ago when we first started dating.
Okay.
And it was kind of like me being like, I think this is going to be like a long time thing. This is amazing.
Oh,
And
wow.
So, like just having that little story, I thought was cool. So I had her read that, and then I basically just told her how awesome she was. And then we prayed, dropped down. I think this is what happened. Again, I don't really remember.
You vaguely remember it. Vaguely remember it.
And
Yeah.
by the way, those photographers, I mean, they get real close. I mean,
They do.
I heard the shutters going. And I was like, okay, it's game time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you're living in the era that you have to document everything.
Oh, every
You know?
angle. Every angle.
They did a good job, by the way.
Oh, they're
Yeah,
gorgeous.
great picture.
They're fantastic. They're fantastic, but real close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What
This is awesome.
What about when I had to lean up at one point and whisper in your ear? At this point, it is about you. It is about Cameron, but your mom is going to want this next thing, and you got to go with it.
Yeah.
Okay. Rarely do I just step in and say you have no choice on this.
Yeah.
Just do this and let's go.
Yeah, you need that. It was just a little whisper in the ear.
Yeah, well, it's like neither of us are really big into like all eyes on us.
Yes.
Neither of us are really into that. And this was I understand that this moment lends itself to that a little bit.
It does.
Then we did the candle thing where
Yeah.
we wanted, it was really beautiful, and I'm glad we did it. But in the moment, I was like, everyone's gonna be looking at us,
Right.
and that's horrifying.
And I leaned I leaned in
Horrifying.
and I said, "Rarely do I play the dead card. You got no choice on this."
Now, Rick,
I think what you said was like, if this doesn't happen, I'll kill you.
He wants to let you know the importance.
So, were you able to keep the Bible with her married name hid? I mean, you don't want that laid out and
I
then go,
know.
well, that'll
Yeah.
kind of spoil it.
Right.
No, that was great. That was wrapped up. That was beautiful. I had no part in that,
Yeah.
which was great. I think that's how it should have been. But it was perfect. It was wrapped up. I had to buy flowers. Beautiful.
All right.
Well, it was a great day, and I know you, you openly talk about that. It's almost like it's one of those things, and Greg, you know this. It's actually a Burgess that does not want any attention.
That's rare.
And you don't find those much.
No, right.
And for him to be to be quiet and kind of want to be behind the scenes, it's kind of an oddity.
It is.
But hey, man, proud of you.
Yeah.
Proud of the man that you are, and excited about your perfect choice of a wife. Well done.
Amen.
Thank you, Dad. Thank you.
All right,
Thank you,
buddy.
guys.
Let us know when you get a date.
Yeah, and would it bother you to let me live through one movie?
Just one.
Just one.
I was gonna say we'll write a script where you survive that.
Okay, thanks, buddy. I see you, man. Love you, buddy.
Rick and Bubba.
We were mentioning in the break one of the golden ticket seats person, they were asking us about Bombas socks and all that, and we were talking about that, and you brought up the different kind of socks we've all had over our lifetime. Something has happened at home. I always try to work when it comes to underwear that I'm going to have the maximum amount because our wives.
You don't want to get caught with your pants down.
Thank you. But we always have those. What we have is we have the pair of underwear that you love. You have the somewhere in between. For some reason, just in case of emergencies, you always keep around these pairs of underwear that didn't quite meet the standard.
Right.
You don't.
You wouldn't want to wear them if you had a choice, but
No.
if you were out, you could go to them.
Yeah, they're strictly there for emergency. So
the bullpen.
When it comes to my wife is very, very,
Bring 'em out.
very, 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 very particular about how she does the laundry. Very particular. I mean, she'll have a load that has very few items in it just because she's not going to mix the colors. She's not going to do anything. No way, no how. Plus, she's also not one of these people that worships the earth, so we're not concerned about the water we're using.
Right.
Okay, so But she's going to wash them in the way.
Surprisingly, it goes right back into the system.
Right. She is able to, the longevity she gets out of clothing is incredible because she takes care of them. She's very meticulous about this. So anyway.
Or if you only have about 5 clothes you wear, you have to be real careful.
Right. Well, so here's the problem with
in my case.
I made a transition. I made a transition on underwear, as you all know, a year or so ago when I went to Duluth Trading Company. Okay, they don't advertise with this. I'm not hawking them. I'm just telling you what happened. Well, when you it's not there. Now I'm James Knupp. But my point.
But they owned it.
That's just what happened. But anyway, the modern day underwear, which has come a long way for men, it doesn't seem like they've it's almost like they've abandoned the color white. You know, it's all gray and blue and different colors, shades of gray, which is fine, except when you have a wife like mine that is going to wash colors. There was a time when I wore nothing but the white grippies. Yeah. They were always there because she washed towels a lot. So they would always make the towel cut or the whites. Whites get washed a lot. Different colors, according to what's going on, they may not come around. You know,
You're right.
And so I'm starting to run into some issues.
Well,
and I went to my wife. I said, "Where are my white grippies?" And she said, "Finally, I put them away. I've been trying to get them out of this house forever. They're gone."
Yeah.
She goes, "When you got all this new underwear, I got rid of those." I said, "They're there. They serve a role because when all this gray underwear is not washed, I can always go back to my grippies, the original cotton." And I wear those in lieu of the others coming around, so it all works. Now you've taken out part of the rotation, so now I'm waiting on the grays.
Can I tell you something? That's exactly right, and I figured this out. It was by happenstance. I did not plan this. I wasn't smart enough to plan this out. But I go with the Under Armour Performance underwear, okay? The last few pairs I've bought, they had a white option.
Okay.
Because I didn't have a white option. I had blacks, blues, grays.
See, I like to have white, and the full color.
So I went ahead and bought the white, not because of what you're talking about, because I wanted white underwear to be a part of it. I have a couple of white pairs of tennis shorts that if you wear black and blue, you're going to see right through them. And so I've done this.
That's kind of the style now.
But here's to your point. Since I've done that, I've never run out of underwear.
I know.
Because of this,
and I've realized,
Rick, I transitioned to the great brand 2 Under.
Oh yeah,
and they have a lot of color, but you can get them in white. Okay. It's not as easy, but you have to hunt for them.
I mean, I can go over to Walmart and grab a bag of white underwear.
Sure,
you know what I mean, but I'd kind of move to a much more comfortable underwear, but they're all in different. Because I'm gonna look for that. But here's the other thing I've discovered. You know how people keep getting on you about something. And finally, you think, okay, maybe I'm wrong. And then finally, you try, and you're like, that's it. That just ain't my thing. I cannot wear these boxer briefs. I don't know how y'all do it.
Really?
I can't have that down on my thighs. It's like I have 2 pair of pants on.
Do you know what I found?
Who wants to wear 2 pair of pants? Then you wear shorts and you sit there like we do and lounge around and now your underwear's coming out of your shorts. You're like an idiot.
This
is a style, man. This is a style.
This may not help you.
How do y'all have it on your legs?
Do you know what I like though about it? Is I always buy size larger than I normally would wear, and that's not as big of a factor. It's not as tight on my legs. Yeah. It's still a grip because that's
I got Earl Campbell thighs.
I know,
and I don't know how y'all have that on your legs like that. It's like you have 2 pair of pants on. I try to go through life not wearing 2 pair of pants. I don't know how you, especially in the summer. How do y'all wear 2 pair of pants? It's like 2 pair of pants.
Well,
I don't think of it.
In the old days,
head, by the way, I've done some things like that too.
In the old days, when you had the boxers, Rick, that were more traditional, like what dads would have wore.
No,
it did feel to me like 2 pair of pants. But this new bunch, the new stuff we got now, that material, I can't even.
But
tell
you've tried that. You've tried the new material.
I've tried the 2. I just can't do it. Look, guys, it's all right. I'm not saying it's wrong. I just can't do it. I tried. And so now, see, because I did try it, those are I'm out of everything now, and I try to wear them, and you know what I do? I complain the entire day. I cannot wear those things. I can't wear them. It's like somebody, hey, where you going, Rick? I guess I'm playing baseball today. I got my sliding shorts on. Those don't work with jeans.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all part of Team Rick and Bubba, and completing the field to get all players on the field. I be Rick, and right there be Bubba. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go.
Thank you so much for reminding everybody.
Bubba, welcome back for a brand new hour.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank you, and congratulations again to
Oh,
Brody
that
and
was
Cameron. That's excellent.
It's a lot of fun. It's
Fired
great.
up.
And so on that note, when you're talking about young folk, so I've had a lot of people that have sent emails to all of us. There's all kinds of chatter on social media and all this going on about this word revival. So Asbury College, in the Jesus Revolution in the 70s, of course, we were little luds then. Honestly, don't recall that at all, but a lot of people do, and a lot of people were there, and it started at Asbury College as well. And now we had this chapel service that started there, and it's now moving into, I want to say it's day 11, 12, something like this, that it continues to go on, and now there's as we said, if you can copy good things, copycat. Now there's services at other colleges, and so that are starting, and this and that, and what is it? What do you think? Should we be critical of it? Should we be supportive of it? Do you think this? Do you think that? Now, certainly, we're not the final word on this. We're just a bunch of good ones, but there's a lot of you have been saying, hey, and I thought this was something that we probably should do this with everything, but this of all things is one of those things you need to go, whoa. You just need to push back. You need to pray. You need to research. You need to talk to people that you trust before you really start making any commentary on it at all. And so I've spent some time doing that because I think it is important. And I will say this. Let me tell you one thing that we said last hour that I have zero reservation about. I'll take this over burning cities down.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I'll take this over anarchy. I'll take this over Antifa. I'll take this over, those that hid under the guise of pretending to care about people of color. When you find out behind the scenes that it's all about anarchy and getting a lot of people rich, apparently. So I'll take this movement. Everybody with me? I'll take this. A bunch of young people getting excited about prayer and worship, but so here are just some points. And over the weekend I was jotting some stuff down because I've been talking to a lot of people. Sherry and I have been sitting. She's an incredible resource and. Always, and sat down and we've discussed it. We've heard from our pastor has had some things to say about it. Other pastors I've talked to, and getting to talk to a lot of them too with the conference coming up this weekend. And and got a text last night from a pastor you and I know. What do you think about all this? And I asked them, well, what do you think about all this? It's kind of that thing. So here are some things that I think that we can probably hit on that I think we're okay. Okay, and again, we're not the final word on this, and I don't know and whatever, but here are some things that we have to look at when you look at this, the revivals throughout history, and we've had them. We've had awakenings, we've had all this kind of thing. And I do think the one thing that I personally just studying and growing as a follower of Christ that I think that we have to kind of be careful of is when we start saying things like, this is going to change the world. Well, if the world means the people of the world individually, yes, you're correct. Mm-hmm. But as far as, because I think we can all say the Jesus Revolution of the 70s did not change the world and really didn't change the country, because I think morally we're probably worse now than we were then. Yeah. And there were a lot of things that started then. As far as the country, I'm not talking about individuals. And there were individuals that were transformed by Jesus in that revolution, a revival in the Jesus Revolution, and their lives stand, and they impacted others, and some incredible evangelists and pastors came out of that. That's how they came to Christ and repented and were under His authority. So that's great, and that's you want to talk about that. As far as, and there's probably people that got an emotional experience and then they faded away, never to really produce the fruit that would show they'd really been transformed. So, but these things have been happening for a long time, ever since the church age began. from the very beginning, we had a revival.
It started that way.
Yeah, so here are some of the things that we look for when it comes to revival, and this is Scripture supported, and also people that that certainly we think a lot of in their integrity as men and women of God. So, number one, here's the thing: apart from holiness, there is no movement of the Spirit. So, if you're, I haven't been there. There's no reason for me to go there. I'll hit that point in a minute. But if you're looking at something that claims to be a revival, but there really is no commitment to holiness, then it probably isn't. It probably is something that you need to be suspect of, because if the Holy Spirit is moving, then holiness will be part of that. So if you see something there that isn't holy, that'd be a red flag. Also, you don't have to go to Asbury. You don't have to go to Samford. You don't have to go to wherever these other things that are starting to go on in order to experience the Holy Spirit. Jesus made it pretty clear in John chapter 3 that the Holy Spirit goes wherever it wants to. So you don't have to ride to Asbury and pick up the Holy Spirit and bring it back to where you are. And the one thing that I heard our pastor say, he said, my prayer is when the Holy Spirit's moving and the Holy Spirit is moving, I pray from the great hymn, don't pass me by. Mm-hmm. I want to, but you don't have to go to Asbury to experience revival and experience the Holy Spirit. If you see people surrendering their lives to the authority of God, and they have the attitude of, God, take me and lead me wherever you want me to go, that usually is a good indicator of revival. If you see people's lives, and Sherry and I discussed this, and this is going to be our theme for the men's conference coming up this weekend, if you see people being transformed by the power of God, revival's probably happening. If people aren't being transformed, it probably isn't. Because as Scripture clearly says, if you encounter Jesus and you encounter the Holy Spirit and you remain the same, you didn't encounter it. That's impossible. Okay, so if people are repenting and people are turning from sin and turning to Christ, leaving their own authority and putting their faith totally in Him and are being transformed, it's probably going on. If they're not, it probably isn't. The other, let me tell you this, if I can give you a note, and this is a resource that has been so valuable to me. And you know how we say on the show a lot of times, sometimes God's not subtle. So I have, one of my dearest friends is Rich Wingo, powerful man of God. And he and I try to spend at least a day or two together every year where we just spend time praying in the Word, talking about Jesus. And so one year he gave me a book from the 50s, Roy Hession, Hession, I think, called The Calvary Road. And it's a little book. It's an easy read. I mean, it's a convicting read. But this was him talking about revival. He said, I hear this thing about revival all the time, and he was a pastor. And he said, and I started asking the question, why does revival end? Why doesn't it continue? And what the book is about, revival, in order for revival to continue, there has to be revival in the individual lives of all of us. If individual revival isn't happening, then a mass revival isn't going to last or happen either. And, of course, he comes to the conclusion the thing that always stops revival is sin. It always does. And so this book is about individually, here's what Scripture says for us individually to always be in revival. It's called The Calvary Road. It's fantastic. And you can get it wherever, Amazon's got it. I don't know if we're out of them, but we have them at themanchurch.com too, because I wanted that to be one of our resources. And so it was funny when I came home with that book, and this is about God not being subtle, I'd left it in the truck. So I walked through to go to the bathroom or whatever after I got back, and I see The Calvary Road on our nightstand in our bedroom. And I come back and I said, did I bring that book in? I thought I left that in the truck. Sherry says, what are you talking about? I said, this book, where'd you get The Calvary Road? She says, you're not going to believe this. Somebody at church gave that to me today and said that we ought to read this. And I'd just been given one that weekend. And I said, wow. Okay, I guess I get. So I know that I read it about every other year, because you're not going to remember. You got to keep going back to it. And I know some who read it every single year. The other thing is, do you see prayer? Are there people binding themselves in a prayer group? Because if there's no prayer covering and there's no prayer going on, then there is no revival. And so you want to look for that. There must be a reverence. Charles Spurgeon said this, if revival's going to happen, there absolutely must be a reverence for the Word of God. If somebody says revival's going on, but the Word of God is not being preached, I'd question that. There cannot be any compromising of Scripture, changing Scripture, some new revelation. The Word of God must be revered in a real revival, okay? And also, remember this, there must be some form of order to it all. Some of my friends were like, oh, here was Burgess on order. There must be. The Apostle Paul himself, in 1 Corinthians 14, when talking about speaking in tongues and all this, here's what he said. I would rather speak 5 words with my mind in order to instruct clearly than 10,000 in a tongue or an unknown language. I'd rather have 5 words that everybody completely understands. We all know what we're saying. We understand God's instruction. I'll take 5 of those than 10,000 is something nobody can understand. That's the Apostle Paul. That's not Rick, Bubba. That's out of Scripture. So order must be there. Right now, Asbury is Wesleyan Christian Orthodoxy. This would be like the Charismatic Methodist, if there is such a thing. Right now, Samford University, something's going on there. That's Baptist. There's another church, I don't know the name of it, that's Pentecostal. So you kind of see, it looks like the Holy Spirit's not concerned with denominations, okay, if this is going on. And one of the concerns, and then we'll go to break, be careful that there's not an excess of emotionalism. If it's all, now there's nothing wrong with emotions, but if it's emotionalism, meaning it's all about emotion, it's just a bunch of emotion, emotionalism is a problem. It derails revival. So if that's all that's going on, you'll see it fade away. And the other concern is Christian celebrities going there trying to be seen. We don't need that. Okay, and also we also don't need false teachers to rise up in the middle of all that. You got to be careful of that. So that's kind of it. That's prayer, research, discussing. Sherry and I spending time praying over it, going, so what is all this? And I think if we kind of keep all this at the forefront of it all, you can just discern, good, bad, and ugly. But I tell you what, I'll take it over anarchy.
Absolutely.
And I'm praying that it is a movement of God. This country desperately needs it, and so does the world. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right.
Very nice.
Let's go to the phones. 866 We Be Big is the number. Let's see. Let's go to Jasper, where Rick is standing by. Rick, go ahead. How are you, buddy?
This is Rick, but I'm in Scottsboro, Monkey Grass and Green Acres.
Thanks for the call, buddy.
Glad to have you either way.
Hey. Go ahead.
Okay. Rick, I have great respect for you, but as Christians, we are told, and you say it quite often, that we're to hold each other accountable.
Oh, you better believe it.
Okay. This is a question that's been bothering me. You're going to be on stage at the men's conference with a false prophet. How is that justifiable?
Now, you'd have to be more specific. Which one are you calling a false prophet?
Steve Farrar. I mean, at 1999, he wrote a book and made predictions, prophecies about the fall of the Y2K, and they didn't come true. So according to the Bible, the man would be a false prophet, would he not?
I'm not sure you must be confusing him. Steve Farrar only writes books about men's ministry. Point Man, and then there's tons of them. But he has no book about predictions. I think you may be confusing him with another person.
Is this the Steve Farrar that's from Texas?
It is, but I don't recall him writing a book about any sort of prophecy.
Well, research, Rick. Just do your research and go back to 1999 when he wrote a book about Y2K and made all these predictions and told Christians that we needed to stock up water and food like we were preppers, and it didn't happen. So
well, what I'm saying is if he said he thought something was going to happen to the grid, then there's all kinds of false prophets out there.
A bunch of them missed.
False prophets is him saying that God was going to do something or Christ was going to return on a certain day, or that there's a new there's a new testament, or he's gone off and said God's given me a vision that Jesus is no longer the only way, or saying that Y2K might be a problem for people and they should prepare for it. I'm not sure that meets the definition of a false prophet.
Well, just read the book. That's all I ask you to do.
Do you know what the name of it is?
Do you know what the name of it is?
I have no idea what the name
Spiritual Survival During the Y2K Crisis.
Is that the one?
It's based on extensive research and biblical principles. This guide is designed to help Christian families cope in a faithful and protected way with the potential fallout of the Y2K crisis.
Yeah, I don't think that would classify as that. Look, I've stocked a few bottles of water up. That doesn't mean I don't love Jesus now. You know what I mean?
All I'm asking is y'all read the book.
Well, Rick, I will say this. I appreciate you.
Probably won't.
I appreciate you. I will. I'll look into it. And how about this? I'll go this
Can't
far.
fit it in.
I'll go further than you're willing to go, Rick. I will actually talk to Steve about it because he and I are acquaintances, and I'll call and ask him about it. Because there's nothing I've ever seen in Rick in Steve Farrar's life, and the time that I've worked with him and the books that I've read about men's ministry, the times I've seen him teach, I've never seen one thing that was not biblical. And I've never seen anything in his life that would indicate you saying something as strong as that he's a false teacher and a false prophet. And I think you got to be real careful throwing those kinds of things out. You need to, and your case seems to be you don't even know the name of the book. And so I would, and I'm not saying that that I won't come to the same conclusion, but to me you're a little reckless today with that kind of accusation.
Well,
but I will look into it. And you know what? If I agree with you, I'll take the proper action. If I disagree with you, then we'll just have to agree to disagree. But I do appreciate you always holding me accountable, and I'll hold you accountable as well, because without that, we got nothing.
Well, this came by because of your strong stance on KIV, and I'll agree with you on that. But
what's that got to do with false prophet?
What? Steve
well,
Farrar.
Well, you're holding one person, you're holding Governor Ivey responsible for something, but yet you're not applying the same principle to this guy that wrote a book years ago, and it never came true.
Rick, I want to be clear, because I want to make sure I got it right. So you're saying what you said you agreed with, that when I found out about the ADECA program, and I factually said the ADECA program said that these different organizations in these categories would have been qualified for the grant, and that we were told by Kay Ivey that none of them qualified for the grant, only Free to Be Me, or Free to Be.
Yeah.
And then I said, well, if that's true, which I find that hard to believe, but let's say it is because I don't know, I think we all can say that based on the facts about Free to Be, that was a grant that was given irresponsible. And you said you agree with that.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So you're saying that 23 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG. So we'll get your phone calls bottom of the hour, but there is an update on the Ashbury part of it. It looks like we know that part of this revival is about to end by mandate of the president, right?
Yeah, from Louisville, Kentucky. Published reports there from local TV says Asbury
Try emotionalism.
University, the site of the now 11-day revival, says it will no longer allow people to worship at Hughes Auditorium 24 hours a day. The school president, Dr. Kevin J. Brown, said he's trying to balance the incredible movement happening at the school with the needs of the students and their academic experience. He went on to say that they will increase security, prayer, and ministry support, and even management. But the revival has drawn and attracted so many people from all over the world. Yeah. Long lines are setting up, hard to get in this weekend. Yeah. Services will only be held in the afternoon and evenings with a priority for high schoolers and people 25 years and younger.
Yeah, it's one. Look, I'm thankful for especially the ones that just went in that you and I both know, Bubba, and they just said, hey, I just want to be there to kind of come back and kind of assure everybody that I didn't see anything that concerned me or whatever. And all they did was go get in the lines, sit and enjoy it and come back with a report. I got no problem with that. Matter of fact, I'm thankful for that because it was great information. But, yeah, now it's becoming, Fox News is trying to go there, and I know they were kindly turned down, and hey, I need to be there, and people are coming. And I mean, there's a university going on here that's got to get back to the academic part of it to some degree, but without, and they have chapel services and continue to worship. But now it's kind of popping up, like we talked about earlier, all over in different places. So, well, you understand that. I don't fault him for that. I mean, at some point you have to do something, right?
Well, it can get chaotic, and he's responsible for, everybody's well-being there, so he's probably in a tough position.
Yeah, and don't forget, Jesus Revolution hits movie theaters at the end of the week.
Yeah, and it was funny, Babylon Bee. They put that the revival may have started because there was a major project due that the students had to turn in. That's funny, but no, I think that it just be prayed up, have a balanced look, and as we've said 1,000 times. Here's a bizarre concept. Scripture's not silent on this kind of stuff. It tells you what you should and shouldn't see. So, and we hit some of that. So that's great. I'll tell you this. It's one of the things, we all have different, everybody has, no one has a call on their life who's been redeemed, and it's this call of, I don't do anything. I just feel like God's calling me to nothing. Everybody's got some sort of call, if nothing else, the one that we're all called to, and that is to be a disciple and make disciples. Mm-hmm. And but I will say this with us in men's ministry and with the conference coming up this weekend and all the different churches and the strategy that we've been working through, one of the things on that, I will tell you this with zero hesitation. And I will tell you that Gen Z, they're a different cut. And as my Gen Zer we just talked to on the phone has been telling me, please do not lump us in with millennials. And we're a different deal, okay? And he said, and I will say this, and he's an example of it. They're either all in or they're out. This cultural Christianity has no appeal to them. They can be some of the most devout because they're like, well, if this is it, then I'm all in, and I've weighed all the other views, which is what Brody told me. I've looked at everything else, Dad, and honestly, the gospel to me is the only thing that makes any sense. And so when they're in, they're in. Now, when they're out, there's no cultural Christianity there. There's no pretending, because some of those stances are. But that middle line's kind of going away, and frankly, I kind of like that. And I'm telling you, I've met some of these. I've seen more young people devoted to things like sexual purity and coming and actually wearing a white dress and actually standing for what it's supposed to than I ever saw in our generation. I mean, so it's not mass, like everybody acts like they're all Christians. It's not like that. But the ones who are in are all in. But I will say this, you can have some of the most devout college-age kids you want, high school kids you want, middle school kids you want, and youth ministry and college ministry and young adults is very important. But I'll tell you this, if they go back into a house where an ungodly man lives, he'll wreck it. So that's why that men's ministry thing, I mean, and it's all important. All of it's important. But, man, if you can reach and disciple those men and something like this starts up and you've got a dad that actually supports that and is an asset to that as opposed to a detriment to it and an obstacle, ungodly man, you talk about revival wreckers, ungodly men. They'll wreck a revival like that. And so we're excited about what's going to come up this weekend. So there you go. So the university has got to get back to doing classes, and they're going to limit how many services you can have and all that. I don't think they have a choice on that. I think they just about have to. We'll be back. Phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. We'll chat with you and find out what is on your mind when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's the same thing as Steve Farrar wrote a book about prepping back in 1999 for Y2K, and that I haven't held Steve Farrar accountable because he said Y2K was going to be worse than it was. Is that accurate?
I'm saying
but if he said it was going to be
really thought that.
Well, what if he really thought that? I'm talking about you're calling him a false prophet. And that if you want to say that Steve Farrar, like many others, by the way, like many others,
Ricky's showing great restraint.
Thought that
you really are.
Thought that Y2K would be more catastrophic than it was. Lots of people. Now I didn't. I would have disagreed with Steve on that. I didn't think it was going to be that bad. But Steve's saying that as a Christian and as all of you, he said the potential of this, how to be responsible as Christians. False prophets tell you false theology. They give you new revelations. They say things that are contrary to the teachings of the Bible. Are you sure this meets that litmus test?
Well, when a man predicts, that is prophecy.
No, that's not true.
He wasn't the only person that thought there may be a problem.
If somebody said Alabama was going to win the Iron Bowl, they're not a false prophet because they didn't. I mean, that's
it's
not
even that.
That's
Rick.
not the same thing.
It's not even that. And to Rick the caller, when you read the description of the book, the description of a book, which, by the way, was in the 1990s, don't forget, it says the guide, as Helms read, designed to help Christian families cope in a faithful and protected way with the potential fallout of the Y2K crisis. Now, Steve Farrar did not create the Y2K crisis.
Correct.
That was hyped in the media. It was, I think it was a valid concern, and hopefully the concern caused people to make enough adjustments that it never happened. This is kind of like we all took cover from the tornado and we're mad it didn't hit.
Right. Yeah.
So he didn't predict that. He's just saying this is a way to deal with this based on biblical principles if we have a problem with it.
Yes.
I don't think that's false prophecy.
No, it's not at all.
It sounds like to me the book takes on these people that say, I'm going to go stand in traffic, and if I have enough faith, a car won't hit me. It sounds like Steve Farrar saying there's a certain responsibility that we have to take. We can't just throw caution to the wind and say God will take care of us and we don't have to prepare for anything. It sounds like that was the angle of the book. I'll ask him directly, and then if I agree with you, I'll agree. If not, then I will have to agree to disagree. My first indication from knowing Steve pretty well and seeing how God has used him for the kingdom, and I'm sure he's used you as well, and I hope so. And but I would find that difficult that I'm going to come down to the conclusion that, I guess that James Spann's a false prophet when he tells you how to prepare for a tornado that never comes. But, I find that to
and
be.
what that has to do with the Deca situation, I'm
Rick
missing.
on the phone, I love you, but I think you're beyond the stretch on this one, buddy.
Well, in order for you to keep somebody accountable, Rick, you also got to know what's going on.
Right.
And so you can't compare the two. Now that you've said you'll go talk to Steve and work it out. But that's ridiculous.
Well, it sounds like to me that I understand what his point was. If you're going to hold one person accountable, you have to hold everybody
That's the
accountable.
only thing he said.
And he's 100% right about that.
Yeah,
but you got to be factual. It's got to be right.
Y'all, that's a fishing trip. That ain't even close.
Yeah.
Y'all are being too nice. I'm the nice guy here, and I'm telling you that's crazy. Okay, that's nuts.
that guy
I love you, brother, but you're off track on that. You're trying to reel Rick in on something, and our Rick, and you're gonna have to find a better case. That ain't it.
Yeah, I mean, we all have inconsistencies sometimes that we might not be aware of. I don't think this one is going to pass the test on that one.
No.
Steve Farrar?
Oh,
false prophet.
He said here he's a great man. Ain't no way.
Well,
he's just telling you of a potential. If I put a Christian book out how to potentially avoid a tornado, that don't make me a false prophet.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
$35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Your phone calls coming in, any topic you want to talk about. We'd love to hear from you right now. Let's go to Kevin. Kevin, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for your patience, buddy. What's going on?
Yeah, you're talking about, why don't we see a lot more revivals like what's going on in Asbury right now?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's because the church needs more of a resurrection than a revival.
Yeah, I mean, what do you mean by that? Be more specific.
The church is, in general, not one denomination
Understood.
or one faith, but the church
in general has been more leeway than it has been in the past 100 years with society. Instead of standing up for what the church is supposed to believe in and saying this is wrong, this is the way it's supposed to be, they've said, okay, well, do what you want to do, just leave us alone.
Yeah, there is a movement right now, and you see even some pretty influential pastors that are saying things like, we got to come off all this fundamentalism. We can't be talking about, well, this is what the Word of God says, and da-da-da. And you got to be real careful of that. That kind of goes back to that Spurgeon quote. If revival does not feature a reverence for the Word of God, it probably isn't. And if the way we're doing these 7 letters to the churches in the Revelation right now in our Wednesday Bible study, you can look at it the practical way, or it stands for any church at any time, or there's the prophetic way, and those that see it as prophecy, meaning church ages. They would say that we are the church at Laodicea right now. And that is we're delusional about where we are. Look, we've gotten to the point right now, and Sherry said this, and I agree with her. She said, if you use the word Christian now, you have to say I'm a Bible believing Christian.
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't put that in there, it can mean all kinds of things. So I see your point. Bruce in Tennessee. Bruce, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, guys. Hey, I wanted to break down real quick the Toby Mac concert I went to in Nashville last night.
Okay.
And Crowder opened for him. And as many times as I've heard you play that coming out of the breaks, that song by them,
Higher.
I never made that connection. Yeah.
Higher Power.
And about the 4th song in their set, they hit that.
Wow.
And I was just like, oh, the light bulb went off. And I'm going to tell you, that is an amazing live band. They are so eclectic. And they just had the most bizarre combination of music that it was unbelievable.
Absolutely.
So thank you for introducing us to that, but I just never connected the dots.
Yeah, Crowder, he throws a lot of pitches, and
oh my gosh.
Yeah, but very talented, no doubt. To hear them live, it's almost like they're one of those bands, and Greg, I know you're a fan of this. I like bands that when they put out something that's recorded, it almost limits them. And when you see them in an arena or in an amphitheater and they're allowed to, not be confined to the studio, it actually sounds even more powerful.
Oh, yeah.
And so
you're
not
a bigger fan than you were before.
Yeah, and a lot of bands can't pull that off. Yeah.
Yeah, and every song they would all switch instruments, which you got something when that happens.
Yeah, they're talented, no doubt.
As far as Toby goes, Toby is one of the very few bands that sounds as good live as the album, because especially with today's age of all the post-production stuff, it was amazing. And I think 3 different times in between sets, he spoke about burying his son.
Yeah.
And it was, wow,
Yeah.
It was powerful.
Yeah.
It was straight up church.
Yeah.
There were prayer sessions,
Yeah.
and he addressed it. And I wondered going into it, would that be the time of the place? But he used it to explain how we have difficulties and how you have to push through, and his faith is unshaken.
Yeah.
And I would love it if you guys could get a podcast with him. That would be unbelievable.
Didn't we do one with Toby?
We've had him on several
No,
times.
he's called in before.
Okay.
He called in one time when he was in the Dallas airport.
Right, but we haven't done
played your opening music, and you made him fired up, but never got a podcast. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, we've asked him before, and we're going to keep trying that. And another thing about him, whatever vitamins he's taking, we need to find.
Yeah,
he's ageless.
That's what I was going to say. That when I have seen them, and I've seen them several times, they bring it. I mean, it is a lot of physical activity on stage.
Yeah.
I don't see how they keep it up.
He's ageless. I mean, and the good thing is too, he has integrity as a man of God too. Sometimes, this road that people get on when they become a Christian celebrity, it kind of goes south. He has not compromised when it comes to doctrine.
And if you want to hear his segment on the show from 2022, he talks about that. Just Google Toby Mac, Rick Bubba, or Toby Mac, Life After Death, Rick Bubba, something like that.
Yeah, I think we had a segment with him on the show, on the big show. So look for that. Let's go to Dallas. And Bubba, you mentioned this when we were going to bring this up next segment. But Dallas, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, guys. Sent y'all a picture this morning of me and Gary Friday at the Wild Turkey Federation convention in Nashville. Just going to tell you a little bit about experience meeting Gary for the first time. He is 100% Gary the Bulldozer Man and about 150% Rick.
Yes.
I told him, I said, Rick, I think has you down better than yourself. He thought that was hilarious. I gave him a little token from Rick and Bubba. I gave him a 25th anniversary black and gold pen.
Oh, cool.
Signed his autographs for the weekend, so he thought that was fun.
Well, you know, I saw
I got
him.
a lot of pictures of Gary with people over the weekend. He that must have been some more blowout.
Yeah, I saw him yesterday briefly. He just got back from Nashville, and his old eyes was red. He looked so tired. I said,
bet he is.
"Hey, let me tell you, I'm exhausted." He said, "They so many Rick and Bubba people come by and see me."
I bet he called 1,000 turkeys.
He looked. Yeah, I said, "Are you tired of your own call?" I'm gonna tell you, I'm right on the line of it.
I bet his wrist is sore.
Oh yeah,
from carpal.
To Chris.
Carpal tunnel.
Chris, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey guys, good morning. I heard you talking to young Broderick on the phone earlier.
Yes.
And you were asking him to do a role where they don't kill you off in a movie. So, here's an idea. How about him do a movie based on the Rick and Bubba Show in y'all's entire life? He could even include some of his mom's book. It could be a faith-based movie. You'd be the star, so he couldn't kill you off.
It's a good
You're
point.
like 80 anyway.
That's a good point. I think sadly, as at the point now, if anyone ever did Rick and Bubba the movie, actors would be cast to play us. They wouldn't want us to play ourselves.
Yeah, I don't know that we'd want to.
I think that ship has sailed. They're see if they can put a little polish on that pig.
Yeah, let's get somebody that really looks good to do it.
Let's go to Dave. Dave, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you, buddy?
I'm always good, thanks.
Good.
Hey, I had a question
Okay.
that I'd like to have put sort of a poll, and that would be ask young heterosexual couples that are ready to have a baby, ask them if they would like their kid to be gay or some other gender identity. And if the answer to that poll is what we all think it would be, then why aren't we spending a ton of money on researching what's the root cause of that?
Well, I hate to burst the bubble on, or as we say now, bust the balloon on that. I think if you went to certain parts of the country, it's getting to the point now where some of these mod parents, and Bill Maher took this on, of all people, it's almost becoming mod for you to they almost want their kids to be gender confused or not declare their gender because they think it's hip and cool to have a trans kid or
it's trendy.
Yeah, and I hate to break that. I know you can't believe that, but it really is true. I'm not sure you would get as straight answers as you once would have on that question. Do you agree? I mean, it's
a straight.
Well, you know. Yeah. Let's go to John in Alabama. John, go ahead.
How y'all doing this morning?
We're good. How are you, sir?
Fantastic.
Doing good. Hey, I was going to let y'all know I heard you guys had your son on there and all the things you went through with his getting engaged and how he couldn't remember anything.
Yes.
I spent a week and a half planning everything out. Getting got the ring together, got everything ready to go, stomach's all nervous up. And just I'm getting ready to ask her, and I pulled the ring out. She snatched it out of my hand and said, "It's about time." Stepped it on her finger.
You didn't see it going that way.
Took
did you?
pressure off you. All I could do was look at her and say, "I take it that's a yes." She said, "Well, it's about time, so yeah, let's go and get this thing over with."
Well, that probably took a little nervousness.
Like ripping
out
the
of it.
Band-Aid off.
James, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
I just drove by your studio. I was just wondering if y'all new studios like the old one where you could look through the glass. Of course, I'm working, so I couldn't stop by, but I just want to see if I could wave to y'all. I couldn't see y'all in there.
Yeah, you can't really do it on this one.
We have a window,
Yeah.
but due to the camera angles, we leave it closed most of the time.
It washes everything out, and really, it's kind of hard to actually get to that window either because of the hedges.
Yeah.
So it's not really set up the way the other was. So the answer to that is actually no. But I'm glad you came back. I saw some pictures over the weekend. We had some families that were on their way to a tournament, and they stopped by, and everybody got a picture made from the Golden Ticket Seat sign out there.
That's cool.
So that was kind of cool. I think they came by on Friday. Cool pictures of that. Beautiful family. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming your way right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know, we got a busy weekend, Rick. We got some folks graduating this weekend.
How about
that?
this? Brooks, Burgess, and Caitlin Bussey graduate class of 2018 this Sunday.
How about that?
We had
It's funny when they were born, and you're sitting around the hospital. You got time to think, and you're thinking, "Gosh, they'll graduate. It'll be 2018," because Caitlin was born in 1999.
Yep.
And right before Y2K, by the way. I got Steve Farrar's book and prepared for that. I'm just joking. But you think about, hey, when they're a senior to be 2018, you wonder, will we have flying cars yet?
Right.
What will we be doing? What will we be wearing? Little did I know, wearing the same clothes I had the day she was born.
Right, yeah.
But,
they still look good, though.
Yeah, and but hey, here it is. Here we're here. We have stepped into the future.
Unbelievable. How about I got the Tasmo right behind, and I will be empty nest. You're going empty nest right now.
Yep.
It's awesome, man. It really is. Look, every period of life is fun.
Yeah.
And we were sitting down, had a little dinner last night, talking about the next step and preparing Big Love to step out, and had just us kind of sitting around talking with Sherry and my wife and then one of the other son. He was there too, and we're thinking this is it's good. It's time. You're supposed to go to the next step and go do that. And looking forward to spend some time in Starkville. He'll go to Mississippi State. Caitlin goes to Auburn, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we'll be spending some time in those communities. And matter of fact, I'll be off one day in June, going over for the orientation and going over to I got to get the lay of the land over there. Got all my Mississippi State stuff ready to go.
Cowbell to you.
Yeah.
Don't talk it up too much.
Oh, you supposed to go to one?
Well,
You tried to get out of something.
Well, in all fairness,
how about them golden ticket seats one more time?
Well, what I was going to say is the caller that just called, and if I was a detective, which I'm not, but we play one here on the show.
Rick, you showed amazing restraint. Just let it go.
You wouldn't believe that. I'm serious, Coach.
Your blood pressure must be good today.
The golden ticket seat said in 1997, 98, I would have ripped that guy's head off. And I got a text from my pastor, Rick, great restraint. I got a text from the guy who leads our men's ministry. Rick, I've never seen that kind of restraint. This is incredible growth. He's given me a Bible verse from 1 Corinthians. But I think if you are people that don't think I've been changed by Jesus, that segment alone should show you.
No.
All right, so
Rick, I'm frustrated because you held such restraint.
Well, Adler had the best line. He said, "If you'd ripped a guy's head off, we would have all been entertained, but it would not have. It would not have been as effective as what you did." But here's the point. Even Jesus, I hate to bring this up, but I'm not saying this guy has any issue with Jesus. I think he's fine.
No,
I understand.
No.
I understood what his motivation was because he revealed it. Because Jesus teaches us in Matthew 7 toward the end. He says, sooner or later, if you want to know who people really are, just let them keep talking, just keep watching what they're doing, and eventually they'll reveal who they really are. He revealed why he really called by bringing up Kay Ivey. That's why he really called.
Yep.
He's a supporter of Kay Ivey, and that's fine. Everybody can make their own. As I said, look at the information that's available, look at what's going on, and you decide whether that bothers you or it doesn't. I haven't been a supporter of Kay Ivey. I think she's a fine woman. I don't know anything about her much at all. But I think when we get ready to do things, my first motivation of not wanting Kay Ivey to be the nominee was I just think she's been in the Alabama politics too long.
Yeah, time for a change.
I think it's time for her to move on. She's done her job. Some things I thought she did well. Some things I didn't think she did very well, even when she was serving. But it's time to go on. And I think that, some of the things that we've experienced as Alabamians, I think she still represents too much of that. All shucks, I was raised on a farm. And
Rick, show your restraining.
I'm a good Christian, all that kind of stuff. So, but why should we vote for you? Well, I was hard worker, raised on a farm, and I shoot guns sometimes. But anyway, so
I told Scotty I ought to shoot more guns in this.
But there's got to be more
That's
than
no
that.
bull.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, and then we see this thing that came out that should have been brought to light, just no matter who was serving. And I would say the same thing about the Bentley administration. These grants given to this organization by the Bentley governor's office or the Ivey governor's office, I disagree with as a citizen of the state. I think it was ill-advised and terribly done, okay? And I think it does open up that ADECA program has got a lot of problems and needs to be looked at. Okay, with that being said, so what this guy did is he says, I don't like what Rick and Bubba have brought up, and I got to sit here and think of something I can call in and try to see if I can get Rick on something to try to discredit this obvious stuff that was brought out. And he's thinking, and they're all probably sitting around having breakfast. And somebody said, well, he's doing some men's conference with that Steve Farrar. Oh, that's that guy that wrote that book in 1990-something about Y2K. And Y2K turned out to be a big deal. So he's a false prophet. And I'm going to call in and I'm going to act like I agree with what he brought out about K because that'll make me look bad. It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. LearBubba.com teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show. Bubba, the audience can never say we never did anything for them. We've got them a free silver bar. Yeah, that's right. If you will go to LearBubba.com right now and use our URL, for every ounce of gold you get, you're going to get a silver bar. So how about that? So pick that up right now by going to LearBubba.com. Financial analysts are predicting gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. That can't be guaranteed, of course. But if it gets anywhere near that number at the prices that you can buy it right now, you're going to do real well with it. You're in for a major return. So go right now to LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. Protect your retirement. Protect your savings with gold. And it's a great opportunity right now. And you get a silver bar for every ounce of gold that you purchase. Speak with them directly, 1-800-707-4575, or go to LearBubba.com. We also have that linked for you at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So hit that. So, Bubba, when Adler started doing the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, it has spawned some incredible bits here on the program that we have all come to know and love.
Sure.
Yeah, so I look now at anything something happens to Jiu-Jitsu, he wants to show us.
Comes right to the top.
That if he had to, he could take Greg. This is really what this is all about. This is what this is all about.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
He's like Andy Kaufman, the comedian. He's the women's champion.
Yeah, right.
He only wrestled women.
That is hilarious.
Well, he won 2 out of 3.
Watch this video, Greg, and maybe you'll think differently, friend.
So this girl is going to take on some boxers. Now they're not
fake.
They're not jiu-jitsu people. They're just boxers.
Right.
And
they're not trained.
And she's going to show that jiu-jitsu is now. They didn't box her though.
Well, there is audio, and it kind of explains what's going on.
All right, here we go.
Let him get you on the ground.
Let's take a look.
All right,
here we go.
So I was drilling chokes with my female student, and one of the boxers interrupted us. So after instigating his male ego and giving her a nice pep talk and believing in her, what ensued was mayhem. She gets a hold of him and chokes him right. The commotion makes another boxer come in. Maybe he was trying to flirt, whatever, but to his shock, she's dangerous. She chokes him out. Another boxer comes in thinking everyone's being too nice, trying to flirt, so he tries his hardest, right? He gets choked out, right? So another boxer's like, okay, this gotta be hype. What's going on? And of course, he gets choked out. Despite all this, she was still being underestimated until she got a hold of his neck. This right here is the power of jiu-jitsu against an untrained opponent.
Yep.
This is what the art is for.
Greg, what was that?
Afterwards, we all hung out. The boys was wrestling.
Greg.
The mat was filled. It was like a cookout, all because they underestimated her.
Yep. See, Greg, that's like you.
They
Greg,
don't
you
want-
underestimate
no.
me.
I think they're flirting.
They're not going to unleash on a woman.
No, Greg, they were
Now,
trying
Adler
their hardest.
does when he wrestles them.
They were trying their hardest, Greg, and jiu-jitsu's real.
Do you
and
put
so
some
now-
boxing gloves
But
on
in
her
a-
and tell her
so
to box?
In a
funny
real
that I
fight,
was-
they punch her, though.
Yeah.
Not
they're
so
not allowed
funny
to
that I
punch
was
her.
fighting women now. Not so funny that I was
Yeah, but you weren't fighting that
women
woman.
now.
You weren't fighting
They
that
were
woman.
just as good. They were just as
Maybe
good.
better.
She
What'd
was
you go,
good.
2 out of 3 you won?
At least.
Do you remember the first time you came on air and said, "Yeah, will you roll with me?" And we were like, "What?
Oh, yeah.
Roll?
Yeah.
Roll? What?"
So how many
Spar.
women did you roll with?
Oh, thousands, Bubba.
Thousands.
No, we're talking.
No, in
legend.
jiu-jitsu.
I don't know. Like, at least a dozen. There's large classes. Everybody's, you're circling, going around.
So how
When are
many
you
did you
going-
win straight up?
Oh, I never got tapped by a woman. Honestly,
You think this woman could choke you?
But the highest ranking woman at the academy was a blue belt, though. So there you go. I honestly have never rolled against. I've never rolled against a purple belt of a woman or higher.
I think we've got some problem with some of the lingo here.
Trust me, I would love.
He would love to.
Yeah.
I will trust me. I would love it.
You remember when Webby got mad at you?
Yeah, he pointed at that video.
Oh, when I was in the competition, yes.
He got frustrated.
I was like, I was doing so bad. I was like, what do I do now? And he just pointed to the scoreboard. He's like, dude, you have like 30 seconds left, and you're down by 16.
It's over.
That's like being down by 16 in soccer.
Right.
It's not good.
Do you still keep in touch with Webby?
You know, I texted him probably a month or two.
When are
ago.
you going back?
I need to go back so bad, but I have my home gym is set up so good.
What belt were you when you quit?
I'm still a white belt, guys.
You had a few stripes.
I'm a poser. I am a jiu-jitsu poser at this point. It's been so long.
But you could choke Greg out.
Easy.
Right.
Greg, you didn't even know what she was doing. That's called a standing guillotine, and it's really easy to do on somebody that don't know about it.
I don't think. I think they were just being polite.
Yeah. So I guess you just hope you don't.
Did she accept a date with any of them?
Right. Nope.
This was over?
She just kicked their butts and said, "Jiu-jitsu's awesome," and then that was that.
And then said, "Jiu-jitsu."
So that's how she ended it.
Well, that's that.
Yeah. So there you
But
go.
I'm straight up a poser. I haven't been in so long. I shouldn't even talk about it. I shouldn't even talk about it.
You can't even represent the sport anymore.
Well, you're the one that put the video on here today. I thought you were excited about it. It's making you realize how much you miss it.
I do miss it, and I will actually be getting my kids into it because they're going to be able to beat up Greg's grandkids. It's going to be great.
That is so good. That is so good.
Like one of my neighbors is doing jiu-jitsu, and I can see his gi hanging outside every now and then. He's ready to go.
There you go.
And I thought about you. I was like, I wonder where you still got your gi?
Oh, I've got them. I know exactly. They're in a box in my
Pretty
basement.
much use them on Halloween now.
Let me ask you, if you're a youth person doing this and you have a gi, what do you call it?
A gi.
A gi. Does that mean it's a guillotine?
Oh, that's good.
For a team.
That's
I
good.
get it.
Hey,
Plus guillotine, the choke in jiu-jitsu.
Speaking of that, Adler, you've motivated me. I'm going to start Ellis on it. Can he borrow your gi?
Yes.
He is a tall 4-year-old.
Yeah,
by the way.
he's tall for you.
I've got one for him.
But
it shrunk a little bit in the dryer.
Remember when I put that one on and me and you wrestled in the back for one of the videos?
Yes, fantastic. One of the best videos ever.
You put one of his gis on?
Yeah, it was tight.
I bet it was.
I mean, not kind of.
It's.
I was fatter then than I am now.
But
it's really tight.
But you know, the standing guillotine was also used in professional wrestling.
Yes, Rick.
I remember the standing guillotine.
They tap out every time.
Oh yeah, that was a good one.
That and the sleeper hold.
Yeah, and of course the atomic elbow or the people's elbow.
And the DDT.
Then the power bomb came along. That was really tough.
Yeah, the DDT.
Yeah. Do you watch pro wrestling, Adler? Is that your thing?
I don't watch pro wrestling, no. But to y'all's point, having wrestling, actual like collegiate wrestling skills are very, very important for self-defense if you're going to especially try to institute something like jiu-jitsu, because yes, it is something that happens generally more on the ground once the fight has been taken to the ground. And the whole point is holding your opponent down. And if you can hold your opponent down, then you will win. You can use gravity to your favor, and next thing you know, Greg's crying, you know?
Yeah. Like a baby.
Let me go, Adler.
Got dunked on.
I got dunked on. Greg, he said he was going to take me on, but he realized I never take naps.
Right.
All right.
Let me know if you guys are going to tie your shoes anytime soon. If you drop any like a piece of paper or something, that's when it would be good for me.
You maybe try a side plank. You don't know I'm in the room.
Yes.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But we were sitting there going, what is this guy's point? What's his angle? And all of a sudden, it reared its head. Just like that thing with K. Ivy. Okay, now we got it. Now I see. Now I see what you're doing. So anyway, I appreciate you, Rick. I think you had an ulterior motive just by your actions, because the connection to K. Ivy and Steve Farrar was a little weak. But I think it did. I think it did show us who you really were, and that's fine. Look, that's the problem with politics. Now some of y'all get upset because we think a different candidate should be in and all of that. Look, go vote your conscience. Vote what you think is best. Now, I will tell you this. There seems to be some similarity with the K. Ivy supporters. They have that Roy Moore feel.
Yep.
You know, where no matter what this person does or what they do, by golly, we're going we're going to defend them on every turn, and we're going to push them into that election. And my concern for the state of Alabama is that if all of you push her through, as some of you want to do, no matter what comes up, no matter what is said, no matter what she does, is you're going to get to October and you're going to run into another formidable Democrat, Walt Maddox out of Tuscaloosa.
Yep.
And Walt Maddox is going to beat her. Because all this playing nice with her right now, how dare you bring up this Adeka thing? That's mean. It's the first thing that's ever been brought up anything negative, even though it's true.
Mm-hmm.
The Democrats, they can't wait. I'm telling you, this Paula Todd thing was them outing themselves a little bit.
Yes.
They're going to go after all these things that nobody wants to talk about with Kay because you want to be nice. They're not going to be nice in October.
No, they're not.
I promise you. And it is going to be a Roy Moore Part 2. And they're going to bring up everything they can find. And it's going to turn off some evangelicals who'll say, well, maybe I just shouldn't vote at all. Kind of like what happened with Roy. And Walt Maddox is going to walk into Montgomery.
And you won't be able to avoid doing a debate in the general election.
No.
You're going to have to get on stage and be side by side with somebody who can handle themselves behind a microphone.
You're right. You're right. And you better think that through, Alabama, I'm telling you.
Rick and Bubba.
How about it?
There it is. All right, so a lot of stories to unpack, some of them unpleasant. We had another school shooting as we all headed into the weekend, and, unpacking another one of those, you just keep shaking your head. There was a royal wedding this past weekend. Bubba and I had 2 kids that graduated from high school this past weekend and all that went with that. And so there is much, much, much to look back over today and then look ahead to some other things that are coming up. I'm reading some of the headlines here today. I told, anytime we have one of these. Now, from what I gathered on the very dark, evil, no fun story, that the school shooter this time had said he was going to take his own life, but then just didn't go through with it and actually was taken in.
Right.
And that he, they think that this was tied to, once again, the inability for this generation to deal with disappointment and setbacks. There was a time when it was pretty well understood that if you went through life, there was a chance that you would be disappointed or let down, and you had to be able to deal with that, mentally, and push on through it. And what we've done is we've got everybody, of course. I heard this line, and this is the line that we all knew was coming. I heard this line over the weekend, and I was waiting for them to get it organized to this place. They were close, but the left always. Finally, eventually, they always want you to give up some sort of liberty. Why, Bubba? For the children.
Sure.
Or for the
kids, for the future,
or for the earth. There's always some that complete. And I heard it yesterday. They said, there was no Saturday. Maybe we as Americans need to reconsider Second Amendment for the safety of the children.
Well, you better be all for it for the safety of the children.
Well. That's the part they don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
Of course,
it was a gun that stopped this guy, right?
Well, Bubba, it usually is. But and of course, there was another one the other day that had a situation break out with one where somebody with a gun handled it before anything happened. Mm-hmm. Of course, that story, you don't hear about it much. But no, I'm going to tell you, because undoubtedly we've decided to do some things as a society that has produced a bunch of evil people that literally think that the solution to their disappointment or their anger or their is to just go kill people in cold blood. And there was a time when people didn't think like that, like they do now. And really, since that is the case, and we've made the point to, you're just sitting there, drop back, and you keep kicking this dead horse to the point you can't even recognize it anymore, you better get to where you can shoot back. I mean, I'm telling you, the problem that we have that's producing these people is so enormous. You better get to where you can shoot back, because trying to get it resolved to where people – we go back and try to take people that have been damaged through all this stuff their whole life and fix it. That's a big job. And in the meantime, you better be able to shoot back.
Well, when Parkland happened, and we had talked about this before, but I tried to really make a point that the next school shooter was out there. Mm-hmm. This guy was already out. Now, did he use a sawed-off shotgun? I heard that.
It was his dad's shotgun and revolver.
Okay. no assault rifle here, but he was still able to kill people.
Tim?
That you got to have a 30, 60, 90 day kind of plan. It sounds great. Let's get rid of guns. Let's get rid of crazy people. Let's keep crazy people and guns from getting together. All that sounds good. It's really good to talk about, but it doesn't help save one person. We need to fortify our schools immediately.
Seven and a half minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio. Welcome to more Rick and Bubba. Glad that you are here. Buffalo Wild Wings Rick and Bubba Charity Charge today. If you have got the show out of Sweet Home, Alabama, try Buffalo Wild Wings locations in Alabaster on 280 in Birmingham, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover on John Hawkins Parkway, downtown Birmingham, 4th Avenue South, Trussville, Pell City, Oxford, Chelsea. All of those participating today. 10% of food sales today goes to kidsoutdoors.org. Another great organization that you can help just by simply enjoying delicious food. Welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Buss.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us on the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
It's time for a global warming update, Bubba. It is global warming update, climate change, climate disruption, whatever. I think right now the new name everybody seems to be going with is climate change. That's the new one, right?
They're still kind of hanging on.
Yeah, well, because the global warming thing kind of got hurt by the inconsistencies. So now whether it's hot, cold, or in between, lots of tornadoes, no tornadoes, lots of hurricanes, no hurricanes, whatever it is, ice, no ice, it's all tied to climate change, of course.
Burn, baby, burn.
So, Bubba, Greta.
Little Greta Thunberg.
Has no one been arrested for abusing this person?
No, Rick. She's been arrested, though. You remember she got held. She was being carried out in Germany at one of the big coal mines that they were expanding there.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, everybody was smiling, taking pics together and all that.
Yeah,
it wasn't really your normal, hey, criminal, I need to lock you up deal.
How dare you?
I know it. Thanks, Greta. She ever go to class? Anybody know?
I have no idea.
Rick, she recently appeared on ABC's The View. The Swedish climate activist urged her fellow climate change activists to step, listen to this, outside of legal methods to achieve their goals. In other words, she's saying break the law if you have to.
Breaking
and
the
I think
law,
we have
break.
the clip here.
So
we'll hear it from her.
Here she is on. Is this her on The View?
Yeah.
Oh,
Courtesy
gosh,
of
can you
ABC.
imagine? Can you imagine?
I feel like I want to, in the future, be able to look back and say that I did everything I could in this time when we were experiencing an accelerating climate crisis and when we still could avoid the worst consequences of it. We must remember that if we want to see real changes, we can't. If we look through history, if people who were advocating for example, social justice, if they had only used the legal methods, then we wouldn't be where we are today, for example, when it comes to racial rights and women's voting and etc. So we need to think outside the box because this is an existential crisis.
How dare you?
So she's telling people break the law, whatever you have to do to support the climate movement.
I hate to ask this uncomfortable question because I know it's uncomfortable and no one wants to talk about it. What are her qualifications to know about climate? Really? Because she's telling me we have a climate crisis. Whatever you have to do, do it.
Existential.
Because we have a climate crisis. What? Like The View? Did anybody ever stop and say, Greta, you're relatively young, but that doesn't mean that you're not well qualified. You may be. I know a lot of brilliant young people. I would like to ask you though, can you tell us where you were trained?
Yeah.
And how you learned about climate to the point that you are so concerned that people should break the law, and you know that there is climate change that is man-made, of course. You know that. Why? And if you have come to that conclusion, what are your credentials that would cause us all to go, well, you know what, we need to listen to her?
Yeah. What would
age is not
what
the
would
problem.
be the difference if we came on here and told people to stop these climate activists, these climate terrorists, even if you have to go outside the law to do it?
Oh, Bubba.
Oh, you just be lambasted.
Oh, sure.
So she gets a free pass because of what she says, and the liberals and the environmental wackos are behind her. You know what I still don't understand, if they were just intellectually honest about this. Everything that they think is affecting the earth, they look internal for. You know, it's all of you people driving an SUV. It's all you people running a chainsaw. It's all this. It's all that. But they never look to the outside things. I mean, you realize, I mean, we're a planet in orbit around a star. We have a solar system, a galaxy.
I don't understand this.
Why don't they look at the astrophysics side of it, too? I mean, really, if you're going to cover the whole thing. Because you have to look at the orbit of the Earth, the temperature of the sun. It goes through cycles. You know, our orbit is not perfect. It varies a little bit from time to time. But they never talk about that stuff, which can really make a big difference. Also, if you want to look internal, you got to talk about the magnetic field of the Earth, our force field, the poles. You know, we know there's some fluctuation in that.
Yeah.
So I don't know why they don't ever cover that if they're going to cover the whole thing. It's always stop people from driving cars. That's basically all they've got.
It's not very comprehensive. Couldn't they even get up and say, here's some things it could be, and include the things you just said?
Yeah.
I mean, and put the other stuff in there, too.
Yeah.
Put the cars in there if you want.
Because the day is coming that we're going to be all battery cars, and then what are they going to say?
Right.
It's the power plants. Well, you got to charge the battery cars you made us all change to.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, I don't think they're thinking this thing out very well, because eventually, and we've seen this with other movements, it becomes more about keeping the movement going than actually solving the problem, because we got a lot of people on the trough making money off of it. And let me tell you, the climate change bunch,
big business.
You think PETA? You think PETA ain't raking in money?
Big
the
business.
Climate change bunch is massive.
Yes.
It makes Big Pharma look like a warm-up act.
Oh, yeah. They got more houses than Black Lives Matter.
You know what it is?
I mean, it's
all right. Yeah. You know what it is? Big climate change.
Big climate change. And I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. Why are we letting the people get away? Because I really believe, honestly, I want you to know this. I don't think she is a scam, meaning she knows that she's not telling the truth. I think this young girl has been terrified by people, and they're using her, and she's a pawn. And all this, and what they've done to her is really cruel.
Yeah,
it really is.
She's passionate because she's scared to death.
Right, they
and
terrified
she's
her.
got issues.
Yeah.
We've covered that.
But they've terrified her.
Rick, also in Minnesota, quickly, 2 Democratic lawmakers there are proposing a pair of bills that would basically take away your lawnmowers, your chainsaws, and ice resurfacing equipment like Zambonis, unless they were totally electric. And this would start in 2025. Representative Jerry Newton and Heather Edelson, members of the, get this now, Minnesota Democratic Farmers Labor Party. Okay. What the heck is that?
I have no idea.
Is that a nice way to say communist?
Yeah, should those words even be?
It's got a communist feel to it.
Should those words even be together?
So again, I would propose to them. It sounds good. You know, we got chainsaws and we got people out there with weed eaters and lawnmowers, and they're destroying the environment. Okay, we're gonna go to battery. How are we charging them?
Right.
Power plant. We just moved the carbon down the road is all we did. We didn't make any real change here, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm still trying to figure this out for them.
Hey, what did you do, Democrat lawmaker? Well, what we want to do is do away with gas-powered lawnmowers, chainsaws, because we think that'll stop climate pollution. You realize when I say it like that, you realize how stupid that sounds?
Listen to this, too. The Democratic governor there, Tim Walz, has signed a bill requiring electricity production to be 80% carbon-free by 2030, okay, 2030, and 100% by 2040. Republicans have labeled it the blackout bill.
Yeah, you better believe it.
Hey, if the wind ain't blowing and it's cloudy in Minnesota and you can't make electricity, you're in a world of hurt.
Hey, your winter's going to be real hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, it was pretty hard in Texas that year. They struggled with it.
Oh, yeah.
You might ought to keep a couple of those plants to throw, even if you go totally, you're totally green movement.
Yeah.
You might ought to keep a gas-powered plant or two around just for those days it ain't working.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Immediately. I give you as an example, we have not had a mass shooting at a high-profile sporting event in a long time. I can't even remember. I'm sure there's been one, but I can't remember one. Or we haven't had one of a major amount, because they fortify these stadiums and they fortify around these stadiums. You can't get in. You can't get to the point where you could do this. Our airports, for the most part, are fortified now. So at least they're a lot better than they were. There's designs out there for schools that will be built and airports that are being built where they can restrict access even more. And that's what we need to look to in the future. But again, on our 30, 60, 90 plan, look, there, and I hate to say it again, there's another school shooter out there somewhere right now, probably already got his gun, already, mentally deranged. He's just waiting on that trigger event, and we need to have our schools in a defensive position. And people, we don't want to be scarred. Hey, they're scarred after there's a shooting.
Yeah,
that's what you need to worry about. The only way you can stop a mad gunman is with somebody else trained with a gun to put them down. That's all. Sorry, guys. That's just the truth. I'm trying to save your life. So why don't we get with it?
Yeah, well, we come back, I'll tell you, like I actually, to Bubba's point, and we all agree on that point, is I heard somebody, all over the weekend, they started sitting down with investigators, and they were saying, okay, and the guy basically said, ain't nothing you can do.
But shoot back.
But shoot back. He said, if you think we can keep this from happening, you better be able to shoot back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So the shooter was singing Another One Bites the Dust every time he would shoot someone. He played a Japanese World War II military anthem over and over during the rampage. I don't know, was that coming out of his phone or something? They've gone and checked all of his social media stuff, and it was obvious that he was. But the thing is that this person is killing people over. This is the point that I keep trying to make, and because kind of what Bubba was saying, we've said there is the way we wish things were, and then there's the way they really are, and you better prepare for the way they really are.
It takes intestinal fortitude to do that and look over the way we wish it was.
Right.
Because we live in a fairly sanitized society compared to the way, say, our great-grandfathers grew up and lived. They had to be a lot tougher,
Well, that's the point I was going to make. You keep seeing over and over with this. Now, first of all, and I know, and it's getting to the point that I'm completely shocked that people actually disagree with this now, but there is nothing that anybody could ever have to go through. I'm talking about nothing that justifies killing people in cold blood who are innocent.
No.
Okay, nothing. Nothing warrants that. Nothing. So here's how it looked. There was a time where we raised a generation of young people that had people in authority who sometimes could be mean, sometimes could be degrading. We had, see if I'm right on this, We lived in a society where boys turned girls down who liked them, and girls turned boys down who liked them. We lived in a time when somebody might say something about your physical appearance. We lived in a time where a teacher might give you an F and tell you that this is not going to work. We lived in a time where a coach may not let you play. Okay, that was a time that we lived in, and I'm not saying all those things were great or that there weren't some things we needed to adjust on, but I will tell you this, it did not produce a group of young people that could not handle disappointment, that could not handle authority, that could not handle rejection, defeat, disappointment. You had to push on through that, and you had to toughen up a little bit. And
it changed. You had to change course with what you were doing, what you were thinking. They put you on a course they wanted you on, and you could fight them on it. You could buck a little bit, the whole system, but eventually you got in line.
Well, we were taught to respect authority, but we also were taught to be tougher because you can't protect your children. One day, somehow, they're going to face adversity. Somebody's going to disappoint them. Somebody's going to fire them. Somebody's not going to give them a job.
A girl is not going to respond to your advances for someone you like.
We have a group of people that cannot persevere. I mean, I was talking to coaches now. They said, you got to be, guys, it's just, we're not prepared. We are creating the environment where these kind of people exist. And a lot of it is every time something doesn't go, hey, so-and-so won't go out with me. Mommy, Daddy, can you do something? 22 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. We're back. 866. We Be Big is our number. Somebody say. So Bubba, Ronnie DeSantis, he's looks like he's everybody keeps waiting for him to officially throw his hat in the ring. On running for president. Of course, the View's about to have a conniption over this. They're now labeling him a fascist, of course.
Oh,
since they've changed the definition of it, I guess.
Have you seen? I mean, the View. Every day they're beating him up worse than they beat up Trump.
They're terrified of DeSantis,
and he's not even announced he's running yet.
Right? Yeah.
And apparently much beloved in Florida, based on the last election.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Tell me, does this sound like he's running? Ron DeSantis is kicking off a tour where he is going to support pro-police. And the tour is going to suburbs of Democrat-run cities.
Yep.
What do you think? He's going, and for instance, he's going to New York State.
Mm-hmm.
He is going to, and he's speaking in Staten Island.
Right.
He's going to Fort Washington, which is a Philadelphia suburb.
Oh boy.
And he's going to Amherst, Illinois, which is a suburb of Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
He will meet with sheriffs, chiefs of police, and other law enforcement officials. His political team has made this announcement.
Well, I think yes, absolutely, because what he's done masterfully in Florida, and he could do it nationally, I believe. He knows the hot buttons that a large population of Americans are sick and tired of, and they're sick and tired of this anti-police rhetoric that has turned some of the most dangerous cities even more dangerous. Nobody wants to be in law enforcement now because of the way they're treated and that they get marked to be killed. And he's taking that on the high crime rates in all these cities. I don't care how much you love a political party. When you're afraid for your life, you start looking another way.
Yeah.
On somebody that says, how would you like to have some law and order brought back to your community? Certainly holding law enforcement accountable, but we're not going to get rid of them.
Yeah.
So that I think that resonates with people and his team, and he knows that it does. And because he is in my opinion, a better communicator than Trump, I think he can go in and communicate the points and resonate with people that might be looking for an alternative.
Now, some people are saying, no, don't read too much into this. He's actually out recruiting, trying to get police officers to come to Florida.
That's possible.
Last year, you may remember, they awarded $5,000 signing bonuses to officers willing to relocate to Florida from blue states.
Yeah.
If you don't think that the Democrats are concerned, the Democratic governor in Illinois condemned him as a homophobic.
So that's all he had to go with?
Yeah.
I'll tell you one thing. You're bringing law and order back, but you're homophobic. I think somebody whose house has been broken in for the 11th time this week says, I couldn't care less what he thinks about it.
And that's all about that law that they don't want you teaching kids, in kindergarten about all that. That's why they call it homophobic.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, I don't know. The only way that DeSantis would not run for president right now, there's only one reason, is he realizes that Trump is maniacal on wanting to be president again. I mean, he's obsessed with it, and that he doesn't really want to get into the Trump grinder and have to get in there and grind with him.
Yeah, right.
It's almost like, for lack of a better term, the instructions that Cousin Eddie gave about his dog if he takes a hold of you.
Right.
Is you just go, let Trump have this run, let him be done with it. He can't run again.
Yeah.
Hopefully he'll win.
Yeah.
And let's let him have his time, and then I'll roll in there after Trump. That's the only reason why you wouldn't run.
But and of course, Trump is trying out nicknames for DeSantis.
Oh, yeah.
He's tried several. His last one was Ron Meatball. I don't know.
Where'd that come from?
I'm not sure how that.
What was that about?
Then it was Ron Sanctimonious. At one
Well,
time.
that was one of the first.
That was the first one.
And
I heard about the meatball one.
I don't really follow it, but
Him and his name.
the polling shows that DeSantis could win the GOP nominee and beat Biden or Newsom at this point.
Well,
Biden, and it's meatball Ron, not Ron meatball. Not that it matters.
It doesn't matter.
I knew it was a meatball in there somewhere.
It wasn't a meatball.
Why is he calling him Meatball Ron?
I don't know why he's calling him Meatball Ron.
Who knows, Rick?
I'd love to hear his angle on it.
There's got to be a tie.
Yeah, low energy meatball Ron.
Well, we got to do something. We have to do something. I know that Biden met with Lizinski, but weren't we all embarrassed when he looked up and says, "How'd you get to Delaware?"
Yeah,
right.
Ain't there a war over there?
Seemed a little out of place
over here. So I don't know where Meatball Ron or what that means, or I mean, if you were
there's a reference.
If you were advising DeSantis for his political future as president one day, would you say, let's just let this one ride?
Let's let it go because he's going to get his troops out against you.
Right. You don't want to go getting that Trump grinder. Let him get out there and have his thing and be done with it. And
work it out.
Hopefully he can win. Then you can go in after him.
Yeah. Exactly.
Would that be your advice?
Oh yeah.
And
it's a tough call. It's a tough call.
I think, I don't know. You're in a tough spot because wouldn't Trump versus DeSantis just end up splitting the party, and then maybe we don't even have a Republican president after all is said and done?
Yeah. And then if Trump doesn't get the nomination, he'll try to run on his own.
Right.
That's
if he runs a third party, would that split enough off? Because
yes, it would.
If you're the Republican side, you can't have any split off.
Oh,
we saw that with George Bush daddy.
Yeah.
George H. Bush, because Ron, what's his name? What was Perot's name? No,
Ross Perot.
Ross, not Ron.
H. Ross Perot.
We called him Ross Meatball.
Meatball Ross.
He trimmed just enough off that because, like I said,
Trump will trim a bunch off
in any national election.
Yeah,
you're going to have, like we've talked about, 48% is going to vote Democrat no matter what. 45 is going to vote Republican no matter what. So you got, just a few points right in there is going to make a difference.
Have you ever tried?
You got to have everybody on the Republican side to win.
Yeah, if Trump runs, then either let him be the Republican nominee or he's going to throw the election to the left. Because if he goes independent, I don't know if you've ever talked to anybody in the Trump trance. You cannot say anything remotely critical or negative. I mean, they are locked in.
I know a lot of folks that were big time Trumpers that said they would vote for DeSantis if he ran.
Yeah,
if he doesn't, they'll vote for Trump.
Right. Yeah. I think that's a simple vote.
I think Meatball Ron is just because he has a round face.
Is that it?
That's Trump thought that was funny.
Okay, he does look kind of
funny.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, somebody won't let me play on the team. Mommy, Daddy. Somebody won't let me be a homecoming king. Mommy, Daddy, homecoming queen. Mommy, Daddy, somebody won't let me be on the cheerleading squad. Mommy, Daddy, somebody won't let me do this. Mommy, Daddy, do something. And it's like we run out there to go say, well, nothing can ever be disappointing to my child. I don't want anything to happen that may hurt them, that may hurt their feelings, that may make them feel rejected. That's just life, man. And you got to be able to push through it. The answer no one at one time, no one even considered the answer to your disappointment was to go kill people. Kill people. And we've also dumbed down the value of life, but I won't get into that. And the other thing is this. Love, there's certainly great things that can be done with social media. I'm not one of these people that, look, but has it created an environment where you can do a lot of good, which also means you can do a lot of bad? It's created this narcissistic, I want to be famous garbage. When they interviewed this generation and this young man's age, the number one thing they want to be is famous. That's the number one thing they want to be. And so they build this little empire of themselves for everybody, look at me, look at me, look at me. He even said he didn't shoot some people so they could tell people what happened, so they could tell his story. Okay? And he meant to kill himself, and then he kind of cowered it out at the end when he stopped shooting people, when people with other guns that could shoot better than him showed up.
Yeah.
I hate to say that. They said he folded like a cup when people who knew how to use guns showed up to shoot him. But so we are dealing with this again, and the things I just mentioned, to go back and fix those will take generations to fix. So we better get to the point now where we can protect ourselves from these people.
Step one is a hardened defense. I think that is what you have to do. We're going to have to spend the money to do it. We're going to have the personnel to do it. And when we do that, you'll see a dramatic drop in these things.
We have decided in this country, and the only thing that's different, I heard somebody talking about, they were reading all these different, this is the thing now where they put all these socialist countries that have all this about how few school shootings they have. It's not. It's that also you'll go to these countries and find out how little liberty these people have.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But here's the other thing. Our liberty has never been the problem. It's just that when we decide to turn our country into a godless society of narcissistic people, when we decided to do that, it just so happened that in this country there's more guns available to you. The guns were never the problem. They've been available to us for a long time. The problem is we've changed who we are as a society. So in this particular maximum liberty Second Amendment society, when our people go rogue, they have access to more guns.
Yeah.
Now that is true, but the problem is we won't deal with why they're going rogue. We want to think, well, now that everybody's gone rogue, we got to do something about the guns. Well, the only problem about that is the very reason that was created will be taken away from people who aren't bothering anybody. And so we can't do that. I'm sorry, we can't do that.
This guy broke several gun laws, by the way. Wasn't supposed to have the pistol, wasn't supposed to have the shotgun.
Right.
Wasn't supposed to be modified in that way. So he just trampled right over laws.
Well, you know why? Evil people don't care what the law is.
That's shocking, isn't it?
And we've got to be able to just say that this person was evil and wicked, and it's nobody's fault but his own. That's who's at fault. And you got to get to where when one of these people step on the school campus, you shoot them quick. I mean, that's all that's going to fix it.
You got to have
For
defense.
right now.
You got to have a defense perimeter quicker, so they can't get as far, and then have an ability to respond to that once they're identified.
You know what you saw? He can be another one bites the dust. He can have his long trench coat. He can quit the football team. He can say he's mad about some girl that rejected him. He can say he's mad at some coach that was mean to him. He can say all that.
We can't control all that.
He can say all that. But let me tell you this. When law enforcement showed up and people who had guns that were highly trained with him, what did he do? He stopped.
Yes.
And surrendered.
Right.
So we may not even have to shoot him. You know, and then if
you harden that target in the right way, they may not even try because they know they won't get anywhere.
Well, Bubba, based on the fact of what you said a minute ago, where people have already done this, they don't go there and shoot.
Yeah.
You know why? You ain't gonna be able to.
No. Can't get close enough. What are you gonna do? Lob one on the top of the roof?
Right.
Yeah.
So anyway, sad story, but the problem of fixing this is so gargantuan. You got to go to the solution that is already available to you, and that's more security. I mean, I'm sorry.
Only choice we have.
That's the reality. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
$35 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba show. Come on with it. Yeah. Relief Factor, already had my first packet of that today. And this isn't every day with me. Springfield, Illinois, Nancy, she catches us on the 24/7 tune-in channel. Said, look, I've been in discomfort for some time with arthritis in my hip as well as in both hands. I was searching for something to help stop the pain. I tried ibuprofen. I tried arthritis creams. I tried, massage therapy, all to no avail. And then hearing the show, this constant chatter about Relief Factor, and I thought I would try it. And I've been taking it since early January, and I have felt a huge difference in the pain level. I can walk without any pain whatsoever. My fingers and both wrists are starting to move without the gouging pain running up my arms. Thank you guys for introducing me to the product because it really has worked, and I feel like it's given my life back. 4 Botanicals, you're welcome, Nancy. It is 4 Botanicals. All these have had their own research about the inflammatory response and how they help the body with this, and now they've been put into a little power pack together. These were scientists that were working on the aging process for all of us and discovered that this power pack really works well, and it's all natural, so you can take it every day. There's no side effects that come with it, unlike some of the over-the-counter stuff and, of course, the addictive properties of the opioids. This may be the natural answer that you're looking for. Wouldn't that be great? Most everybody, the majority of people that order the 3-week supply, they order more. So get yours right now for $19.95. That'll get you 3 weeks. 3 weeks will let you know whether it works for you, and like most, it should. So I hope so. It has for me. So go to ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. So we've got some Kamala and we got some Biden stuff. Here's our president, vice president. This makes us feel good. We'll sleep tight tonight, America. All right. Hey!
Basement Joe.
Here is Basement Joe. He always goes too far, and you can always tell when somebody's going to go too far when they start saying things like, I'm telling you the truth now.
Seriously.
Here's our president. He wants you to know that he's saying that there are still white families here in our country that want to celebrate pictures of dead bodies that have been lynched. Yes, Bubba, stand by.
Not sure where he's getting at him.
So here comes President Biden. Here we go.
It was almost exactly 1 year ago that I signed a law more than 100 years in the making.
Yay!
It's one of the great honors of my career, the Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act, making lynching a federal hate crime. You know, folks, lynching is pure terror, enforcing the lie that not everyone belongs in America and not everyone is created equal. Pure terror to systematically undermine hard-fought civil rights. Innocent men, women, children hung by a noose from trees, bodies burned, drowned, castrated. Their crimes, trying to vote, trying to go to school, trying to own a business, trying to preach the gospel, false accusations of murder, arson, robbery, lynched for simply being black, nothing more. With white crowds, white families gathered to celebrate the spectacle, taking pictures of the bodies and mailing them as postcards. Hard to believe, but that's what was done. And some people still want to do that.
Some people still want
to do that.
Good
night. Some people still want to do that.
I don't mean to be mean, but passing that law now, I mean, you're a little late.
Well, but it gives me an opportunity to grandstand a little bit.
But
there's people, and the reason why it needed to be done is he wants you to know because some people right now today still want to do that. And so it was wow. So there you go.
It was already illegal, by the way.
Yeah, it was. Well, it's all grandstand.
I mean, that's called murder, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we already have laws against it. It's
Right.
been illegal.
But I don't get to make a speech about that, Adler. Don't take that away from the president.
Oh, that's right.
All right, next, the people in Ohio that have all this toxic chemical stuff that the Biden administration is acting weird about.
Yeah.
Like they don't want to talk about it, which is weird. But they're getting upset because, they were declined federal disaster assistance in Ohio with this. They were declined.
Yeah, I don't even follow that of all things.
So the air and water is poisoned, and the federal government will not give them any assistance. Now, anything Zelensky wants, he can have.
Oh,
okay?
yeah.
And
maybe he should mention it
right,
to the president.
Right. And so now he's going to promise, apparently, in this, pensions and social support for Ukrainians, but not the people in Ohio. So here he goes.
And to deliver much needed humanitarian assistance as well as food, water, medicine, shelter, and other aid to Ukrainians displaced by Russia's war, and provide aid for those seeking refuge in other countries from Ukraine. It's also going to help schools and hospitals open. It's going to allow pensions and social support to be paid to the Ukrainian people so they have something in their pocket. It's also going to provide critical resources to address food shortages around the globe.
So covering a lot of stuff there.
Covering a lot of stuff for the Ukrainians. I certainly understand why that may be something that we would like to try to do if we could. But it does sting a little if you've got air and water poisoned in Ohio and you can't get anything from your own government.
Yeah, and the fact we're running a deficit and we're at an all-time high deficit.
Little sting.
I did see where
there's a point where I don't know how much longer you can carry this on.
Right. Yeah, that they did come out and say that FEMA didn't meet the criteria for disaster relief, but then 2 days ago they came back and said that they're deploying 2 teams to Ohio 2 weeks after the disaster, which is a little late. But I guess they had a reassessment of what they deemed.
It wasn't a reassessment; it was bad publicity.
Well,
of course, but according to their spokesman, that's what they
all
said.
these. When we forget, disasters are covered by local authorities.
Yeah.
All that FEMA can come in and do is supply money and other resources. They don't come on the ground and take charge. We forgot that, when we had President Bush and the hurricane in New Orleans, the federal government doesn't run in there and start running operations. They let the locals handle it, and then they fly cover and try to assist them however they can. So there's only so much that the feds can do.
Of course.
But you do declare it, or they ask that it be declared a disaster zone, which makes all these resources available.
Yep.
Which I'm really kind of shocked that they're didn't do that initially.
Yeah. So then that's what's got some people upset. But I think they're responding now. And you know what? In Babylon B says this to the people in Ohio. Cleveland Browns now thankful that they're no longer the largest disaster in Ohio.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so
that's good. That's good.
That was a dandy right there. So anyway, all right. So next, Kamala Harris.
Oh boy,
she's asked,
Bubba,
because all these wonderful things the president's doing, you'd think he'd be very popular.
Yeah.
And now our vice president is going to be asked why she thinks that he is not popular, and why.
Is this a concise answer?
Yeah.
No.
We'll see. Here we go.
Why do you think the president has such low popularity, favorable ratings, and you have even less favorable ratings? Why do you think that is?
I will tell you what I see when I'm out on the road.
Yeah.
I see people thanking the president.
It's not translating.
Thanking our administration. I think that what we have to do is focus on what is actually strengthening America and the American people and American families. And when I talk with American families about what they want and what they care about, things like bringing down the cost of health care, bringing down unemployment, doing the work of strengthening and growing America's workforce, including American manufacturing. That's what the American people want.
Okay, but here's the thing. Your climate change bills
Thank you.
are working against all of those.
Mm-hmm.
You're making it impossible for factories
Thank
to do
you.
what they do.
Thank you.
You're going to increase the cost of homes. You're going to, look, she even admitted it, inflation, which Biden told us there wasn't any.
Of course, there isn't any.
So and when she says, Rick, and you got to catch the code words here. Adler, play it one more time. I want to get exactly right what she said at the first of this.
When she says she's out on the road and everybody on the road tells them they're great.
Yeah, well, she's saying we're going to strengthen what really matters.
That's right, to Americans.
Ratings, and you
Families.
have even less favorable ratings. Why do you think that is?
I will tell you what I see when I'm out on the road.
Really?
I see people thanking the president.
It's not translating.
Thanking our administration. I think that what we have to do is focus on what is actually strengthening America.
Stop. When she says that, she means something different than we do.
Of course.
She thinks strengthening America means a climate deal that does away with gas, that has solar panels on every roof, that has guaranteed universal income for everybody. The things that we know is destroying the country and destroying the work ethic of the country.
Yep.
And that's exactly it. See, she says one thing, but you got to know what she means. I will say this. The reporter, when she starts her diatribe about, we're out on the road.
Everybody loves me out on the road.
She goes, well, that's not true. It's not in the numbers.
She says it's not translating.
It's not in the numbers. So at least they are taking them to task with some of this.
Anybody hungry for a word salad?
Come on, give me a word salad.
Here's our vice
with some
president.
sprinkles on it.
Wrapping up the interview. And, Bubba, I'm going to see if you can figure out what she's saying here. Because you found out on this last one. Let's see if you can get this one.
But when you present the suggestion that anyone is saying that it is time for a new generation, and they're running against the person who is president, and when presented as though it's an attack, I would like to let us all be clear that the attack is misplaced. If the point of it is that we need leadership that is strong, because we have a strong leader in Joe Biden.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
She doesn't even believe it. Whatever she said.
The reporter
she didn't even know what she just said.
I think that's the part.
Thank you and move on.
Yeah. It's like watching a sleight of hand magic trick.
Yeah. That's wow. I'm going to say a lot, but not really say anything.
Right.
I'm going to say a whole bunch and really said nothing.
Yeah. Don't think that other people that are running against us saying we're weak means we are. We'll be back.
We're strong. Just ask us.
Yeah. Your phone calls are next. 866 We Be Big. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
866 We Be Big is our number. We've got a new intern. We'll try to get a name for her this week. Also, another brand new intern shows up today. So that will be headed to lodging, and the meals are included. On our way back, we will another school shooter. There's not much to add to that. More information coming out. It seems like a lot of the similar things we've seen in the past, sadly. So moving forward on a much lighter note, I know we had the royal wedding over the weekend. I know the kickoff hour talked about that. Bubba, you and I had two graduate from high school yesterday.
Yeah, on the royal wedding, I was up at that time and I was flipping around. I actually forgot it was on and flipped across the coverage of it and watched just a little bit of it. I actually tuned in right at the good part where the bride was coming down the aisle and all that, and so I saw some playback later on of some of the early morning stuff and whatever. But it's boy, I tell you, it's a big event there in the old UK, and they turn out.
Yeah, I didn't see any of it, and I still haven't seen any of it other than what I'm watching on RBTV right now. But I understand that it was pomp and fun and
lots of hats,
a lot of hats, and everybody.
I will say this: that's a pretty sharp outfit him and his brother wore. I thought that was a good look.
Yeah, that's I don't
uniform.
I don't always follow that. Are they they're in the military?
Well, they
both
were
actually
at one time.
They did, didn't they?
Yeah, Harry more than William.
William's a helicopter pilot.
Yeah. Harry or William?
William
is a helicopter.
Harry was like in Afghanistan.
Right. Yeah. He served two duties. I think 2 tours of duty.
Now they
had to pull him out once the media. It was kind of classified that he was there, and once they knew he was in the theater, they had to pull him out. But I thought
I may have made that.
I thought the Queen's. I thought it was Harry that was a helicopter pilot.
I think it's William.
Well, one of them.
Oh boy.
They did serve somewhat. I thought the Queen's husband, Philip, looked a little rough.
He's like 95 or something.
He's got a new hip, right?
At what point do you go, hey, I'm just not going to do these events? I'm staying at the house.
He did announce he stopped making public appearances, but I guess he couldn't get out.
Well, he got to go to this.
He couldn't get out.
Couldn't get out of this one.
Well, I watched the Netflix series about their whole life or whatever. He was around her.
No, Philip.
Yeah, Betty watched it. I have not seen it, but they said he was a cutter back in the day.
He was. So anyway, that I didn't see any of it. Like I say, and Sherry, I don't think Sherry said she saw some of the replays of it. She said,
with all the security concerns we all have, she goes, the part that made her most uncomfortable, she said at one time they were in an open carriage, and she said just thousands of people everywhere. I mean, if somebody wanted to do something, she goes, that just made me she goes, isn't it sad that everything you watch, you think about that?
Yeah. You immediately think about security.
They brought the crowd out, though.
Oh, sure.
They did.
They'd been camping out.
Yeah.
I'm telling
What
you.
was funny, too, the U.S. shows were there, like the Today Show and the Morning Show on CBS, and they had, British correspondents telling them what was happening, and the detail for what they knew that on the inside, like y'all were talking about earlier, Speedy, how they would talk about these ladies' hats and where they got it from and the day they were measured for it and all that kind of stuff.
What about that guy that was the fashion expert? Stereotypes, they're right in there, aren't they?
Well, oh, yeah.
Well, here's the thing that gets me is you got, Prince Charles, who, of course, he's a class act. And he's, I can't get over the fact that her dad's not even walking her down.
No.
I mean,
well, he's recovering from
well,
heart
I'm going to tell you, Meemaw said what will and won't happen. She saw that. Right. Who's singing there? Somebody really getting after it. But anyway, so it was
You pretty much have to have your hat or you just don't get to go, I guess. Huh?
Did you hear the choir sing Stand By Me?
Mm-hmm. No, I missed part of that.
You're making that.
No. I'm serious.
Yeah, well, there you go. I was, it's George Clooney there.
It is funny to see George Clooney and Oprah and a lot of these other well-known. There's Elton sitting back there, and they're really not the star of this,
No.
They tried to make a big deal about some picture of Elton. They said he was frowning, and they tried to make it in like he wasn't happy about it or something. Did y'all see that?
No.
That's just how he looks.
That's just.
Elton's got a frown. He's like, that's how he looks.
That's totally possible, though. I hear he's difficult,
Well, I mean, he is a difficult
you
little.
know he's difficult.
He was frowning, but who cares?
Yeah. I mean, look, it's. I know it's something that everybody enjoys and all that. There's certainly nothing wrong with that, but I was surprised that
I hate for Chandler to have a wedding the week after that, Greg. That's a lot to live up to.
It's Rick and Bubba's royal wedding.
I'm going to be passing out hats.
It's 8 minutes to the top. Phone troll. You can get in here at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And take your phone calls before we wrap the hour up. And for many of you, we'll be wrapping up the day. Don't forget that it is a Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge in Sweet Home, Alabama today, benefiting kids outdoors. So go out and participate in that. If you got President's Day off, go get a little Buffalo Wild Wings. 10% of all food sales will go to that great organization. All right, so we do have one more Kamala Harris video, Bubba. You'll love this one. But you remember this happened to one of the. It was Daddy Bush when he or George W. that didn't know that we were scanning.
It was Daddy. It was H.
Daddy. Yeah, he didn't know that we were scanning groceries now, and he was amazed. But in all fairness, these people are pretty walled off from the world.
He'd been walled off for 16 years, Rick. 8 years as VP and 4 years as president.
Yeah.
And when he saw those scanners, he was just taken back. And of course, they made it look like he was an idiot.
Yeah. So here is Kamala Harris. She's excited. She's obsessed with electric buses.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, look, let me tell you, she loves the electric bus, and she is not, you won't believe what she says the electric buses have on them. You won't believe it. So here we go.
No exhaust, no diesel smell. The bus has Wi-Fi, and even USB outlets next to every seat. I mean, come on, imagine. You can charge your phone on your way home from work.
I do that every day.
You can come on.
Been doing that.
Yeah,
you got it.
I've been doing that a lot. I've had a USB portal in my automobile for a long time.
Bless your heart.
But the electrics is what got one. Imagine charging your phone on the way home.
They go.
So, yeah, wow, you're on the cutting edge, VP.
Imagine you can charge your phone on your way home from work.
You can charge your phone.
That's good stuff.
Yeah, it sure is.
That's good stuff.
That's good stuff. The wheels on the bus go round and round, even electric ones.
No exhaust.
No exhaust. Lines are available Well, you realize how much the world's laughing at us?
Oh.
Is anybody embarrassed yet? You ever get the thing go, I'm embarrassed?
Oh, yeah.
I'm
there.
Lines are available if you want to get in. Helmsy on the phones, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Lenny is out of the free state of Florida. Lenny, hello. How you doing?
Hey, Bubba.
Hey.
Without looking, give me the numbers behind We Be Big.
We Be Big.
Without looking.
No, there's no way.
Oh, I'd
way.
have to look to see.
No way, no how.
Well, boys, how come y'all never give the numbers behind We Be Big?
Because We Be Big's easier to remember. It's not very complicated, Lenny.
Well, hey, Rick.
Yes.
This is blind Lenny from Florida. I am a completely blind man, but I'm just goofing on you, boys.
Oh, I see.
I enjoyed the 5 minutes it took me to figure out We Be Big is 932
Yes.
3244. So every now and then, how about you boys giving a shout out to blind Lenny with 932?
What do you think about we doing a phone segment, blind people only?
Yeah.
Rick.
And we get and we give the numbers.
Well, no, tell him. This is that my dad does stuff like this.
Because Speedy's dad struggles with it.
Yeah. So put that phone number as Rick and Bubba, and then just tell Siri to call Rick and Bubba.
There you go. There you go, Big Lenny. I'm sorry, blind Lenny.
Lenny, what was the numbers
Alexa,
again?
Whoever. 932-3244.
No. Wait, 932.
Hey, Bubba.
Yeah.
Bubba.
932-3244. Now, Bubba, I'm an 80-year-old man. And if I can remember, surely, Bubba, you can remember that number.
I don't know about that.
I don't remember. I don't even know my wife's cell phone number. I have it in memory, in the phone.
Sure.
I just
call Rick and Bubba, Lenny.
932-3244. Is that right?
Yes.
Hey, listen, I love you, boys.
We love you too, blind Lenny.
Rick.
That's what he said his nickname was. See you, buddy. He called himself that. What? He said his name.
Just put it in contacts and tell it to call.
Yeah.
And I don't know that.
Yeah, I don't love the idea of going, let's go to line 2. Hey, blind Lenny standing by.
Did he say call him that?
I love the name blind Lenny.
Rick, I think you just thought he said call him.
No, he said that.
He said, Rick,
I think
call
he said,
me that.
I'm Lenny, I'm blind.
Yeah, I think that's what he said.
He said I'm blind Lenny.
I don't know. I got to go back.
Who am I, Trump now? What's happening?
What's going on
You
here?
got to give him a nickname.
It's better than Meatball Lenny.
Yeah,
That's true.
All right.
Jake,
Unless you're hungry.
Jake, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, in regards to Kamala Harris, to quote the great Bill Bubba Bussey, how funny.
Yeah, that's how it felt, didn't it? That's how it felt.
That's right, Kamala.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right.
Yeah.
Bubba, don't look down. What was the number he gave you? Don't look down.
932-3244.
All right.
All right, we got it.
But I won't remember that long.
Right.
866. Put that in front there because the other, I don't know. Who
I'll have to make a note over here somewhere.
Can I ask y'all something? All right, so would like today being President's Day?
Okay.
So I know that's a federal holiday.
Mm-hmm.
Would state governments be close to?
Yes, probably so.
Yep.
Okay.
I would think so.
I think y'all
There's going to be no mail and all that today.
So no
banking.
no DMV today.
No, Rick.
No.
Rick.
I was just double checking. I was going to run an errand today, and my mom said it probably isn't open, and I said, "Well, I'll check."
I forgot you guys are bees. So y'all,
This
y'all,
is our month.
This is our, yeah.
Us,
And
us W's are
mine used
in
to be
October.
pretty simple, but the last couple of years I get it, and I try to do it online, and it'll only take half of them. Half of them won't go through for some reason.
This is going to be a bit of a life hack here, and you have to be disciplined to do it. And I was this year. Just take all your envelopes, and we got a brand new DMV, and it's so much better than what we had before. So much better. So much better. And I just took all my envelopes, went early in the month, as soon as I got them, walked in. I was in and out. It was a new record of the DMV. I was in and out in less than 10 minutes.
Yeah.
All right.
With all my tags.
That is amazing.
The employees love the show there. They
do.
love it.
Well, I like our new setup. The ones we got now in our county, the one I've got now is the best we've ever had. And I like the new system. I like the whole new deal. There's no more standing in line.
Like it.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Like it.
I like it. I like it. Sound like the vice president. Yeah. Thanks for being with us. If we wrap up our time together, we sure have enjoyed it. If you got more Rick and Bubba on the archive, then stick around. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.